Usually when we talk about a medical diagnosis, there's this expectation of clinical precision. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Like you want a definitive answer.
Right. You break your arm, the X-ray shows a jagged white line, and the doctor just points at it and says, well, there it is.
Yeah, it's very binary. It's either broken or it's not broken.
Exactly. We like things to be visible. We like them to be perfectly categorized. But then, you step into the world of like neurodevelopment or complex trauma, and suddenly that X-ray machine is just totally useless.
Right, because you're looking at a diagnostic landscape that is entirely murky.
Yeah, you're relying on intersecting symptoms and behavioral history and all these environmental factors.
It is the absolute definition of diagnostic muddy waters.
Yeah.
The mechanism isn't a single visible fracture. It's a web of interconnected systems.
I was actually thinking about that exact X-ray metaphor as I was prepping the sources for today's deep dive for you all.
Oh, really? How so?
Well, because when we look at modern societies, we expect our social safety nets to be exactly like that X-ray. Visible, centralized, highly bureaucratic.
Right, you lose your job, you file a form online.
Exactly. A centralized government agency processes that form, and a check arrives in the mail. It's institutional precision.
Or at least it's supposed to be.
Right, ideally. But for this deep dive, we are pulling back the curtain on a system that functioned entirely without that centralized bureaucratic machine.
And the source material here is fascinating. We are looking at a classical Islamic jurisprudence manual.
Yes, but we're not looking at the whole thing. We are exclusively focusing on just the final chapters.
Right, it's a very specific slice of the text.
Literally just the last 11.11%, roughly the final ninth of this incredibly dense, highly structured legal text. And this specific section deals with marital dissolution.
But importantly, we are bypassing the procedural mechanics of how a marriage ends.
Yeah, we're skipping all the stuff about the declarations, the waiting periods, the immediate severing of the contract, the first 8/9 of the text.
Because that final 11.11%, that last ninth, enters a deeply, deeply human territory. It deals almost exclusively with the aftermath.
The fallout.
Exactly. How a society actually functions when the foundational unit of the family fractures, and how it manages that fallout without a modern centralized state welfare system.
Right, I mean, think about it. No government food stamps.
No state-run child protective services.
No federal housing assistance, nothing like that.
So what this text reveals is a decentralized, legally ironclad welfare web, and it's based entirely on blood, marriage, and mutual obligation.
Which brings us to our roadmap for today. Because you cannot assign financial support or physical custody until you establish the foundational reality of identity.
Right, who actually belongs to whom.
Exactly. Before the law can demand a man pay for a child or grant a mother custody, the law must rigidly, unequivocally define the lineage of that child.
And the text calls this Thubut al-Nasab, which is the establishment of paternity.
Okay, so how do they establish that without, modern DNA testing?
Well, they relied on an overarching legal principle known as the bed, or fire ash.
So dead. Okay, unpack that for us.
So the core concept is that paternity is aggressively assumed and protected within the bounds of a valid marriage. If a woman is married, the bed legally belongs to the husband.
Right.
And any child born within that marriage is legally tethered to him. The text essentially creates a fortress around the concept of legitimacy.
Making it exceptionally difficult to render a child fatherless in the eyes of the law.
Exactly. But to build that fortress, they had to establish strict mathematical boundaries for human reproduction.
And this is where the math gets really interesting. The text sets the absolute minimum gestation period for a pregnancy at exactly 6 months.
Right, which sounds incredibly specific for a pre-modern text.
It does. And it's not just an arbitrary guess. It is this brilliant piece of textual deduction. They derive this from 2 completely separate verses in the Quran.
Yeah, the jurists were essentially doing legal algebra here.
Exactly. So one verse states that the bearing of a child and its weaning takes 30 months total.
Right.
And then another separate verse states that the period of weaning alone is 24 months.
So they just did the math.
They just did the math. 30 months total minus 24 months of weaning leaves exactly 6 months as the absolute minimum viable pregnancy.
It's incredibly elegant.
It really is. So if a child is born at least 6 months after the marriage contract is signed, the paternity automatically belongs to the husband. No questions asked.
It is a profound example of legal derivation creating a hard societal baseline.
Yeah.
But, the true utility of this legal framework becomes really apparent when we look at the other end of the spectrum.
You mean the maximum gestation period?
Right. The absolute longest a pregnancy can legally last.
Okay, yes. Because the text set the maximum possible pregnancy at a staggering 2 years.
2 years.
2 whole years. The source explicitly quotes Aisha, who is a very prominent historical and religious figure in this tradition, and she says, quote, "The child does not remain in the womb longer than 2 years, even by the spindle of a spinning wheel."
Right.
Okay, let's just pause and unpack this.
Yeah.
Because biologically speaking, a 2-year pregnancy is impossible.
It is an obvious biological fiction, yes.
So if these jurists, who were clearly very smart and not ignorant of basic human reproduction, I mean, they figured out the 6-month minimum perfectly, what are they actually engineering here with this 2-year rule?
Well, it's a legal fiction, and it's consciously designed for a very specific societal purpose.
Okay, like a legal shield.
Exactly. You have to remember, we are operating in a pre-DNA era, and accusations of adultery, which the text calls zina, carried incredibly severe penalties.
Like a corporal punishment, right?
It's corporal punishment, yes, but also complete social ostracization. It was devastating.
Wow. Okay, so how does the 2-year rule play into that?
Imagine a scenario. A woman's husband dies, or maybe she gets divorced. And then, say, 11 or 12 months later, she gives birth.
Oh, I see. Without this 2-year rule.
She is immediately accused of adultery. The society points a finger. The child is branded illegitimate, stripped of all inheritance rights, completely cut off from paternal support and social standing.
Her life is ruined, and the child's life is ruined.
Entirely. But by stretching the legal definition of maximum gestation to 2 years, the law essentially throws a blanket of plausible deniability over these vulnerable women.
That is fascinating. So the widows and divorcees are protected.
Exactly. The law is defaulting to protecting the vulnerable. They are ensuring the child is not left socially and financially destitute.
So they are prioritizing social stability and the protection of the child's legitimacy over, like, strict biological pedantry.
That's exactly it. And we see this bias toward the child's legitimacy explicitly in how the classical courts handled disputes between a husband and wife.
Right, because there are definitely going to be disputes.
Always. So let's say a husband and wife disagree on the timeline of the pregnancy.
Okay.
For instance, the child is born, and the husband argues, hey, we've only been married 4 months, this child is not mine. But the wife insists, no, it has been 6 months.
What does the text say happens then?
The text states, quite simply, the statement is hers, and he is his son.
Wait, really? Her word just overrides his?
Yes. The system defaults to protecting the child's lineage over the father's skepticism. The legal burden of proof to disown a child is set incredibly high.
So the law simply will not let a husband disown the child based on, like, a calendar dispute?
It will not, unless, and this is the only exception, unless the husband initiates a highly severe formal swearing process involving mutual curses.
Mutual curses.
Yeah, it's known as lie-in, and it is a major deal. It permanently dissolves the marriage, it carries immense spiritual and social weight, and it was heavily, heavily discouraged by the judges.
So barring that one extreme, almost taboo measure, the system structurally forces the man to accept paternity.
Correct. The identity of the child is locked in.
Okay, so the child has a legal father. That secures their right to future financial support. But that introduces an immediate, very physical dilemma.
Right, the reality of the broken home.
Exactly. When the home fractures, who actually raises the child?
Yeah.
Like, who is changing the diapers? Who is staying up at night?
The text categorizes this entire discussion under a specific phrase, al-walad man ahaqu bihi,
Which
means who is most entitled to the child.
And this is so different from how we view things today, because modern legal frameworks often begin with this presumption of joint custody.
Yeah, modern courts usually try to balance the rights of both parents equally, 50-50 splits.
But this classical text does not view custody as a parental right to be divided up like property.
Not at all. It views custody as a specific service that is owed to the child.
Right.
It is optimized purely for the child's immediate developmental needs at that exact stage of life.
And the absolute primacy of the mother in early childhood is just undeniable in this source. The text quotes this striking historical anecdote to prove the point.
Ah, yes, the ruling from Abu Bakr.
Yeah. So Abu Bakr was the first caliph, and he ruled against Umar, who would eventually become the second caliph. Umar had divorced his wife, and he tried to take their young son.
And what did Abu Bakr tell him?
Abu Bakr ruled in favor of the mother, and he told Umar, quote, "Her saliva is better for him than honey."
It's a powerful statement. And what Abu Bakr is articulating there is the legal prioritization of a concept called shafaka.
Tufaka, what does that encompass?
It translates roughly to deep compassion, tender care, and maternal nurturing.
Okay.
The law assumes that in the earliest, most vulnerable stages of human life, an infant requires shafaka above financial provision, above strict discipline, above literally everything else.
So therefore, the custody hierarchy aggressively prioritizes the maternal line.
Aggressively.
The text lays out this highly specific flowchart of care to ensure that this shafaka is delivered no matter what.
Let's walk through that flowchart because it's very telling.
Yeah, it blew my mind. So if the mother passes away or if she loses custody for some reason, the child does not automatically default to the father.
Right. Which shocks a lot of people reading this today.
Instead, the text dictates that custody moves to the maternal grandmother.
Keeping it in the mother's line.
Exactly. But if the maternal grandmother is unavailable or passed away, it moves to the paternal grandmother.
Okay.
If she is unavailable, it goes to the sisters. And it explicitly notes that maternal half-sisters are preferred over paternal half-sisters.
Always defaulting to the maternal side if possible.
Right. And then, if no sisters are available, it moves to the aunts. And again, prioritizing maternal aunts over paternal ones. It is an entirely 100% female-centric flowchart.
It is.
Right.
Because the father is intentionally pushed down that list. In this specific classical legal framework, the male role is traditionally associated with financial provision and later stage moral or physical protection.
Right, not the intimate day-to-day physical nurturing of an infant or a toddler.
Exactly. The law is literally matching the assigned caregiver to the specific developmental needs of the child at that moment.
But, and there's a big, but here, the mother's custody is not unconditional. There is a massive caveat in the text, which they call the stranger clause.
Yes, the stranger clause.
A mother loses her right to custody if she marries a, quote, stranger. And honestly, initially reading that, it reads like a punishment.
Like she's being punished for moving on.
Yeah, like, oh, you're a divorced woman trying to move on with your life and get remarried. Well, we're taking your kids. But that's not what's happening, is it?
No, it's not a punishment at all. A stranger, in this specific legal context, just means a man who is not a close, prohibited relative to the child.
Okay, so a new husband from a different family.
Exactly. Remember, the law is operating in a tribal, highly protective, and resource-scarce society. If a mother marries a new man who has absolutely no blood tie to her child, the law perceives an acute risk.
A risk of what?
A risk of a hostile or resentful stepfather.
Wow. The psychological realism there is intense.
It really is. The courts recognize the immense danger of blended families in a pre-modern era. Think about it. A new husband might not want to allocate his limited food, his wealth, or his affection to another man's child.
Right. The child could be neglected or mistreated or just made to feel like a massive burden in their own home.
Precisely. So the law prioritizes the physical and emotional safety of the child over the mother's absolute custody rights.
The presumption is basically that the child is fundamentally safer with their maternal grandmother than with a potentially indifferent or even abusive stepfather.
And the text proves that this focus is entirely on child safety, not punishing the mother, because it explicitly states that if the mother's new marriage ends, say she divorces that stranger, her custody rights immediately snap back into place.
Oh, wow. So it's literally just about the presence of that man.
Yes. The legal impediment is gone, so her primary right to provide shafaka returns instantly.
Okay, so that covers early childhood. But this maternal custody isn't permanent, right?
No, the text defines very specific ages of transition, and these are based on the developmental milestones of the child, and they differ based on gender.
Right, so for boys, the text says they stay with the female line until they are, quote, independent. And I love how precisely the text defines independence.
It's very practical.
Very. It says independence is when the boy is able to eat by himself, drink, dress himself, and clean himself after using the bathroom.
And the classical commentators usually note this hits around age 7.
Around 7, yeah.
Because once a boy reaches that milestone, the need for that intense physical nurturing, the shafaka, decreases. And the need for socialization into the public sphere increases.
So that's when custody transfers to the father.
Exactly. The boy goes to the father to learn, as the text implies, men's morals, to learn a trade, and to understand how to navigate the outside world under the direct supervision of his father.
Makes sense for the era. Now, for girls, the timeline is longer. They stay with the mother or the female relatives until they reach puberty, or what the text vividly calls the age of desire. At that point, custody finally shifts to the father.
And this transition, again, is deeply rooted in the physical and social realities of that historical era. A young woman entering puberty was seen as highly vulnerable to social ruin or physical harm.
So the father steps in.
Yes, the father, having greater mobility, greater social power, and physical strength, was deemed legally responsible for protecting her honor, ensuring her physical safety, and eventually vetting suitors for her marriage.
It's a purely utilitarian division of labor. It's based entirely on the perceived threats of the time.
Exactly.
Oh, and there's one more logistical detail on custody that I thought was brilliant. It prevents the weaponization of distance.
Ah, the relocation rules.
Yeah. If a couple divorces, the mother cannot just pack up the kids and move to a random province hundreds of miles away just to spite her ex-husband.
Right, she can't use the kids to punish him.
She can only relocate with the child to her original hometown, specifically the town where the marriage contract originally took place.
It's a perfect compromise. It balances her right to return to her family support network with his right to have geographical access to his child.
Okay, so the courts have established who the child belongs to, paternity is locked, and they have awarded physical custody, often to the mother or a grandmother.
But this creates an immediate, terrifying problem.
Yes, because how does an elderly grandmother or a newly divorced single mother suddenly afford to feed and house a growing child?
Which brings us to the financial engine of this entire classical system,
Spousal and familial maintenance.
also known in the text as nafaka.
Nafaka. We know who's changing the diapers, but nafaka tells us who is footing the bill.
And nafaka encompasses the absolute essentials for survival and basic dignity. We're talking food, clothing, and housing, nothing less.
And the legal trigger for this financial obligation is a concept called itipas. What does itipas actually mean?
Itipas translates roughly to confinement or availability. It refers to the mutual exclusivity of the marriage contract.
Okay, break that down for me.
So, because the wife is exclusively bound to this marriage, she is not free to travel around for commerce without permission, nor can she marry anyone else. Her time, her physical presence, and her availability are confined to this specific family unit.
Right.
Because she has surrendered that absolute autonomy to the marriage, the husband is legally required to provide for her physical survival in return.
It is a direct exchange. Availability for maintenance.
Exactly.
And the crazy thing is, this obligation transcends religious boundaries entirely.
Yes, the interfaith aspect is crucial.
The text clearly states that a Muslim man married to a Christian or Jewish woman must provide her full nafaka. Her faith does not invalidate her itibas, so it does not invalidate her right to be fully supported.
Which really highlights that nafaka is a strict contractual debt. It's a legal obligation, not merely some religious charity you give to someone of your own faith.
But how do the courts actually calculate the standard of living? I mean, does she get the bare minimum to survive, like bread and water, or does she get absolute luxury?
Well, the text states that the judge, the local qadi, must calculate maintenance based on the financial states of both individuals.
Both. Okay, give me an example.
So, if the husband is extremely wealthy, but the wife grew up very poor, the judge doesn't force the husband to maintain her in absolute luxury.
Because she's not used to it.
Right. It prevents the sudden shock of extreme wealth from being this unearned windfall. But at the same time, the judge does not let the husband feed her scraps just because she grew up poor.
So what does she get?
She gets a middle ground allowance. It elevates her past her previous poverty, but keeps things reasonable. It's a localized, contextual calculation of fairness, personally overseen by the judge.
Okay, but here's where it gets really interesting for me.
Uh-oh, I know that catchphrase.
What happens when the financial engine completely stalls? Like, what if a husband loses his business and he has absolutely zero money? He's totally broke. Modern sensibilities might assume this is immediate grounds for dissolving the marriage, right?
Yeah, failure to provide seems like a fundamental breach of the marriage contract today.
But the classical law attempts to preserve the family unit if at all possible. If a husband is destitute, the judge does not automatically annul the marriage.
Instead, the judge does something wild. He legally authorizes the wife to take out loans in her husband's name for her survival.
Let's explore the actual mechanism of this because it is just fascinating. How does a woman in the classical era walk into a market and force a merchant to give her flour and oil on the credit of a completely broke man. Like, why would the merchant agree to that?
Well, she doesn't just go in and ask nicely. The local Qadi issues a formal judicial decree.
A piece of paper.
Exactly. Armed with this legal backing, she approaches merchants or even her own wealthy relatives. And those merchants know that this debt is legally enforceable by the courts.
Ah, so it's guaranteed by the legal system.
Yes. The debt accrues directly to the husband's ledger. Whenever he finally gets back on his feet, or if he acquires wealth later, he is legally bound to pay off every single one of those debts.
That is incredible. It ensures she doesn't starve, it keeps the financial responsibility squarely on his shoulders, and it prevents the immediate destruction of the marriage just because of temporary poverty.
It really speaks to the profound enforceability of nafaka. The court will literally generate debt to keep you alive.
And this maintenance extends beyond just food. It extends to the physical environment she lives in. The text grants the wife a codified right to a separate dwelling with a lock.
Yes, the lock is a very important detail.
It's literally outlining the nightmare mother-in-law scenario by judicial decree.
Pretty much.
The husband cannot legally force his wife to live cramped in a single house with his parents, his brothers, or his extended relatives.
Right.
She has a right to a space where she can take off her outer garments, relax, and be in an environment completely free from the interference of in-laws.
The classical law recognized the severe psychological toll of forced cohabitation. It deeply respected a woman's right to domestic autonomy.
And if the husband is wealthy, the standard of living scales up even more. A wealthy husband must provide a servant for his wife to assist with household chores.
And there's actually a really interesting scholarly debate on this exact point in the text.
Yes. One prominent jurist, Abu Yusuf, argued that a wealthy man should actually have to provide two servants.
Right, one for inside chores like cooking and cleaning, and one for outside errands like going to the market.
The final ruling settled on one servant being legally sufficient, but the debate itself illustrates the legal goal here.
Which is to maintain dignity. They wanted to prevent a woman who grew up with household help from suddenly being forced into grueling manual labor just because she got married.
Naturally, though, there are conditions that break this obligation. The text says a wife loses her right to nafaka if she becomes rebellious. The term is nashiz,
Nashiz, yeah.
which essentially means she abandons the marital home without just cause, or, for example, if she goes to prison. Because in those scenarios, the itipas, the availability to the marriage, is broken by her own actions.
Exactly. If she is no longer available to the household by her own choice or her own fault, the financial obligation from the husband ceases.
But notably, and I love this distinction, if she gets sick while living in his house, even a severe illness that prevents her from doing any household management, she keeps her full maintenance.
Right, because her itibus remains intact.
Her confinement is geographical and legal, not merely functional.
She hasn't abandoned her post, you know? Her body has simply failed her, so he must continue to provide for her.
Okay, so we've had this intense, very focused spotlight on the immediate nuclear family. Husband provides for the wife and the kids. But as we pull the lens back, we hit the final and perhaps most extraordinary layer of this entire system.
Because the system of nafaka does not stop at the wife.
No, it doesn't. The text reveals that maintenance is the ultimate social safety net for the entire extended family. It is literally acting as a direct substitute for a government welfare department.
This is where we see how a society without a Department of Human Services handles the elderly, the disabled, and the widowed.
They weaponize the extended family tree.
Weaponized is a great word for it. It created a legally enforceable requirement to support vulnerable relatives, and it was strictly defined by capability and proximity.
We see this immediately in post-divorce realities. For example, divorced women who are in their waiting period, the IDA, which is usually around 3 months, they still receive full maintenance and housing from their ex-husbands.
Right, they cannot just be kicked out onto the street the day the divorce happens.
But, and this is a massive bet, widows do not receive maintenance during their waiting period.
No, they don't.
And at first glance, reading the text, this seems incredibly callous. I mean, the widow seems like the one who needs the most immediate help. Her husband just died.
It definitely seems counterintuitive until you examine the underlying mechanics of wealth transfer in this legal system.
Walk us through that.
So when a husband divorces his wife, his wealth remains his own. Right, he is still alive. Therefore, his obligation to support her during that transition period continues.
Okay, that makes sense.
But when a husband dies, his ownership over his wealth ends the very second he stops breathing. His entire estate legally and immediately transfers to his heirs.
Which includes the widow herself.
Exactly. She can't receive nafaka from the husband because legally the husband no longer owns anything. It is already her money and her children's money.
Ah, so the financial mechanism simply shifts. It moves from a spousal support directly to inheritance distribution.
Precisely. Furthermore, the widow's waiting period is considered a religious duty to establish the certainty of lineage, basically ensuring she isn't pregnant before she remarries. It is not considered a period of idabas for the late husband.
Because he's gone.
Right.
I noticed another glaring economic mechanism in the text, and this one has to do with children. We established earlier that the mother has primary physical custody, but the text suddenly commodifies her labor when it comes to breastfeeding.
Oh, this is a fascinating aspect of classical law.
It really is. The text treats breastfeeding not just as a mother's natural, biologically expected duty, but as quantifiable, compensable labor. Fathers must pay for their child's nursing.
The text explicitly states that a mother is not legally forced to breastfeed her own child for free, unless, of course, she is the literal only option available to save the infant's life.
But generally, she can demand to be paid.
Yes. If the parents are divorced and the mother demands payment for nursing her child, the father has to pay her.
This completely upends the expectation of free maternal labor.
Mm.
But what if the father balks? What if he says, look, that's way too expensive. I'm just going to go hire a wet nurse instead?
The text has a provision for that. It gives the biological mother the right of first refusal.
Okay, how does that work?
If she agrees to do it for the going market rate, whatever the wet nurse was going to charge, the father must hire the mother.
Wow.
It prevents the post-divorce exploitation of women. It separates the biological act of motherhood from the economic reality of labor, ensuring the mother has an independent income stream derived from her own bodily labor.
It is incredibly precise in its economic framing. And this enforced economic responsibility stretches so far beyond the nuclear unit.
Way beyond it.
Like, a Muslim must financially support their poor parents, their poor grandparents, and their children, even if those relatives belong to a different religion.
Yes, the interfaith duty applies here too.
You cannot let your Christian mother or your Jewish grandfather starve. The law will force you to pay for their upkeep.
But the real question is, how far into the branches of the family tree does this web reach?
Right. What if you have a severely disabled brother or a completely destitute aunt? How does a judge decide who actually has to pay for them?
The text introduces a formula that acts as this incredibly complex, decentralized tax bracket. And the guiding legal principle here is so profound, the burden follows the benefit.
The burden follows the benefit. Okay, explain that.
This is the genius of the decentralized welfare state. Support for extended relatives is strictly mathematically tied to inheritance shares.
Inheritance shares.
Yes. If you have a relative who goes completely broke and cannot work, the court looks at who would inherit from that person if they died wealthy.
Okay, so let's play this out. Say I have an uncle, and under the complex inheritance laws of the time, I stand to inherit 2/3 of his estate when he dies, and his sister, my aunt, stands to inherit 1/3.
Right. So if that same uncle loses everything and becomes destitute, you are legally forced to pay 2/3 of his living expenses, and his sister must pay 1/3.
Oh, wow. The burden follows the benefit perfectly.
Perfectly. The courts tracked this through the deeply embedded community knowledge of familial lineage and the standardized Islamic inheritance fraction. The local judge would calculate your financial liability based exactly on your potential for windfall.
It literally forces families to internalize their own social welfare.
That's exactly what it does.
You don't pay a generalized 30% tax to a faceless government entity to care for strangers. You pay a direct percentage to keep your own blood relatives housed and fed.
You cannot eagerly wait for the windfall of an inheritance while completely ignoring the desperation of the relative who might leave it to you.
The societal friction this must have caused is palpable, though. I mean, imagine being legally forced by a judge to pay the rent of an estranged, grumpy uncle just because you're mathematically next in line for his hypothetical estate.
Oh, I'm sure there were incredibly tense family dinners, but the enforceability guarantees survival.
It ensures no one falls through the cracks, because every single human being is plotted on an inheritance matrix. Someone, somewhere on that massive family tree, is mathematically liable for you if you fall.
Even those at the absolute bottom of the social hierarchy were woven into the survival web.
Right, the text discusses slaves. And obviously, while the institution of slavery is completely abhorrent to our modern framework, looking at how this specific legal text managed it reveals their total obsession with baseline welfare.
Yes. Masters were legally obligated to feed and clothe their slaves, quote, from what they eat and wear.
It established an enforced baseline of humanity. The master could not hoard luxuries while his dependents starved in the courtyard.
And the legal intervention when the system failed is truly remarkable.
Yeah, this part shocked me. So if a master becomes destitute and he can no longer afford to adequately feed his slave, the court actively intervenes. What does the judge do?
The judge literally forces the master to sell the slave.
Forced liquidation.
Yes. The text prioritizes the physical survival and welfare of the dependent over the property rights of the owner.
The owner must liquidate his assets so that the human being can be fed by someone who can actually afford to keep them alive.
It is a profound statement about the limits of ownership when it clashes with the absolute necessity of human survival. The state does not provide the food in the system. The state forces the interpersonal transfer of responsibility to ensure the food is provided.
It's just wild to think about. If we synthesize all these threads, we see that this final fraction, this 11.11% of the text, it isn't just a list of archaic rules about divorce.
Not at all.
It's a meticulous blueprint for a society's survival. It balanced human nature, biology, and economics. It recognized the intense friction of broken homes, the vulnerability of women and infants, and the financial brutalism of poverty.
And it built a decentralized matrix to ensure no vulnerable person, not the child, not the mother, not the elderly parent, not even the servant, fell through the cracks.
It bound people to one another with literal chains of legal and financial accountability. It made survival a family affair, overseen by the gavel of a judge who demanded, under threat of severe legal penalty, that you be your brother's keeper.
Or your uncle's keeper, or your mother's keeper.
Right. Which leaves us, I think, with a really provocative thought to mull over.
Let's hear it.
Today, we rely so heavily on the state. We happily outsource our welfare, our child care, our elder care to government bureaucracies. We prioritize our individual financial independence, living in our quiet little nuclear silos.
We value not being a burden.
Exactly. But looking back at this deeply interwoven, legally enforceable matrix of classical family duties, we really have to ask ourselves something. In outsourcing our obligations to the state, have we gained bureaucratic efficiency but lost structural empathy?
That's a great question.
Have we lost the profound binding connection that forces us to literally look our relatives in the eye and be financially, personally responsible for their survival?
It definitely forces us to ask if the sterile efficiency of a government check can ever truly replace a system that demands you personally care for your own, tying your wealth inextricably to their well-being.
Because when the state is the X-ray machine, cold, precise, and institutional, it might diagnose the break. But as we've seen today, sometimes you don't need a machine to see the fracture.
No, you don't.
Sometimes you just need a system that forces the people closest to you to stop, reach out, and set the bone themselves.
Well said.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. We'll see you next time. Imagine standing in, the center of a sweltering, incredibly crowded medieval courtyard.
Oh, wow. Okay, setting the scene.
Yeah, and the local judge is seated right there before you. And to your left is the person you married, someone you once trusted completely.
Right.
But now you are locked in this absolute unbreakable stalemate. One of you is harboring a devastating secret, and the other is making an accusation so explosive it could literally destroy both of your lives.
It's an incredibly intense scenario. And the crazy thing is, it is entirely real.
Exactly. I mean, there are no cameras here, no text messages to pull up, no DNA tests to prove who is actually telling the truth. It is just your word against theirs.
Which is terrifying, really.
Right? In a modern court, a case with zero physical evidence and no witnesses might just get thrown out.
Yeah.
But in the historical legal system we're looking at today, the judge does not throw the case out.
No, they don't. They force a resolution.
Yeah, the judge forces both of you into this terrifying ritual where your only defense against physical punishment is to look up at the sky and literally, legally, call down the curse of God upon your own soul.
We're looking at a system that had to find a way to manufacture absolute certainty in a world that, completely lacked scientific proof.
Welcome to the conversation. We know you are someone who loves to peer into the hidden gears of historical and legal systems to see exactly how human societies attempt to solve their most intense, seemingly unsolvable problems.
And today's deep dive focuses on a really highly specific, incredibly high-stakes fraction of classical Islamic jurisprudence.
Right. We are exploring the absolute breaking points of a marriage.
Yeah, the texts we are working from today are the foundational texts of classical Islamic law, focusing primarily on the Hanafi school of thought, which historically was one of the most widespread legal frameworks in the world.
Stretching from the Ottoman Empire all the way to the Indian subcontinent, right?
Exactly. But we're also going to look at the fierce debates they had with the other major legal traditions, like the Shafi'i school.
Because these weren't just guys sitting in a room quietly agreeing with each other.
Not at all. They were brilliant legal architects, and they were arguing over the fundamental nature of human relationships.
And just to set the parameters right up front for you listening, we are acting as impartial explorers today. We aren't endorsing any of this, and we aren't looking at the normal, everyday rules of a functioning, happy marriage.
Right. We're strictly looking at the edge cases.
Exactly. We are walking through a centuries-old legal architecture to examine the extremes. We want to know, like, what happens when absolute trust is destroyed by unprovable accusations?
Or what happens when physical intimacy completely biologically fails?
Yeah, and how does this historical law manage the strict, highly regulated transition period out of a marriage? We're looking purely at the intricate logic of the system.
Just observing how these jurists balanced human biology, intense psychology, and what they obviously viewed as divine law.
It is a diagnostic landscape of human relationships that is just incredibly messy.
Because you're no longer just measuring property lines or financial debt. You are trying to legally measure trust, grief, and the deepest vulnerabilities of the human body.
Okay, let's unpack this by starting with that courtyard scenario, the most explosive situation in the text.
Yeah.
The breakdown of absolute trust.
Yeah, the legal concept is known as lien, which roughly translates to the oath of condemnation.
But to understand why this terrifying ritual even exists, we first have to understand the baseline rules of evidence in this society. Like, how hard was it to actually prove someone had an affair?
In classical Islamic law, proving adultery is notoriously intentionally difficult.
Just really setting the bar high.
Extremely high. To legally accuse someone of adultery, which is a severe crime that carried devastating physical and social punishments, you cannot just rely on a strong hunch.
Or even circumstantial evidence, right? Like seeing two people walk into a house together and close the door.
Exactly, that's not enough.
You can't even rely on finding, like, a love letter.
Not at all. The foundational rule of evidence requires 4 sane adult eyewitnesses.
4.
4. And they cannot just be witnesses to the couple being alone together. They must be 4 eyewitnesses to the actual physical act of consummation.
Which is essentially impossible. I mean, unless the people involved are being spectacularly reckless in a public square, you are never going to have 4 people simultaneously witnessing an intimate act.
And that is entirely the point. The legal system was explicitly designed to make proving adultery almost impossible.
Why? I mean, why make it so hard if it's a crime?
Because the overarching goal of the jurists wasn't to police everyone's bedrooms. It was to protect public decency, guard people's reputations, and maintain social cohesion.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, in a tight-knit medieval community, gossip and slander are community killers. They destroy families, they cause blood feuds, and they unravel the social fabric.
So the law builds this massive, impenetrable wall around reputation. If you want to make an accusation, you better bring an impossible level of proof.
Right. And if you make that accusation without those 4 eyewitnesses, the law comes down on you with a staggering force.
Wow.
Making an unproven accusation of adultery is a distinct crime called kaf, which means slander. The punishment for kaf is severe 80 lashes.
That is intense.
It is. But the physical punishment is almost secondary to the social punishment. If you are convicted of this slander, your testimony is permanently rejected in any court for the rest of your life.
Wait, forever.
Forever. You are legally branded a liar. You become a non-entity in the legal system. You can't witness a business contract, a marriage, or a will. It is social death.
That sets up a terrifying collision course when we bring this into the context of a marriage. Because what happens if a husband walks in on his wife and catches her in a betrayal?
Right.
Or what if she gets pregnant and he knows for an absolute undeniable fact that he has been away on a trade route for a year, so the child cannot possibly be his?
He knows it's impossible.
Yeah, he has undeniable proof in his own mind. He knows the truth, but he doesn't have 4 eyewitnesses. It's just him.
That is the ultimate paradox the jurists had to solve. The husband is trapped in a legal nightmare.
Totally trapped.
Because if he stays silent, he has to live with what he believes is a profound, soul-crushing betrayal. And even worse, from a medieval legal perspective, if he stays silent about the pregnancy, he is legally accepting another man's child into his own lineage.
Which is a huge deal.
A massive deal. That child will inherit his wealth, take his family name, and share intimate familial bonds with his other children. The entire structure of patriarchal inheritance is compromised.
But if he speaks up,
If he goes to the judge and says, "My wife committed adultery," the judge will immediately ask the standard procedural question.
where are your 4 witnesses?
Exactly. And when the husband admits he is the only one, the judge is legally obligated to protect the wife's reputation. The judge will order the husband to be given the 80 lashes for slander and strip him of his legal standing in the community.
Man, he is brutally punished if he speaks, and psychologically tormented if he doesn't.
It's an impossible situation.
And to be fair, the wife is in an equally precarious position if we look at it from the other side. Like, what if she is completely innocent and the husband is just a paranoid, jealous tyrant who wants to ruin her life?
Or disown a child he just doesn't want to support.
Exactly. She faces total ruin based on the word of one angry man. The human court has absolutely no way to know who is telling the truth.
And this is where the brilliant, terrifying mechanism of lien comes into play. The jurists recognized that human evidence had failed.
The normal rules just couldn't resolve this deadlock.
Right, so they built an escape hatch that shifts the burden of proof entirely out of the realm of human evidence and into the realm of the divine.
Okay, tell me more about that.
They created a highly structured, incredibly solemn courtroom ritual that forces both parties to bet their eternal souls on their testimony.
The psychology of this ritual is what really gets me. It's a masterpiece of escalating pressure.
Yeah.
Walk us through what actually happens in that courtyard.
Okay, so the judge brings the husband and the wife into the public court. There are no witnesses, no evidence to present. The judge turns to the husband first. The husband is required to stand up, face the judge, and swear by God 4 separate times. The phrasing is strictly mandated by the text. He must say, "I testify by God that I am of the truthful in what I have accused her of regarding adultery."
He says it once.
Yeah, and then the judge makes him say it again, a second time, a third time, a fourth time.
Just the act of repeating it 4 times is a psychological tactic. I mean, in a deeply religious society, casually swearing by God is already a major taboo.
Absolutely.
To be forced to do it 4 consecutive times publicly, it gives you 4 chances to back down, 4 moments to realize the gravity of perjury.
It creates a tremendous psychological weight, and the jurists explicitly noted that the judge should warn the husband, remind him of the fires of hell, and urge him to reconsider before he takes the final step.
Because it's the 5th oath that changes everything.
Right. The 5th oath is the point of no return. On the 5th time, he doesn't just swear he's telling the truth. He must actively invoke his own damnation.
Yeah.
He must say, "May the curse of God be upon me if I am among the liars in what I have accused her of."
The word used in the text is lana, a literal divine curse. This isn't just a fine for perjury. He is legally, publicly inviting the ultimate spiritual destruction onto his own soul if he is lying.
It operates like a spiritual polygraph test. It relies on the sheer terror of divine retribution to force the truth out.
And the moment he completes that 5th oath, the legal mechanics shift dramatically.
They really do. The threat of the 80 lashes for slander is instantly lifted from the husband. He has successfully transferred his legal liability to the heavens.
Okay, so he's safe from the whip.
For now, yes. But the law demands balance. Now, the full crushing weight of the law falls directly onto the wife.
Because he established his accusation through the oaths.
Right. If she stays silent now, the court views her silence as a tacit admission of guilt to the crime of adultery.
Oh, wow, so she is standing on the edge of a cliff. Now it is her turn. She has the floor to defend herself.
She stands up, and she must go through the exact same structural gauntlet to defend her life and her honor. She swears by God 4 separate times, using the mirrored phrasing.
Saying he's lying.
Yes. "I testify by God that he is among the liars in what he has accused me of." 4 times she asserts her innocence and accuses him of perjury.
And then she hits her 5th oath. But the text notes a fascinating difference in the vocabulary here, doesn't it?
It does. The wording changes for her final oath, and the theological weight is arguably even heavier. On her 5th oath, she must say, "May the wrath of God be upon me if he is telling the truth."
The husband invoked the curse, Lana. She invokes the wrath or the intense anger of God Gadab.
Exactly.
Why the difference? I mean, a curse is bad, but Wrath sounds like an active, targeted destruction.
The jurists and theologians debated this quite a bit. Some argue that because the husband initiated the chaos, a curse which implies being cast out from divine mercy is appropriate for his potential slander.
Makes sense.
But if the wife is lying, her lie involves not just perjury, but the actual hidden crime of adultery, the destruction of a lineage, and the brazen denial of her husband's torment. Therefore, she invites the active wrath of God.
It is the ultimate, absolute spiritual defense mechanism.
Exactly.
But let's pause and look at the physical reality of this for a second. We are talking about human beings. They're flawed, they get scared, they have panic attacks.
True.
What if one of them just blinks? What if the husband gets to the third oath, looks at his wife, realizes he's about to invite a divine curse for something he only thinks is true, and he just stops?
Or he loses his nerve.
Yeah. Or what if the wife gets terrified by the pressure of the crowd and refuses to take her oaths? Does the judge just say, well, we tried, everybody go home?
Not a chance. The pragmatism of the Hanafi legal text really shines here. They understood that you cannot just leave a nuclear accusation hanging in the air.
Right.
The process has physical, immediate legal teeth. If the husband refuses to swear the oaths or stops halfway through, the judge does not let him walk away.
What does the judge do?
The judge orders him to be imprisoned.
Wait, he goes to jail just for refusing to swear an oath?
Yes. He has initiated a process that threatens the core of the social order. He has cast a shadow over a woman's honor and a potential child's lineage. The judge locks him up.
For how long?
The text says he remains in confinement until he does one of two things. Either he finds his nerve, goes back into the courtroom, and completes all 5 oaths, or he formally confesses that he lied.
And if he confesses he lied just to get out of jail?
He is immediately taken out and given the 80 lashes for slander, and his testimony is forever voided. There is no quiet retreat.
Wow. Once you pull the pin on this grenade, you are forced to hold it until it resolves.
Exactly.
What if the wife refuses to swear her defense oaths? Let's say she is so intimidated she just freezes.
The exact same principle applies. If she refuses to swear her defense, the judge imprisons her. She is kept in confinement until she either completes her 5 oaths of defense or she breaks down and confesses to the adultery.
So the law uses the harsh physical pressure of imprisonment to force a resolution to what would otherwise be an unbearable legal and social limbo.
Because the community simply cannot tolerate an unresolved accusation of this magnitude.
Okay, let's take the scenario to its ultimate conclusion. Neither of them blinks. They both have absolute nerves of steel, or they are both so deeply entrenched in their own version of reality that they genuinely believe they are right.
Right.
The husband swears 5 times, calling down the curse. The wife swears 5 times, calling down the wrath. The courtroom falls dead silent. The ritual is complete. Who wins?
Legally speaking, nobody wins. It is the definition of mutually assured destruction.
Seriously.
Yes. Once both parties have completed their oaths, the human court steps back. The judge strikes the gavel and permanently, irrevocably separates them.
That separation is fascinating because the scholars in the text actually debate the exact metaphysical nature of what that gavel strike means.
They do, and it highlights how deeply they thought about the mechanics of the law. Abu Hanifa, the founder of the school, and his primary student Muhammad, argue that when the judge separates them, it legally functions as a talaq bayin, an irrevocable divorce.
Meaning the state dissolves the contract.
Exactly. It is a termination of the marital contract forced by the authority of the court because the foundation of trust has been annihilated.
That makes sense, but there's a dissenting opinion that takes it even further, right?
Right. Abu Yusuf, another foundational scholar of the Hanafi school, looks at the text and says, no, this isn't a divorce at all. A divorce implies that a contract existed and was ended by human will.
Okay.
Abu Yusuf argues the separation is a permanent divine prohibition. He bases this on a prophetic tradition that states, the two who swear lian never reunite.
So the bridge isn't just burned, the ashes are scattered. It means that even if 20 years pass and the husband suddenly comes forward and says, I was wrong, I was blinded by jealousy, I am so sorry, and the wife says, I forgive you, let's remarry and spend our final years together. They can't.
They absolutely cannot. They are legally forbidden to ever marry each other again.
Wild.
The law considers their union to be fundamentally, eternally toxic. The spiritual poison of those oaths cannot be undone, and the devastation goes one step further.
Which is often the entire tragic reason this process was initiated in the first place,
Yeah,
right?
right.
The child.
Yes. If there was a child involved, if the husband was accusing her of carrying another man's child, the judge's ruling completely severs that child's lineage from the father.
The legal phrasing is stark. It says the judge attaches him to his mother.
The child is legally entirely disconnected from the man who swore the oath. The man has no financial responsibility for the child, no parental rights, and crucially, the child has absolutely no right to inherit from that man's estate.
That is huge.
The child's entire legal identity and lineage are traced solely through the mother. In a patriarchal medieval society, that is a massive social displacement for a child.
When you look at the entirety of the Lanskyne process, it reveals a legal framework that is incredibly self-aware. It knows its own limitations.
Absolutely.
It acknowledges that a human judge, sitting in a courtroom, cannot possibly know the absolute truth of what happens behind the closed doors of a marriage. Instead of forcing a human to flip a coin and guess who is lying, it builds a pressure cooker of spiritual terror.
It shifts the burden of absolute truth to the divine.
Yeah, and the human court simply manages the fallout by amputating the toxic relationship from the community.
It's a brutal, elegant pressure valve. It forces individuals to bear the ultimate cosmic weight of their own words, providing a clean legal break when the emotional and moral foundation of a marriage has turned to ash.
That leads us perfectly into the next major concept in these texts. We just looked at what happens when the moral and emotional foundation of a marriage collapses. But the jurists were equally obsessed with what happens when the physical foundation fails.
The biological breakdown.
Right. The legal term here is alanin, which deals with impotence and physical defects.
This shifts our perspective completely. We move from a couple that won't be together because of shattered trust to a couple that physically can't be together.
Okay, break that down for us.
To understand this, you have to understand how classical Islamic law views the institution of marriage. It is a spiritual union, yes, but at its core, it is a legally binding contract.
Right.
And like any contract, it guarantees certain mutual rights to both parties.
And one of those primary foundational rights is the right to physical intimacy, which of course carries the potential for children and family building.
Exactly. So if a woman enters into this contract, she marries a man and she discovers on the wedding night or shortly after that he is physically unable to consummate the marriage. He is impotent. She has a legitimate, actionable legal grievance.
Because the contract is failing to deliver its primary physical provision.
Yes. She isn't just expected to smile and endure it forever. She has the right to take him to court and demand the marriage be dissolved.
But when she goes to the judge doesn't just immediately annul the marriage and send her on her way. The text reveals a deeply fascinating mechanism. The judge starts a timer.
A very specific timer.
Right. The strict rule for alanin is that the judge grants the husband exactly 1 lunar year. A full year of deferment before the court will take further action.
A mandatory, legally enforced waiting period of 1 year.
I have to challenge the logic of this. I mean, to a modern ear, this sounds incredibly cruel to the wife.
I can see that.
If the core physical purpose of the marriage is completely thwarted, a full year seems like an agonizingly long time to force her to wait in a state of suspended animation. She's trapped in a non-functioning marriage. Why not give him a month? Why not call in a physician for a medical examination right then and there?
It's a great question, but you have to look at it through the lens of pre-modern medicine and psychology. The classical jurists were working with the best scientific and medical understanding of their era, which was heavily influenced by ancient Greek medicine.
You mean specifically the theory of humors.
Exactly, the idea that the body is governed by blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile.
Right, Galen and Hippocrates.
Right. The medical consensus of the time believed that the human body's physical capabilities were deeply, intrinsically tied to the environment. They understood that the inability to consummate might not be a permanent, irreversible physical defect. It could be a temporary illness.
Yeah.
But more importantly, they were remarkably astute about the psychology of performance anxiety.
Oh, that's interesting. So they recognized that the pressure of the situation itself could be the cause of the physical failure.
Yes. And they believed that environmental factors, temperature, humidity, the changing of the seasons, had a profound impact on a person's physical and psychological state.
Like seasonal affective disorder, basically.
Kind of. They believed certain blockages, whether mental or physical, were tied to the extreme heat of the summer, or the bitter, constricting cold of the winter, or the transitional temperaments of spring and autumn.
Oh, that is brilliant. So by legally mandating exactly 1 full lunar year, the law forces the couple to cycle through all 4 seasons together.
Precisely. The one-year timer is essentially a massive slow-motion diagnostic test. It isolates the variable of time and environment.
Wow.
If the husband couldn't perform in the oppressive heat of summer, the law waits to see if the mild, rejuvenating climate of spring will cure his affliction. The court is giving the biological warranty of the contract every possible environmental opportunity to fulfill itself.
It's strangely elegant. The law uses the orbit of the Earth to test the physical viability of the marriage. But let's say the hourglass runs out. The 4 seasons pass. Winter, spring, summer, fall have all come and gone without success.
Right.
The court concludes that this is not a temporary environmental block or a fleeting psychological issue. It's a permanent physical defect. What happens next?
What's fascinating here is that the wife now has the absolute right to demand a separation. She returns to the judge and says, the year has passed and the contract is still unfulfilled. The judge will grant her the dissolution.
But here's where the text introduces an incredibly tricky, very human complication.
Yeah.
What if they disagree about what happened during that year?
A classic dispute.
Yeah, what if the 354 days of the lunar year end, she goes to the judge and says, he still hasn't touched me. But the husband stands up in court and says, that is a lie. We consummated the marriage last Tuesday.
It is the ultimate he said, she said scenario. And because this involves the most intimate, private act between two people, there are obviously no witnesses.
So how does a medieval court resolve a factual dispute about what happened in a locked bedroom?
This is where we see a fascinating adaptation in the legal system regarding the female body. The general rule in these courts is that male judges and male witnesses handle the primary legal proceedings.
Right.
But the texts explicitly outline a legal principle for situations involving the intimate anatomy of women, that which men are not permitted to look at. The male judge cannot physically examine her, and male witnesses cannot be used. So the court delegates its authority.
Who do they delegate it to?
The judge appoints a jury of trusted, expert women.
A jury of women to act as forensic examiners.
Yes. These women operate as an extension of the court's evidentiary power. Their job is to take the wife into a private space and physically examine her anatomy to determine if her claim holds weight.
Meaning they examine her to see if she is still physically a virgin.
Exactly. If the jury of women examines her and reports back to the judge declaring that she is definitively still a virgin, the husband's claim is instantly thrown out.
The physical evidence verified by female experts legally overrules his verbal testimony.
Yes, the wife's claim is supported, and the judge gives her the choice to legally dissolve the marriage right then and there.
But biology isn't always that neat. What if the woman had been married before, so virginity isn't a factor? Or what if the jury of women comes back and says, actually, based on our examination, she is not a virgin?
If the physical evidence is inconclusive, or if it actively contradicts her claim that no intimacy ever occurred, the legal momentum shifts. Because she is the one trying to break an established contract, the burden of proof is on her.
Right, she has to prove the lack of consummation.
Exactly. If the physical evidence can't decisively back her up, the legal presumption reverts to the husband's defense.
Does she just lose automatically?
Not automatically. The court uses the mechanism of the oath as the ultimate tiebreaker. The judge requires the husband to swear a formal binding oath by God that he did, in fact, consummate the marriage.
And if he does?
If he swears that oath, his defense is accepted, her claim is dismissed, and the marriage remains intact. But if he refuses to swear the oath, if his conscience or fear of perjury stops him, his refusal is taken as an admission of guilt. Her claim is upheld, and she can leave.
The way they build these cascading logic trees to handle every possible dead end in human disputes is mesmerizing. They really have a protocol for everything.
They absolutely do.
But this concept of physical defects brings up a massive, fierce debate in the text, and it's one of the most revealing parts of this entire deep dive.
You're talking about the debate over severe illness and insanity.
Yes. We've established the protocol. If the husband is impotent, the wife gets her year, and if nothing changes, she can go to the court to break the marriage. But what about other defects that destroy the reality of marriage?
Like what?
Like, what if the husband isn't impotent, but a month into the marriage, he goes violently, dangerously insane? Or what if he contracts a severe, highly contagious, rotting disease like leprosy? The text specifically names conditions like Juzam and Baraz, which are terrifying ancient skin diseases.
This is where the foundational scholars of the Hanafi school violently disagree with each other, and where they clash completely with Imam Shafi'i, the founder of the rival Shafi'i school.
This debate really exposes the philosophical fault lines of the entire legal system, right?
It absolutely does.
Break down the arguments for us. How did they view a woman's right to flee a dangerous marriage?
Imam Shafi'i takes an expansive, what we might call a very pragmatic view. He looks at the reality of living with these conditions and argues that there are 5 specific physical and mental defects, including insanity and severe leprosy, that give either spouse the absolute right to immediately go to the judge and demand the marriage be dissolved.
Which makes total intuitive sense to a modern listener. If your spouse develops a terrifying, transmissible disease that could kill you, or loses their mind and becomes a physical threat in your own home, you shouldn't be trapped in that contract.
Right.
The marriage has become a hazard.
Shafi'i's logic is fundamentally based on the concept of disease transmission, physical safety, and the impossibility of achieving the emotional comfort and companionship that marriage is supposed to provide.
If the environment is toxic, the contract can be broken.
Exactly. But Abu Hanifa, the founder of the school we're primarily studying today, looks at Shafi'i's argument and says, absolutely not.
Abu Hanifa says the wife cannot leave an insane husband.
Abu Hanifa and his primary student, Abu Yusuf, issue a strict, uncompromising ruling. The wife does not get the option to demand a court-ordered separation for insanity, leprosy, or any other disease.
Wow.
The only physical defect that grants her the right to seek a dissolution is impotence or castration.
That sounds incredibly harsh. I mean, it sounds almost cruel. Why would a brilliant legal mind force a woman to stay legally bound to a man who is violently insane or rotting from a contagious disease? How does the medieval family even manage that? There are no psychiatric hospitals. She is essentially locked in a house with him.
To understand Abu Hanifa's ruling, you have to look past the emotion of the situation and look at the strict underlying architectural logic of how he views the marriage contract itself, and specifically the power dynamics within it.
Okay, lay it out.
In this classical legal system, the husband already holds the unilateral right to divorce, known as talaq.
Right, he doesn't need a judge's permission. He can end the marriage at any time, for any reason.
Exactly. If the wife is the one who develops leprosy, or if she goes insane, the husband doesn't need to petition a court for a medical annulment. He simply exercises his unilateral right, issues a divorce, and the marriage is over. He holds the keys to the door.
But the wife doesn't have those keys.
Right. The wife does not hold that unilateral right. She cannot just declare a divorce. To get out of the marriage against the husband's will, she has to rely entirely on the authority of the state, the judge, to forcibly reach in and break the contract.
So Abu Hanifa is asking, when does the state actually have the jurisdiction to forcefully void a valid contract?
Precisely. Abu Hanifa's strict textualist view is that the court only has the jurisdiction to break a contract when the primary foundational purpose of that specific contract is rendered completely impossible.
And classical law defines the primary physical purpose of the marriage contract as the capacity for sexual consummation.
Yes. So, because impotence physically prevents the contract from functioning at its most basic biological level, the court can intervene. But insanity or leprosy don't technically, anatomically prevent consummation, even if they make it horrific, traumatizing, or dangerous.
That is the cold, strict legal logic of Abu Hanifa. The court cannot break a contract just because fulfilling it has become unpleasant, difficult, or even dangerous. It can only break it if the core contractual function is literally impossible.
The state's power to intervene is narrowly defined to protect the sanctity of contracts overall.
But the debate doesn't end there, and this is where it gets really interesting. Abu Hanifa's other star student, Imam Muhammad, looks at his teacher's strict ruling, and he completely breaks ranks.
Yeah, he rebels against the founder of his own school.
What does Muhammad argue?
Muhammad looks at the horrific reality of forcing a woman to live with a violently insane spouse, and he argues that she absolutely does have the right to demand a separation for insanity and severe disease.
How does he justify that legally if he's in the same school?
He achieves this by shifting the legal focus. He moves away from Abu Hanifa's strict mechanical function of the contract argument and leans heavily into an overarching supreme Islamic legal principle known as daf al-darar, the prevention of harm.
Harm reduction.
Yes. Muhammad argues that the overarching purpose of the law is to prevent harm to humans. He points out that the harm caused by living in constant terror of a violently insane person, Or the mortal danger of sleeping next to someone with a highly contagious rotting disease is equal to or far greater than the harm of impotence.
Oh, absolutely.
Therefore, the court must use its power to step in and protect her from that harm by dissolving the contract.
It is a phenomenal debate. It's the classic battle between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. Strict contractual mechanism versus pragmatic harm reduction.
It really is.
And it really shows that this historical jurisprudence isn't just a monolith of guys agreeing with each other. It's a dynamic, living, arguing tradition trying desperately to balance the rigid sanctity of legal contracts with the chaotic, harsh realities of human suffering.
It reveals a system constantly testing its own boundaries, trying to figure out where the law should be unbending iron and where it must become a flexible shield.
Let's move to the next phase of this breakdown. We've talked about how a marriage explodes through Layan and how it fails biologically through Ayin. Now we need to look at what happens the exact moment after the judge strikes the gavel.
The decompression chamber.
The decompression chamber, yes. The legal term is alida, the waiting period.
If you think of a functioning marriage as a highly pressurized environment, the Ida is the highly regulated protocol for what happens when you need to exit that environment and return to the general atmosphere of society.
This is a crucial concept to grasp because our modern instinct is that when a judge signs divorce papers, you are instantly single. The marriage vanishes into thin air the moment the ink is dry. You can go on a date that same night.
Right, but not here.
No. In this historical system, whether it's the dramatic curses of Liadan or the biological failure of impotence or just a standard everyday divorce, the marriage does not instantly disappear. You are not a free agent the moment the word is spoken.
The law mandates a strict, unavoidable transition period. You are caught in a liminal space.
I think the best analogy to understand the Ida is to picture a legal airlock on a spaceship. If you want to leave the ship, you can't just open the main door and step out into the vacuum of space. The violent difference in pressure would destroy you, and it would compromise the entire ship.
That's a great way to look at it.
You have to step into the small airlock, close the inner door behind you, and sit there in isolation while the pressure slowly, methodically equalizes. You sit there decompressing so the two environments don't violently collide. The Ida is that legal airlock.
During this time, you are no longer fully inside the marriage. The relationship is over, but you are not yet fully out in the world, legally free to marry someone else. You are in the airlock.
That analogy captures the mechanics perfectly. And the classical texts spend an enormous, almost obsessive amount of time detailing the exact metrics of time a woman must spend sitting in this airlock.
They really do.
What is truly fascinating is that the timer isn't a standardized 30 days for everyone. The law uses women's biology as a literal legal clock. The timer changes based on the biological reality of the woman involved.
Let's break down these specific timelines laid out in the text, because the variations are wild, and they explain exactly why this airlock exists in the first place. What is the baseline metric? Let's say a free adult woman who experiences regular menstruation gets divorced. How long is her timer?
The baseline timer for a menstruating woman is 3 full biological cycles.
Now, the text highlights a major system-defining legal debate over the Arabic word used in the Quran to define these cycles. The word is quru.
Yes. The word quru is one of the most famous and frustrating linguistic anomalies in the Arabic language. It is an auto-antonym, a word that has two opposite meanings.
It's like cleave in English.
Exactly. Depending on the dialect and the context, quru can mean the time a woman is actively menstruating, and it can also mean the exact opposite, the clean period between menstruations.
A single word that means two opposite things. And this linguistic quirk forces the entire legal system to split in half.
It does. Imam Shafi'i, who is an absolute master of Arabic linguistics and poetry, analyzes the grammar and argues that quru means 3 clean periods. So a woman's waiting period is calculated by counting the days she is not bleeding.
But the Hanafis, the school we are following today, vehemently disagree. They argue it must mean 3 menstruating cycles. They insist on counting the bleeding phase.
Why do the Hanafis care so much about focusing on the bleeding phase? What is the practical difference?
The difference lies in the ultimate overriding goal of the Ida airlock. The legal concept is called verifying the emptiness of the womb. In a medieval world, long before ultrasound machines, home pregnancy tests, or DNA paternity testing, the only way to be absolutely physically certain a woman was not carrying the child of her newly divorced husband was the visual, physical evidence of menstruation.
So by insisting on 3 full bleeding cycles, The Hanafis are demanding the maximum possible biological proof that the womb is empty.
This relentless pursuit of certainty ensures there is absolutely no confusion over the lineage of potential children.
Certainty of lineage is everything here. Paternity dictates inheritance, social standing, and family obligations. They cannot afford any ambiguity. Okay, so that 3-cycle metric is the baseline for women with a regular biological clock. But what about women whose biological clock isn't ticking?
Like who?
The text specifically mentions prepubescent girls whose marriages end and older menopausal women.
If the biological clock isn't functioning, the law automatically switches to a calendar clock. For a woman who does not menstruate due to age, the waiting period in the airlock is exactly 3 lunar months. You just count the days on the calendar.
And what if the woman is already visibly pregnant when the divorce happens? Let's say she is 6 months pregnant and the marriage ends. What is her timer?
The text is beautifully concise on this point. It states that the waiting period for a pregnant woman lasts exactly until the moment she delivers her child. The pregnancy itself is the waiting period.
But wait, what if she is 9 months pregnant, the judge finalizes the divorce at noon, and she goes into labor and delivers the baby the very next day?
Even if she delivers the baby 10 minutes after the divorce is finalized.
Wow.
The moment the child is born, the objective of the law is achieved. The womb is visibly empty, the lineage of that newborn child is permanently secured to the ex-husband, and the need for the airlock vanishes. Her waiting period instantly ends right there in the delivery room. She is legally free to remarry immediately.
The sheer pragmatism of that is staggering. Okay, what about widows? If a woman's husband dies, does she follow the same 3-cycle rule as a divorced woman?
No, the widow is placed on a specific extended calendar clock regardless of her menstrual cycle. Her IDA is 4 lunar months and 10 days.
And then the text introduces a fascinating socioeconomic metric.
Huh?
We have to remember that classical Islamic law operated in an ancient world where slavery was an entrenched reality.
Right.
And the law assigns different legal weights and responsibilities to free and enslaved people. The texts have specific rules for enslaved women going through a divorce or widowhood.
Yes. The general legal principle applied here is that the legal burdens of an enslaved person are half that of a free person. So, for a slave woman, the waiting period is mathematically halved.
So if a free woman waits 3 biological cycles, an enslaved woman waits 2 cycles. Wait, the math there is wrong. Half of 3 is 1.5.
The jurists address this exact mathematical problem. They recognize that a biological cycle is an indivisible unit. You physically cannot have half a menstruation. You either have one or you don't.
So what do?
Because they cannot have the biological unit, they round up to ensure certainty. They mandate 2 complete cycles. But when dealing with the calendar months, they can do the math perfectly.
Right.
An enslaved woman who doesn't menstruate waits exactly 1.5 lunar months. An enslaved widow waits exactly 2 months and 5 days, precisely half of the free widow's 4 months and 10 days.
So what does this all mean? The system is just obsessed with fractions, biology, and the relentless measurement of time, all serving this master goal of absolute clarity of paternity. But reading through the text, it's clear the jurists weren't satisfied with just laying out the basic rules.
No, not at all.
They loved testing their own system. They loved throwing wrenches into the gears to see what happens when these overlapping clocks break or malfunction.
The edge cases in the text are where the legal minds really flex their analytical muscles.
Let's talk about one of those edge cases. What happens if a woman is on the baseline biological clock? She has her first menstrual cycle in the airlock, everything is proceeding normally, and then suddenly her cycle just stops.
Oh, that's a tough one.
She doesn't bleed again. Maybe she hit menopause early or there is an underlying health issue. She is stuck.
She trapped in the legal airlock forever, waiting for cycles that will never come.
The text anticipates this exact biological failure. If a woman's cycle stops because she reaches menopause halfway through her waiting period, the biological clock is officially declared broken. But the law demands uniformity in its metrics.
So she switches clocks.
The ruling states that she cannot mix the 2 types of clocks. She cannot say, I have 1 cycle, so I'll just add 2 months. The text explicitly says her previous cycle is legally voided. It is erased from the record. She must start over from day 1, utilizing the 3-month calendar clock.
That is strict. The phrase in the text is, what pass is voided and she must restart. You lose your progress and go back to start.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh.
But the most mind-bending edge case in the text, the one that really forced me to pause, is what happens when waiting periods physically overlap? You're talking about the mistaken identity scenario. This is a classic thought experiment in Islamic jurisprudence that forces the law to its absolute limits.
Walk us through this scenario. How does a woman end up with two overlapping waiting periods?
Imagine a woman is currently in her Ida. She is in the middle of her waiting period for a divorce from husband A. She is legally in the airlock waiting for her 3 cycles to finish.
Okay, tracking.
During this time, late at night, a man sneaks into her room and they sleep together. But this isn't a deliberate affair. It is a genuine case of mistaken identity.
How does that even happen?
Perhaps it's completely dark and he genuinely thought he was entering the room of his own wife.
Yeah.
Or perhaps there was a highly complex invalid marriage contract that they both mistakenly thought was legal. The texts call this intimacy under a shadow of doubt or by mistake.
Because it was a genuine mistake, they aren't subjected to the harsh criminal punishments for adultery. But practically speaking, a massive, tangled legal mess has just been created.
A huge mess.
She was already sitting in an airlock specifically to prove her womb was empty from husband A. Now, because of this mistaken encounter, she might be carrying a child from mistaken man B. What does the law do? Do they make her finish the 3 cycles for husband A and then add another 3 cycles for man B? Does she owe 6 cycles?
The Hanafi text reveals an incredibly clever, relentless pragmatism here. The law recognizes that she now owes 2 separate waiting periods to clear 2 separate potential lineages.
Okay.
But they do not stack them sequentially. The Hanafi ruling says the 2 waiting periods interpenetrate or overlap. They run simultaneously. Every time she has a biological cycle, it counts down the clock for both men at the exact same time.
It's like a referee running 2 stopwatches concurrently.
Yeah.
One cycle drops the timer for husband A to 2 and drops the timer for man B to 2.
Exactly. And this drives the Shafi scholars absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Imam Shafi disagrees entirely with this overlap. Shafi argues that the Ida isn't just a biological timer. It is an act of worship, a deliberate legal act of refraining mandated by God. And a fundamental rule of Islamic jurisprudence is that you cannot overlap 2 distinct, independent acts of worship.
Like, you can't fast one day and claim it covers 2 different broken vows. You have to pay the debt separately.
Right. But the Hanafis shrug off the theological argument and remain relentlessly practical. They say, look, the entire purpose of the waiting period is to prove the physical womb is empty. One biological bleeding cycle physically proves it is empty for everyone involved.
The blood doesn't distinguish between husband A and man B.
Exactly.
Right.
The proof is achieved simultaneously, so why force the woman to suffer through twice the waiting time?
The Hanafi focus on physical reality over theoretical legal purity is fascinating. Which brings us to the final major theme of this deep dive, Section 4. We've talked extensively about the mechanics of time in the airlock. But exiting a marriage in this society isn't just about silently counting days on a calendar or watching biological cycles. It is a highly visible, physical process. It involves the aesthetics of grief and strict confinement.
The legal term for this phase is idad, which translates to mourning, or more accurately, the abstention from adornment.
The text lists the rules of this mourning period with incredible specificity. It dictates the sensory reality of the woman's life. It states that women in this legal state must abandon all perfumes. They must abandon kohl, which is the dark eyeliner used in the region.
Yeah, no makeup.
They cannot use scented oils in their hair. And crucially, they cannot wear brightly dyed clothes, specifically mentioning garments dyed with saffron or henna.
To understand the weight of this, you have to realize that saffron and henna were the luxury dyes of the ancient and medieval world. They were incredibly expensive, vibrant colors.
Like wearing designer clothes today.
Kind of, yeah. Wearing saffron wasn't just a fashion choice. It was a loud, visual broadcast of wealth, celebration, vitality, and social availability. By legally stripping these vibrant colors and scents away, the law forces the woman to visually broadcast a very specific, muted legal status to the entire community.
Now, I understand a widow doing this. Her husband has died, she is grieving, and the society expects her to reflect that grief. That is a nearly universal human concept across cultures.
Definitely.
But the text states that this strict mourning protocol applies to widows A and D, to women who have been irrevocably divorced. And this is where I have to push back. Why on earth is a woman who was just permanently, irrevocably divorced required by state law to mourn?
It seems counterintuitive, right?
Yeah, didn't the relationship just violently end? Given some of the scenarios we've discussed, she might be absolutely thrilled he is out of her life.
It's a profound objection, and you are not the first to make it. The classical jurists had massive debates over this exact psychological dissonance. Imam Shafi'i actually agrees with your objection completely.
Oh, he does.
Shafi'i argues that a divorced woman should absolutely not be required to mourn. His logic is cold, rational, and strictly contractual. The marriage was a business contract. The contract has been legally dissolved.
Exactly.
Furthermore, the husband probably made her miserable, which is why they are getting an irrevocable divorce. Therefore, forcing her to display grief for a man she might despise is legally absurd.
Shafi'i is looking at the human reality of a bad breakup.
But the Hanafi text pushes back against Shafi'i with a deeply philosophical, almost sociological argument. The Hanafis argue that she is not necessarily mourning the individual man. She is mourning the death of the marital blessing itself. The term they use is the blessing of marriage.
Mourning the institution, not the person.
Yes. In the Hanafi view, the institution of marriage provided a vital protective shield, a recognized social standing, and a divine blessing in a harsh world. Its absolute severing is a societal tragedy.
So the collapse of a family unit is a wound on the community.
Right, and that structural loss is worth mourning, regardless of her personal animosity toward the specific man. It's a recognition of the gravity of the social rupture. And beyond the philosophy, it has a fiercely practical protective function.
The visual do not disturb sign.
Exactly. By legally removing the triggers of desire, the intoxicating perfumes, the striking eyeliner, the vibrant, attention-grabbing colors, she is wrapping herself in a visual cloak of unavailability.
Because she's still in the airlock.
Yeah, she ensures that she is not approached, courted, or propositioned for a new marriage by other men while she is legally forbidden to even entertain an offer. It protects her from accidentally complicating her waiting period.
It's a fascinating blend of sociology, theology, and practical crowd control. But the IDED isn't just about what you wear or how you smell. It is fundamentally about where you exist in physical space.
Right.
The text describes a system of spatial control that is essentially house arrest by law.
The spatial rules of the waiting period are incredibly uncompromising. The text explicitly says, a divorced woman cannot leave her house day or night, period.
She is legally confined to the structure of the home. But practically, how does she survive? How does a woman under strict house arrest for 3 months get food or firewood?
This is where the balance of the marital contract comes back into play. Because the marriage is still legally active in the realm of financial responsibility, remember, she is in the airlock, not entirely out of the ship. Her ex-husband is legally obligated to maintain her.
Oh, he still has to pay.
He must pay for her food, her housing, and arrange for the delivery of her daily needs. He must maintain her standard of living exactly as he did during the marriage, even though they are separated and she is confined to the house. The financial burden rests entirely on him while she waits.
But what about the widow? Her husband is dead, so he obviously cannot pay for her groceries or send a servant to the market for her. Is she expected to starve in confinement?
The law recognizes the harsh economic reality of death. Because a widow no longer receives alimony, her source of financial support literally died with her husband. The text explicitly grants her a spatial exception.
What's the exception?
A widow is permitted to leave her house during the daytime. She is allowed to go to the market, to trade, to work the fields, to gather resources to survive.
But I'm guessing there's a catch.
But the text remains firm on the nocturnal boundary. She must return to sleep in her own bed at night. The text says she may go out by day, but she does not spend the night anywhere other than her own home.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, it reveals an entire medieval philosophy of space and location. The text views the physical home as a legal anchor. She must stay in the exact physical house where the separation or death occurred. The text even anticipates the chaos of travel and addresses what happens if she receives the news on the road.
Yes, the geographical rules are ruthless. If a woman is traveling with her husband and they are, say, a few days away from their home city and he suddenly issues a divorce or dies on the road,
The text says the judge must look at the distance. If she is less than 3 days' travel from her home, she is legally compelled to turn around and go back to her home city to serve her waiting period in her original house.
she cannot just say, well, my parents live in the next town, I'll just keep going and mourn there.
Exactly. If it's further than 3 days, the rules adjust based on safety, but the primary instinct of the law is to force her back to the anchor point. The legal structure of the waiting period completely overrides her personal comfort, her travel plans, and her desire to seek emotional support elsewhere.
The physical house itself is the decompression chamber, and she cannot leave its walls until the atmospheric pressure equalizes.
It is a profound restriction of physical liberty, designed to enforce a period of absolute social and biological stillness.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's pull all of this together and take a breath. We have been on an incredibly intense, granular journey through the hidden gears of this historical legal system. We started with the terrifying, divine courtroom showdown of Lenin, where husbands and wives locked in an unprovable deadlock are forced to call down eternal curses and wrath to break the stalemate.
We saw how the law uses the threat of the heavens and the reality of a prison cell to manufacture truth.
We then moved to the biological grace period of Enon. We watched the law use ancient humoral theory and the slow rotation of the four seasons to test the physical viability of a marriage.
We saw the unique evidentiary power of women, appointing female juries to verify the unseeable truth.
Right, and we witnessed the foundational scholars fiercely debating whether women should be forced to endure the terror of a violently insane spouse.
Then we explored the rigorous, almost obsessive mathematical and biological clocks of the Edda.
The legal airlock that uses menstruation, lunar months, and the moment of childbirth to guarantee the absolute certainty of lineage, even if it means running two stopwatches at the same time for a mistaken identity.
And finally, we looked at the strict temporal and spatial rules of IDAD. The forced visual mourning, stripping away the saffron and the perfumes, and the strict house arrest that socially and physically enforces the transition from married to single.
It is a monumental architecture of human behavior, built by scholars trying to contain the chaos of human relationships within a structured, predictable system.
It really is.
I want to leave you, the listener, with a deep, lingering question to mull over as we end this journey. Throughout this entire deep dive, we have seen a legal system that is absolutely, fundamentally, structurally anxious about certainty.
Yes, certainty of truth when making a world-destroying accusation against a spouse. Certainty of physical capability and environmental impact.
And above all, the relentless pursuit of certainty regarding biological lineage to protect the flow of inheritance and the structure of the family.
Every single rule, every oath, every lunar timer, and every spatial restriction we read about today was a mechanism painstakingly built to manufacture certainty in a medieval world that completely lacked scientific proof.
It was a world of shadows, whispers, and guesswork. But today, we live in an era of absolute scientific and technological certainty.
The physical and biological mysteries that this classical law was built to manage have largely been solved.
We have DNA paternity tests that can prove a child's lineage with 99.9% accuracy before the baby's even born. We have digital surveillance, text message records, ring cameras, and GPS tracking that make the need for 4 eyewitnesses to adultery almost entirely obsolete.
We know exactly what is happening, where, and with whom.
So here is the question. If this incredibly complex medieval system was built on the absolute necessity of forced biological waiting periods and solemn, terrifying oaths just to establish the basic truth, how does our modern technology change the moral weight of a marriage ending?
If the mystery is gone, does the process lose its meaning?
Exactly. If we could take a DNA test tomorrow and know for a guaranteed scientific fact that a womb is empty, we don't need 3 months to prove it. But do we actually lose something by skipping that waiting period?
That's a great question.
By relying on the efficiency of a cheek swab and removing the 3 months of sitting in a quiet house, devoid of perfume and bright colors, do we lose the psychological benefit of that forced decompression chamber between relationships?
Is scientific efficiency always better for the human heart than a legally mandated period of stillness, grief, and transition?
Something for you to ponder until our next conversation.
Imagine you are at an airport. You have already checked out of your hotel, right? You have handed over the keys to your rental car, and you are just standing at the gate.
Right, the worst feeling.
Oh, absolutely the worst. Because, your flight is delayed indefinitely. You aren't where you started, obviously, but you absolutely have not arrived where you are going.
You're just stuck.
Exactly. You are in this holding pattern, a liminal space. You are basically nowhere. Now, I want you to take that incredibly frustrating, suspended state of being and apply it not to a Tuesday afternoon travel delay, but to the fundamental legal and social structure of your entire life.
Yeah, that is a whole different level of anxiety.
Right. So welcome to another deep dive into the source material. Today, we are opening up a highly specific, granular section of classical Islamic jurisprudence. We are looking at translated excerpts from a text called The Jurisprudence of Divorce and Marital Dissolution.
But, and this is the key here, we aren't actually looking at the marriage itself.
No, we aren't.
And we aren't even really looking at the divorce. We are looking entirely at that holding pattern.
Right. The legal architecture of the aftermath, basically.
Exactly. Because classical jurisprudence, it's fascinating. It doesn't just deal with the neat, tidy moments of human existence. It deals with the fallout.
The messy parts.
Right, the incredibly messy parts. What we have in these sources is a really detailed map of the transitional period, the days, the months, and sometimes even the years after the words of divorce are spoken, or, after a husband takes his final breath.
Wow, years. Okay, so what does this map actually look like?
Well, the text outlines three deeply interconnected phases. First, there is the Ida, which is the mandatory waiting period. Second, the Hidad, which governs the highly regulated physical aesthetics of mourning.
Physical aesthetics. That sounds intense.
It is. And finally, there are strict geographical boundaries placed on a woman's physical movements during this entire time.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because if you're listening to this and you have ever wondered how historical legal systems tried to perfectly categorize the incredibly unpredictable realities of human biology, grief, and social class, this text is essentially a masterclass in ancient system design.
It really is like a giant legal algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. But we need to remember the stakes here. We are talking about a pre-modern world, right? There are no centralized digital databases.
No DNA paternity tests.
Right. No modern social safety nets at all. Survival, inheritance, and lineage, those are literally everything. So the text tries to account for every possible variable a woman might experience when the fortress of her marriage suddenly collapses.
Which brings us to the foundation of this holding pattern, right? The Ida, the waiting period.
Right. So what is the core function of this? Because it's not just, a cool down period.
No, not at all. The Ida is, at its core, a mandatory legal and biological pause. It is a strict waiting room between the end of one marriage and the absolute freedom to enter another. And the primary function of this period, according to the sources, is undeniably biological.
Because of the paternity issue.
Exactly. It exists to verify the state of the womb. It is this ancient, analog method of establishing absolute certainty regarding paternity. Because, in a society where tribal affiliation and inheritance are entirely dependent on the paternal line, the law absolutely required an infallible biological clock.
To prove if she was carrying the former husband's child.
Precisely.
And the text doesn't just say, wait a while. It establishes incredibly specific metrics for this clock. And those metrics change depending on the physical reality of the woman in question, right?
Oh, absolutely. The categorization is incredibly granular.
So let's lay out the baseline first. If we are looking at the rules for a free woman who regularly menstruates, her waiting period is set at 3 Koru. And I know we're going to dig into that specific word in a moment because it causes a massive intellectual collision in the text.
It really does. It's wild.
But let's finish the baseline. If she's a woman who does not menstruate it, maybe she is very young, or perhaps she has reached menopause, her biological clock is swapped out for a strict calendar clock. Her waiting period becomes exactly 3 months.
Right. They just swap biology for time.
Exactly. And if she is pregnant when the marriage ends, the waiting period lasts exactly until she delivers the child, whether that takes 8 months or 8 days.
Yeah. The law is attempting to map an abstract legal concept directly onto the physical reality of the human body. But here is where the text reveals its true complexity. You mentioned the Arabic word koru.
Yes, the 3 Koru.
Right. So the sources highlight this foundational, centuries-long debate among the classical jurist schools over what this single word actually means. It is a linguistic puzzle, really, but it has immense, tangible legal consequences for the people living under these laws.
I mean, I am genuinely stuck on how one word can cause a massive legal debate. I know Arabic is complex, but surely a biological metric used for something as serious as paternity has a fixed definition, right?
Well, you would assume so, but classical Arabic is incredibly polysemous.
Polysemous, like having multiple meanings.
Exactly. Words have layers. And sometimes a single word can encompass two contrasting states of being. The text outlines the positions of two major schools of jurisprudence. And, we should clarify for the listener here, these aren't just two individual guys arguing in a courtyard.
Right. They're huge institutions.
Yes, the Shafi'i and Hanafi schools are massive, multi-generational intellectual institutions. Think of them like two entirely different operating systems for reading and interpreting the law.
Okay, I like that analogy. So how does the Shafi'i operating system read the word kuru?
The jurist Shafi'i argues that the word means periods of purity, meaning the actual days when the woman is not actively menstruating. Under this operating system, her waiting period is 3 distinct periods of purity.
Okay. And the other school?
The Hanafi school looks at the exact same word and argues the complete opposite. They argue that Koru means the menstrual periods themselves.
Wait, so one school is counting the days without blood and the other school is counting the days with blood?
Yes.
Does that actually matter in practice? I mean, it sounds like two different ways of measuring the exact same month.
Oh, it matters immensely when you map it onto a calendar. It literally changes the exact hour a woman is legally free to leave her house, remarry, or claim her final financial settlements.
How much of a difference are we talking about?
Well, if Koru means purity, the waiting period ends the exact moment her third menstrual bleeding begins,
Right,
because her third period of purity has concluded.
right.
But if means menstruation, the waiting period doesn't end until her third menstrual bleeding completely stops. That is a difference of several days.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a big gap.
Right. And in a strict legal framework where stepping out of bounds can void your rights or get you penalized, a discrepancy of 5 to 7 days is a massive chasm.
So how do the Hanafis justify starting the clock on the bleeding rather than the purity? Is it purely a linguistic argument, or is there, like, a functional logic to it?
What's fascinating here is how the Hanafis ground their interpretation in the core causality of the law itself. They ask this basic question: why does the AD exist in the first place?
To verify an empty womb.
Exactly, to prevent disputed paternity.
Hmm.
And what is the physical, undeniable indicator of that empty womb? It's the blood. Therefore, they argue, the biological event being counted must logically be the bleeding itself, not the absence of it.
Because the purity doesn't prove anything. The blood proves everything.
Precisely. Furthermore, the text notes they cite a hadith, a recorded tradition of the Prophet regarding enslaved women that specifically uses the unambiguous everyday Arabic word for menstruation to define their waiting period, rather than the polysemous word kuru.
Ah, so they use the secondary text to lock in the definition of the primary text.
Exactly. It's a very elegant legal argument.
Well, wait, you just brought up enslaved women, which introduces a massive new variable into this whole legal algorithm. We've been talking about the baseline free women waiting 3 cycles or 3 months. How did this system handle enslaved women? Because reading through the source material, it looks like the jurists essentially applied a strict 50% discount to the concept of time based entirely on social class.
They absolutely did. The text explicitly relies on a broader classical legal principle. Slavery halves legal requirements and penalty.
Halves them, just straight down the middle.
Right. To understand this, we have to try to view the world through their systemic lens. In this historical framework, an enslaved person was viewed as having half the social agency, half the legal autonomy, and half the societal blessings of a free person.
So because their social footprint was considered half-sized, their legal burdens were systematically halved.
Exactly. This applied to waiting periods, but also to, like, physical punishments for crimes. If a free person received a certain penalty, the enslaved person received exactly half of that penalty.
I mean, I have to challenge the logic of applying that to biology, though. I understand having a financial penalty or even a physical punishment that is obviously a social construct, but how does a biological process know your social class?
Well, it doesn't.
Right, a womb is a womb. If it takes 3 cycles to be absolutely certain a free woman isn't pregnant, how can you be certain an enslaved woman isn't pregnant after only half that time? It feels incredibly arbitrary, like forcing a social hierarchy onto a biological reality.
It is a profound friction point between the physical world and the legal world. The jurists were prioritizing the systemic consistency of the law over the strict biological optimum.
So they just accepted the risk.
Yes. The legal principle of halving was so foundational to their categorization of society that they forced the biological timeline to conform to it. They accepted a slightly higher degree of biological uncertainty for enslaved women just to maintain the absolute mathematical consistency of their social hierarchy.
Okay, so let's look at the actual math then, because the text gets highly granular here.
Mm-hmm.
If a free woman waits 3 menstrual cycles, and the law demands we have that for an enslaved woman, half of 3 is 1.5.
Right.
But you cannot have half a menstrual cycle. Your body doesn't just, stop halfway through.
No, you cannot biologically divide a menstrual cycle. A woman is either menstruating or she isn't. The law simply cannot recognize a half bleed.
So what do?
The text note a pragmatic solution. Because a physical biological event cannot be halved, the law rounds up. Therefore, the waiting period for an enslaved menstruating woman is 2 full menstrual cycles.
They attempt the 50% discount, hit a biological wall, And just round up to the nearest whole number.
Exactly. But what if she isn't menstruating? What if this is an older, enslaved woman who has reached menopause, so she is using that calendar substitute we talked about earlier?
Oh, this is where the mathematical precision of the text is fully unleashed.
Yes. If she does not menstruate, she isn't counting indivisible biological events, right? She is counting abstract calendar months. A free, non-menstruating woman awaits 3 months. Can you mathematically have 3 months?
Yeah, you can easily divide a calendar. 1.5 months, 45 days.
Exactly. So the text dictates her waiting period is strictly 1.5 months. Because calendar time can be perfectly divided, the 50% legal principle is applied without any hesitation.
When biology refuses to be divided, the law rounds up. When mathematics allows for division, the law divides.
That's the formula.
It is incredible to see that level of cold, algorithmic logic applied to human bodies and social status. It's a mathematical formula literally woven into the social fabric of the era.
It really is.
But everything we have discussed so far, the cycles, the months, the verifying of the womb, this all mostly applies to a marriage ending in divorce.
Right.
The source text shifts gears dramatically when it comes to a marriage ending in death.
The landscape completely changes. When a husband dies, the waiting period for a non-pregnant widow shifts away from biological cycles almost entirely. It moves to a strict, non-negotiable calendar clock.
Okay, what are the numbers?
For a free widow, the IDA is universally set at 4 months and 10 days.
And for an enslaved widow?
Following that same 50% legal principle we just discussed, it is halved to 2 months and 5 days.
So why the sudden shift? I mean, why does a divorced woman count her waiting period by her body's biology, but a grieving widow counts by a rigid calendar?
The text reveals a shift in the primary objective of the holding pattern. In a divorce, the absolute primary goal is verifying paternity, so the woman can move on, so biology rules.
Makes sense.
But in widowhood, the law introduces layers of social and psychological obligation. There is an added requirement of mourning, of demonstrating respect for the deceased, and of providing a public, undeniable acknowledgement of the severed bond of death.
So the 4 months and 10 days is like a mandated period of grief and stasis.
Exactly. It applies regardless of her immediate biological cycles because the community needs time to process the dissolution of the household just as much as she does.
But here's where we hit a massive conflict in the source material, an absolute clash of interpretations that the text highlights beautifully.
The edge cases.
Yes. What happens when these two systems collide? What happens if a widow is pregnant? Does she follow the rule for widows, which is the strict calendar time of 4 months and 10 days to respect the dead? Or does she follow the rule for pregnant women, which is biological time waiting until she gives birth to verify the womb?
This is one of the most compelling jurisprudential debates cited in the text. It literally pits the biological clock directly against the calendar morning clock. And the text recounts a historical clash between highly prominent early Islamic figures over this exact edge case.
Who is involved?
The figures Ali and Ibn Masud argue that she must wait the longer of the two periods. They believe you couldn't just discard the required mourning period simply because she happened to give birth quickly.
Right.
And conversely, you couldn't ignore the pregnancy if the 4 months and 10 days passed, but she still hadn't delivered.
That seems logically bulletproof. You combine the two competing rules, take the maximum duration, and you satisfy both the requirement to mourn and the requirement to verify paternity. It's the safest legal bet.
It is the safest bet. It covers all bases, but it was challenged by Umar. And we need to understand the weight of Umar in this context.
Right. He wasn't just anybody.
Exactly. Umar was not just a scholar. He was the second caliph. He was a monumental state builder governing a rapidly expanding empire. His rulings carried the weight of absolute definitive law.
So what did he say?
Umar argued for the absolute supremacy of the biological event over the calendar mandate. His ruling, which became definitive in this text, was stark and highly dramatic.
How dramatic?
Well, even if the husband is newly deceased, the historical accounts essentially paint the picture of the husband still lying on his deathbed, not even buried yet. If the widow goes into labor and gives birth that very same afternoon, her waiting period is instantly, irrevocably over.
That is wild. The moment the child takes a breath, the 4-month timer just hits 0. The mourning period is just canceled.
Yes. The legal restriction vanishes the exact moment the biological reality presents itself. Umar's logic was that the ultimate underlying purpose of all waiting periods, verifying the womb, has been definitively answered by the arrival of the child.
Because you literally can't get more verified than handing them a baby.
Right. The physical, undeniable reality of childbirth completely shatters the calendar mourning period. The legal holding pattern has served its ultimate biological purpose, so the state has no further right to restrict her freedom.
The law prioritizes the biological truth of birth over the social expectation of the calendar. I love that. But let's look at another angle of this. What if someone tries to weaponize these overlapping timelines?
Human nature.
Exactly, because the text clearly deals with human nature, and human nature, especially when money and property are involved, can be incredibly manipulative. What if a husband, knowing he has a terminal illness and is about to die, deliberately files a deathbed divorce specifically to cut his wife out of her inheritance?
Yes, the legal concept of the fleeing husband. This is a brilliant piece of legal troubleshooting outlined in the sources. The classical jurists were not naive at all.
No, they clearly saw this coming.
They recognized that a man on his deathbed might try to artificially sever the marital tie to prevent his wife from inheriting her mandated share of his estate. Perhaps he wants to leave a larger percentage to his children from a previous marriage or to his brothers. He is actively fleeing from his financial and legal obligations to her by using a divorce as a shield.
So his strategy is to initiate a divorce, hoping the legal system instantly recategorizes her from a wife to a divorced woman. And because she is legally divorced when he actually dies 3 days later, she gets nothing from the estate.
That's the plan.
How does an ancient legal system block a loophole that relies on a man's secret, malicious intent? I mean, you can't read his mind.
It blocks it by aggressively altering the mechanics of her waiting period to create an extended protective shield around her financial rights.
Okay, how does that work?
The text provides a deeply elegant solution. If a woman is divorced while the husband is on his deathbed during a terminal illness, and she is legally entitled to inherit, the algorithm changes. Her waiting period no longer follows the standard divorce track of 3 cycles.
Right.
And it doesn't automatically become the widow track either. The law dictates that her waiting period becomes the longer of the 2 possible periods.
Wait, so the law actively compares her 3 menstrual cycles against the widow's 4 months and 10 days, and just chooses whichever one takes more time.
Yes. Whichever timeline gives her the absolute longest possible window of legal protection is the one assigned to her. And here is the crucial part. During this artificially extended period, if he dies, she is still legally considered his wife for the strict sole purpose of inheritance.
Wow.
Right. The law essentially detects the husband trying to flee his obligations, reaches out, and stretches the boundary of the marriage just long enough to ensure her financial rights are locked in against his bad faith manipulation.
It's like the jurisprudence has a built-in automated anti-fraud mechanism.
Exactly like that.
If it detects malicious intent designed to exploit a vulnerability, it automatically adjusts the timeline to favor the vulnerable party. I find it fascinating how the law acts as an invisible protective buffer.
It's remarkably sophisticated.
But let's move away from malicious intent and look at pure chaotic accidents, because the sources dive into what I like to call glitches in the matrix.
Yes, the glitches.
These are complex edge cases where a woman's biological reality or her social status completely changes right in the middle of her waiting period. It's like running a marathon, and halfway through, someone changes the distance of the finish line.
These are the stress tests of any legal system. How does the ancient law handle a variable that dynamically changes value while the equation is still running?
Let's take the social status glitch first, because it builds on what we discussed earlier. Imagine an enslaved woman. She gets divorced. Her legal timer, as we established with the 50% rule, is set to 2 menstrual cycles.
Right, round it up.
She waits through her first cycle. She is halfway done. But before the second cycle arrives, her master frees her. She transitions from enslaved to free. Does she simply finish her second cycle and achieve full legal clearance, or does her timer suddenly jump up to the 3 cycles required of a free woman?
It's an instant midstream status upgrade. And how a judge in the 9th century processes that is fascinating. The text makes a razor-sharp distinction based on the exact type of divorce that initiated the waiting period.
Okay, what are the types?
Was the divorce revocable or irrevocable? If the divorce was revocable, meaning it was a preliminary divorce where the husband still retained the right to take her back without needing to draft a new marriage contract, then the legal tie of marriage is considered fragile but still active.
Okay, they are still somewhat tethered.
Exactly. Because she is still somewhat tethered to the marriage, her newfound freedom instantly upgrades her waiting period. Her internal timer immediately jumps from the enslaved timeline to the free woman's timeline. She now has to wait a total of 3 cycles.
So getting her freedom actually forces her to wait longer in this specific scenario.
Paradoxically, yes.
But what if the initial divorce was irrevocable?
If the divorce was irrevocable, a final, absolute, legally binding severing of the marriage with no right of return, then the text argues that the marital tie was completely cut while she was still existing in the state of slavery. The law takes a snapshot of her status at the exact microscopic moment the final knot was untied. Because she was a slave when the marriage permanently ended, her timer is permanently locked in.
So she just finishes the 2 cycles?
Yes, she finishes her 2 cycles and is cleared, even though she is currently walking around as a free woman. The status upgrade doesn't apply retroactively because the marriage itself is already dead history.
The precision required to track exactly when the legal severance occurred versus when the social emancipation occurred is intense.
It's all about timestamps.
But what about a biological glitch? Because as we know, human bodies do not always behave the way a textbook expects them to.
No, they certainly do not.
The sources outline a scenario where an older woman genuinely believes she has reached menopause. She hasn't bled in a very long time. She gets divorced. She bypasses the biological clock and starts her the mandated 3 months.
Right, the substitute clock.
She successfully gets through month 1. She gets through month 2. She is almost at the finish line. And then suddenly, a biological surprise, she begins to menstruate.
It happens.
What does the law do? Does she just add 1 menstrual cycle to her 2 calendar months to finish it out?
Not at all. The text states unequivocally that her entire calendar wait is immediately canceled.
Canceled.
It is voided, erased from the legal record. She must start entirely from scratch using biological cycles.
Wait, I have to push back on that. She loses the 2 months of waiting she already endured. That seems incredibly harsh and deeply inefficient. Why would the law punish her for a biological function she has absolutely no control over?
It isn't framed as a punishment, though. It is framed as a strict adherence to a fundamental legal hierarchy. If we connect this to the broader philosophy of Islamic jurisprudence, there is a core principle at play here. The substitute is voided the moment the original makes an appearance.
The original being the blood.
Exactly. Remember, the primary absolute original metric for the Ida is the biological cycle. The calendar months are merely a backup plan. They are a substitute metric provided only for women who cannot produce the original metric.
It's like using the spare tire in the trunk because your main tire blew out.
That is the perfect analogy. The spare tire is only legally valid as long as the main tire is missing. But if you suddenly find your main tire is perfectly fine and fully functional, you can't keep driving on the spare just because you already put it on the car.
Right, you have to put the real tire back on.
The law demands the original standard whenever it is physically available. The exact moment her body produces the original metric, the menstrual cycle, the calendar substitute becomes legally invalid. It is as if those 2 months of waiting never happened in the eyes of the court. She must now wait 3 full biological cycles to ensure absolute undeniable certainty regarding the state of her womb.
It really hammers home that the primary concern of this entire system isn't just making a woman serve time, it is biological verification at all costs.
At all costs, yes.
But speaking of verifying biology, what happens in the event of an absolute chaotic disaster, an overlapping timeline?
Oh, this is where it gets really complicated.
Right. Let's say a woman is sitting in her house, observing her waiting period, and through some tragic mistake, the text mentions scenarios like a case of mistaken identity in the dark or a catastrophic misunderstanding, she is slept with by another man who genuinely believes she is his wife.
Yes, the text deals with this explicitly.
What does the legal algorithm do with a completely contaminated waiting period?
This is perhaps one of the most complex edge cases in the entire text. The primary goal of her current holding pattern is verifying the womb for the first husband. But now, a massive new variable has crashed into the equation. Another man's potential paternity has been introduced.
Right, so everything is ruined.
The text dictates that she must start a brand new waiting period specifically to verify paternity regarding the second man.
So she has to sit there, finish her entire first waiting period for husband A, and then once that's completely done, start a whole new waiting period for man B. That could trap a woman in legal limbo for half a year or more.
You would think so, but this is where the law actually shows a surprising amount of structural mercy. The text dictates that the 2 waiting periods run concurrently. They interlock with one another.
Interlock. How does a biological clock interlock?
Okay, think of it like having 2 overlapping progress bars downloading on your computer screen.
Okay, tracking with you.
Let's say she was exactly 1 month into her 3-month calendar wait for husband A, when the accidental encounter happened. The progress bar for husband A is instantly paused. She immediately starts a new, fresh progress bar for man B to verify if the accidental encounter resulted in a pregnancy.
Okay. What if she is pregnant?
Now, if it turns out she is pregnant, the biological override we discussed earlier kicks in. She waits until delivery, and both waiting periods are instantly resolved upon the birth of the child.
Wow. Okay. But what if she isn't pregnant from the accident?
If she isn't pregnant, she completes the necessary biological waiting period required to clear man B. Once that specific progress bar reaches 100% and his paternity is definitively ruled out, the paused progress bar for husband A resumes right where it left off, and she finishes the remaining 2 months of his waiting period.
Oh, so they don't stack sequentially.
Right, meaning the law doesn't force her to do 3 months plus 3 months. The time she spends verifying the womb for man B counts toward the overall passage of time in her life. But she must fulfill the specific verification requirements for both men before she is legally granted clearance to move on.
It is a highly complex interweaving of timelines designed to ensure absolute biological certainty without completely trapping the woman in a sequential purgatory.
It's like the jurists were playing multi-dimensional legal chess in their heads.
The complexity is staggering, but the underlying logic is brutally mathematically consistent. Okay, so we have spent a lot of time on the biology, the mathematics, the interlocking clocks. But the source text introduces another massive layer to this transitional period.
Yes, the aesthetics.
Right. It is not just about the mechanics of waiting, it is about the physical aesthetics of how you wait. It introduces the concept of hidad, which translates broadly to mourning.
Yes. And we need to be very, very careful with our definitions here, because in a modern Western context, when we hear the word mourning, we immediately think of an internal emotional state.
We think of sadness, grief, crying, depression.
Exactly. But the classical text treats Hidad not as an emotion, but as a heavily regulated physical and aesthetic state of being. It is a mandatory, highly visible withdrawal from the aesthetics of marriage and social availability.
Right. The text doesn't actually tell a woman how to feel. It tells her exactly what she cannot touch or wear. It lists very specific physical prohibitions.
What are they?
During Hidad, a woman is legally mandated to abstain from using perfume, from applying kohl, which was a very common dark eyeliner used in the region, from using scented hair or body oils, and from wearing clothes that dyed with specific substances like safflower or saffron. Now, why those dyes specifically? I assume they didn't just hate the color yellow.
Well, to understand this, we have to put ourselves in the sensory environment of the 9th century Middle East. Safflower and saffron weren't just simple colors. They were incredibly expensive dyes that carried strong, lingering, sweet scents.
Oh, they were status symbols.
They were the ultimate markers of wealth, adornment, celebration, and, crucially, attracting attention. In a society where daily life was often dusty and harsh, smelling of saffron and wearing vibrant, expensive dyes was a loud broadcast of your social availability.
And the rules of Hidad shut that broadcast down.
Completely. They are designed to completely neutralize the woman's aesthetic presence. She is legally required to remove herself from the market of potential suitors, not just legally on paper, but visually and olfactorily in the physical world.
It is a public, sensory broadcast of her liminal state. She is fading into the background of society by law. But who exactly is required to perform this aesthetic withdrawal? Widows, obviously. That makes intuitive sense and aligns with mourning traditions across almost all human cultures. But the text introduces a juristic debate that completely reframes what this mourning is actually about.
It does. The philosophical debate centers on divorced women, specifically women who have been irrevocably divorced.
Okay, what's the debate?
The text notes that Shafi'i, the same jurist who argued for counting the periods of purity, argued that an irrevocably divorced woman should absolutely not observe Hidad. His logic was very pragmatic and very human. The husband willingly severed the marital tie. He chose to reject her. Why on earth should the law force this woman to perform a physical ritual of weeping and ascetic withdrawal for a man who literally just cast her aside?
I mean, I think almost every modern listener would instantly side with Shafi on this.
Oh, without a doubt.
If a partner coldly dumps me and kicks me out of the relationship, my first instinct is not to throw away my makeup and wear undyed cloth for 3 months to honor him. I might want to put on my best outfit and go out immediately.
Shafi'i's argument makes profound intuitive and emotional sense. But the Hanafi text counters this with a fundamentally different, almost cosmic philosophy of what marriage actually is.
Okay, what did the Hanafis say?
The Hanafis argue that during Hidad, The irrevocably divorced woman is not mourning the man at all. She is publicly mourning the loss of the blessing of marriage itself.
So she is mourning the institution, not the individual who just divorced her.
Precisely. In the Hanafi worldview, marriage is not just a contract between two people, it is a profound divine blessing. It is a social and legal fortress that provides a woman with protection, guaranteed financial provision, and elevated social standing in the community.
And when an irrevocable divorce occurs,
That fortress collapses around her. The Hanafis argue that the loss of such a monumental life-sustaining blessing demands a period of aesthetic withdrawal and solemnity. She isn't crying over the ex-husband's departure. She is acknowledging the sheer gravity of a broken covenant and the tangible loss of the worldly protections it afforded her.
that is a staggering paradigm shift. It completely disconnects the grief from the interpersonal relationship and attaches it entirely to the structural reality of her life. But let's bring this down to practical day-to-day life.
The practicalities are always where it gets tricky.
Right. If you are banned by law from using oils, ointments, or kohl, what happens if you actually need them? Are there any exceptions to this strict aesthetic ban? Because, sometimes an oil isn't a perfume, sometimes it's a treatment for severe eczema, sometimes kohl isn't for looking beautiful, it's for an eye infection.
The classical jurists were highly theoretical, sure, but they were also incredibly pragmatic about human suffering. The text explicitly carves out exceptions for medical necessity.
Okay, good.
If a woman in Hadad has an eye disease, and the standard medical treatment of the era involves applying kohl to the eyelids, she is absolutely permitted to use it. The legal distinction the jurists make lies entirely in the intent and the application. She is using the kohl as a medicine to heal, not as a cosmetic decoration to attract.
The law looks past the physical substance itself and judges the purpose of its use.
Yes.
Okay, so a medical exemption exists. What about demographic exemptions? Are there categories of women who simply do not have to perform this aesthetic withdrawal at all?
Yes, there are. The text exempts two specific categories entirely. Minors and non-Muslim women are free from the rules of Hadad.
Why? If a non-Muslim woman is legally married to a Muslim man and he dies, why is she exempt from mourning him legally when a Muslim wife wouldn't be?
Because the text categorizes Hadad not just as a cultural social custom, but as a highly specific religious act of devotion, what the jurisprudence calls a rite owed to God.
Ah, I see.
Minors, because they have not reached the age of legal and religious accountability, are simply not bound by complex religious duties. And non-Muslims, because they do not subscribe to the specific theological obligations of Islamic law, cannot be legally forced by the state to perform an Islamic religious act of mourning. The law recognizes the strict boundary of its own religious jurisdiction.
But wait, earlier we talked extensively about enslaved women and how their legal requirements were halved. Do enslaved women have to observe Hadad?
Yes, they do. And their inclusion reveals another deeply fascinating legal categorization regarding the intersection of religion and economics.
How so?
The text requires enslaved women to observe Hadad. Why? Because the jurists categorize this specific type of mourning abstaining from perfume, makeup, and dyed clothes as a right of God that does not physically interfere with the master's economic right to her labor.
Oh, wow. I see. She can still sweep the courtyards, carry water, and cook the meals perfectly well without wearing eyeliner or smelling like saffron.
Exactly. The jurists debated this constantly. If a religious duty physically exhausted an enslaved person and prevented them from working like, say, an extended optional religious fast that made her too weak to stand, the master's property right to her labor might legally override her right to perform the optional fast.
But Hadad is different.
But because Hadad is purely an aesthetic subtraction, it doesn't diminish her physical stamina or her daily economic value. Therefore, the religious duty to God remains completely intact. The law perfectly, coldly threads the needle between the master's property rights and the enslaved woman's religious obligations.
It is astonishing how every single human scenario is run through this complex matrix of competing rights. You have the right of the husband, the right of the master, the right of God, and the right of the woman.
It's an incredible balancing act.
Which brings us to the final dimension of this holding pattern. We have talked about the biological clock, we have talked about the aesthetic withdrawal, but there is also a very strict spatial geographical component to this. The physical marital home undergoes a legal transformation.
It ceases to be just a house. It becomes a legal sanctuary. During the Iddah, the waiting period, The text mandates that the woman must stay in the exact physical home where the divorce occurred or where the news of the death reached her.
So she can't just leave.
She cannot simply pack her bags in anger and move back to her parents' house. But equally, and perhaps more importantly, she cannot be arbitrarily evicted by the husband, or if he dies, by his surviving heirs.
So let's paint a picture here. The husband dies. His adult sons from a previous marriage inherit the physical property of the house. They want to sell it immediately. They cannot kick the newly widowed stepmother out to liquidate the asset.
Absolutely not. Her legal right to remain confined in that specific physical space during her waiting period supersedes their immediate property rights as heirs. The home is legally locked down as her sanctuary until her 4-month and 10-day clock runs out. The law forces the new owners of the house to wait.
But I have to ask the obvious question here. If she is confined to the house, what if she actually needs to leave? I mean, she has to eat. She has to buy supplies. She has to survive. Does the ancient law literally lock the door from the outside and trap her?
This is where the text draws a brilliant and highly revealing economic distinction between widows and divorced women. The rules for physically leaving the house are completely different based entirely on how the marriage ended.
My modern assumption would be that a widow who is grieving a death is treated with more leniency or perhaps more strictness, depending on how they viewed grief, compared to a divorced woman.
It is actually counterintuitive to how we might think today, and it comes down to cold, hard economic reality. According to the text, a widow is allowed to leave the house during the daylight hours. She can go to the market, she can interact with society, she can manage her business. She is only strictly required to return and sleep at her home at night.
Why does the widow get a daylight pass to roam the city?
Because her husband is dead. And when he died, his legal binding obligation to provide daily financial maintenance for her, what the text calls nafaka, died with him.
Money stopped.
His estate is immediately distributed to the heirs. Yes, she gets her mandated percentage of the inheritance, but the ongoing daily paycheck of him buying her food and clothing has permanently stopped. Because the law recognizes that she is no longer being actively financially maintained by a man, the law concedes that she must be allowed to go out into the world to earn a living, manage her affairs, and ensure her own physical survival.
The law essentially says we cannot force you to stay inside if we aren't forcing someone to pay your bills.
Exactly. Economics dictate freedom of movement. Now compare that to a divorced woman in her waiting period. The text dictates that a revocably divorced woman cannot leave the house day or night except for extreme emergencies. She is under strict house arrest.
Why is the divorced woman trapped inside 24/7 while the widow gets to go to the market?
Because legally, the living husband is absolutely legally obligated to continue paying for her food, her clothing, and her shelter during the entire duration of her waiting period. His financial obligation, the nafaka, does not end the moment he says, "I divorce you." It only ends when the Ida clock finally runs out.
So he's still paying the bills.
Because the law actively forces the husband to fully provide for her every single need while she is in that house, the spatial restriction placed upon her is absolute.
That is deeply fascinating. The strictness of your physical confinement is directly mathematically proportional to the financial provision guaranteed to you by the law. It's like a corporate contract. If you are still on the payroll, you are required to stay at the desk. The moment the payroll stops, you are free to go look for another job.
That's a very modern way to look at it, but it fits perfectly.
I am constantly amazed at how these ancient texts are essentially economic blueprints. If you think about modern divorces, we see echoes of this all the time. You have couples who break up, but because of the modern housing market, neither can afford to break the lease or buy a second house. So they are trapped, legally separated, but geographically confined to the same apartment, navigating this awkward, terrible, liminal space.
The ancient law just formalized it.
But there have to be emergencies, right? What if the house is literally collapsing? Or what if it's a rented house? The husband stops paying the rent in defiance of the law, and the landlord shows up with guards to kick her out.
The law is rigid, but it is not suicidal. The jurists were deeply concerned with the preservation of life. The text explicitly outlines emergency geographical exceptions. If there's a physical danger, the roof of the house is literally caving in, or there is a credible threat of violence or a fire, she is absolutely permitted to flee the sanctuary.
And what about the eviction?
If she cannot pay the rent and faces physical eviction by a landlord, she is allowed to move. But the text tries to keep her as close to the original spatial footprint as possible. She doesn't get to move to another city, she moves to the nearest safe house.
And what if she wasn't even in the house when the clock started? What if she was traveling when the disaster struck? Let's say she's on a merchant caravan out of the city and a messenger arrives to tell her that her husband divorced her or that he died. Where is her legal sanctuary then? Is she stuck in a tent in the desert?
The text handles this with a calculation based on ancient travel logistics. If she is on the road when the news hits, she must immediately pause and assess her geographical position. If she is less than 3 days' journey away from her home city, the law requires her to turn the caravan around and go back.
Turn back. Really?
Her home is still considered her sanctuary, and she is deemed close enough to reach it without undertaking a massive, dangerous new journey.
A 3 days journey back then on foot or camel. That was the threshold for a major expedition.
Yes, but if she is more than 3 days away when the messenger arrives, the legal calculation flips. Forcing her to turn back would constitute an arduous, potentially life-threatening journey in itself.
So what'd she do?
In that case, the law allows her to continue forward to her original destination or find a safe, fortified place nearby to hunker down and complete her waiting period. The physical safety of the woman ultimately overrides the strict geographic requirement of the home if the distance is deemed too great a threat.
It's an incredibly comprehensive safety net. As we wrap up this exploration, I want to take a step back. We have journeyed through an incredibly dense, highly technical legal landscape today. We started with the intense biological debate over what constitutes a cycle and the exact hour a drop of blood appears or stops.
And we move through the cold mathematics of freedom versus slavery, having timelines and calculating calendar months.
We looked at the psychological and aesthetic rules of mourning, exploring how the law forces internal grief into a public sensory display. And finally, we ended with real estate, the literal geography of where a woman can walk and sleep based entirely on who is paying for her groceries.
It is a sweeping, almost overwhelming attempt by these classical jurists to create a perfect mathematical order out of the absolute chaos of broken human relationships and sudden death. And I think even if you have absolutely no connection to classical jurisprudence or ancient history, there is a profound, broader takeaway here to ponder.
What's that?
This text, through all of these complex interlocking rules, the biological aid of the aesthetic hadad, the geographical confinement, essentially creates a mandated, legally enforced liminal space. It forces a pause.
A waiting room.
Exactly. It mandates a structured state of being neither fully married nor fully single. In our modern, hyper-connected world, breakups and legal divorces often happen at lightning speed. You can sign a digital document, move your boxes across town in a single afternoon, and change your relationship status online the very next day.
We really prize absolute efficiency and the illusion of immediate closure.
We do. But writing this ancient text raises a deeply provocative question. What psychological or even societal benefits might we have lost by abandoning the concept of a mandatory structured waiting room between the major life-altering chapters of our lives?
We traded the waiting room for an instant exit door. And maybe we lost some necessary processing time along the way. It brings us right back to that holding pattern at the airport we talked about at the beginning.
We hate the delay.
We want to instantly teleport to the destination. But human lives, human grief, and human biology don't heal instantly. Sometimes the murky, uncomfortable waters of a waiting period are exactly what the system needs to actually reset.
A mandatory pause in a world that never stops moving.
Something to mull over the next time you find yourself rushing to close a chapter of your life. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We'll see you next time. Imagine you are a judge.
Okay.
A man is brought into your court, and he is clearly on his deathbed, like visibly in his absolute final days.
Right.
And you find out he has just officially, irrevocably divorced his wife. And procedurally, I mean, the paperwork is completely flawless.
The witnesses are there, the declarations are made, everything.
Exactly. But you're looking at this situation, and you realize something really crucial. He executed this divorce purely to ensure that his wife is completely cut out of his will. He wants her to get no inheritance.
He's weaponizing the procedure.
Yeah. So as the judge, do you uphold the absolute letter of the law and just leave her with nothing because technically she isn't his wife anymore? Or do you penalize this dying man for the secret malicious intent hiding in his heart? Do you invalidate his legal maneuver to protect the woman he was trying to cheat?
I mean, that's the ultimate collision, right?
Right.
It's a objective legal procedure crashing straight into subjective human intent.
Yeah.
And honestly, how a legal system chooses to answer that specific question reveals its entire philosophy of justice.
It really does, and that collision is exactly what we are dissecting today. So welcome to another custom-tailored deep dive. We are so thrilled to have you with us.
Absolutely.
Today's mission is designed specifically for you, the intellectually curious learner who, really wants to peer under the hood of these incredibly complex, rigid legal systems. We want to see how they handle the absolute messiest parts of human nature.
Which is always where it gets interesting.
Oh, always. We are exploring the intricacies of classical Islamic jurisprudence regarding marital dissolution. But we aren't doing a generic overview here. We are focusing exclusively on a really fascinating, highly specific slice of this text that deals with absolute extremes.
Right, the edge cases.
Yeah, the edge cases. We are looking at deathbed divorces, the literal psychological engineering of marital reconciliations, and the absolute point of no return in a broken marriage.
And just to set the stage, the source material we're drawing from today includes translated excerpts from classical texts on the jurisprudence of divorce and marital dissolution. And to understand the mechanics we are about to explore, we really need to briefly anchor what these texts actually are.
That's a good idea.
They represent the rigorous debates of medieval jurists. Primarily, they're exploring the differences between major schools of thought, like the Hanafi and the Shafi'i schools.
Let's define that term for a second, actually, because school of thought can sound, a bit vague to a modern ear. We aren't just talking about different opinions here, are we?
No. We are talking about fundamentally different interpretive methodologies, like complete frameworks for how to deduce the law from the sources. Think of them as entirely different legal operating systems.
Okay, I like that analogy.
Right. So the Shafi'i school, for instance, often leans really heavily into strict textualism. They view legal interactions through the lens of formal, unambiguous contracts.
Very literal.
Exactly. Whereas the Hanafi school, which really dominates much of the text we're looking at today, is often characterized by its pragmatism. It focuses heavily on the underlying purpose of the law and its willingness to look at human actions in societal contexts,
Yeah.
rather than just the written word alone.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, before we really jump into the mechanics of these operating systems, a vital disclaimer is necessary.
Yes, definitely.
This source material contains religious and historical legal frameworks from the classical Islamic world. And our mission here today is completely impartial. Neither of us is taking a religious side. We aren't taking a political side. We aren't endorsing these views. And we certainly aren't making any modern moral judgments about them.
Right. Our goal is strictly analytical.
Completely. We just want to unpack the logic, understand the architecture of the arguments, and examine the fascinating legal mechanisms these scholars designed to, govern human behavior.
We are treating this as an intricate puzzle of legal theory. And honestly, the first piece of that puzzle brings us right back to the scenario you posed at the very beginning.
The dying husband.
Yes. The text categorizes this under a highly specific legal concept called talaq al-marid, which translates to the divorce of the sick. Or, I think much more evocatively, it's called the doctrine of the fleeing husband.
The fleeing husband. That is such a cinematic name for a legal doctrine.
It really is.
Well, let's set the baseline rules for this system, because the dying man's motivation only really makes sense if we understand how inheritance works in this specific framework.
Right, you have to understand the motive.
Exactly. In this legal system, a wife is statutorily entitled to a fixed, non-negotiable percentage of her husband's inheritance. The math is literally hard-coded into the law.
That fixed share acts as a kind of architectural load-bearing wall in their inheritance law. A husband cannot simply draft a will, leave his entire estate to a favorite child, or, like, a best friend, and say, I leave my wife nothing.
He can't do it.
He absolutely cannot. The law strictly protects her baseline entitlement. His hands are totally tied by the statutory distribution.
Which, creates a massive headache for a husband acting in bad faith. Let's say, due to extreme spite or really intense family politics, he desperately wants to cut her out of the money.
Right.
He knows he can't breach that load-bearing wall of inheritance law. It's solid. So what does he do? He looks for a loophole in a completely different area of the law. He goes to family law.
Because he realizes the inheritance law specifically protects his wife.
Exactly. If she ceases to be his wife before he actually dies, that protection just vanishes.
So he weaponizes his unilateral right to divorce. By pronouncing an irrevocable divorce while he's on his deathbed, he is attempting a procedural bypass.
A legal workaround.
Yeah, he is using a perfectly legal mechanism divorce to subvert another legal obligation, the mandatory distribution of his estate. He is basically following the letter of the law, precisely to destroy the spirit of the law.
And if you were just observing a highly formalized medieval court, your instinct might be that a judge would just look at the paperwork, confirm the divorce was pronounced correctly, and dismiss the wife's claim to the estate. Case closed.
Because technically, she's not a wife.
Right. But the jurists who wrote this text, they developed a brilliant countermeasure. They recognized the maneuver for exactly what it was, and they labeled this man the fleeing husband, firar in Arabic.
Because he is quite literally fleeing from his financial obligations.
Yes.
The text states that if he divorces her irrevocably during a terminal illness,
Yeah.
and then he dies while she is still in her legally mandated waiting period, which is called the Ida, and we'll explore that in depth shortly, the law actually steps in and effectively neutralizes his maneuver.
It just blocks it.
It invalidates his intent to deprive her, so she still inherits her full statutory share.
Wow. So the jurists are looking right past the objective, verifiable act of the divorce, and they are actively penalizing the subjective hidden intent in his heart.
Exactly. By classifying him as a fleeing husband, they create this incredible protective legal bubble around the wife. They are making a profound philosophical statement here. They're saying that an action taken in bad faith, even if it is procedurally flawless, cannot be used to extinguish the established rights of a vulnerable party.
That is just, it demonstrates a really remarkable awareness of how legal tools can be manipulated by bad actors. But, the text doesn't stop at blanket protection, does it?
No, it introduces a vital nuance that forces us to look at the other side of the equation.
Right. What happens if the wife actually wanted the divorce?
This is where the law's respect for personal agency really comes into play. The text clarifies that if the wife actively requested the dissolution of the marriage, the outcome changes entirely.
Oh, interesting. So give me an example.
Well, for instance, if she initiated a khula, which is a legal mechanism where the wife compensates the husband to secure a divorce, or if she divorced herself using a delegated legal right he had previously given her, in those cases, she does not inherit when he dies.
Wait, really? Even though he is terminally ill, and even though he dies during her waiting period, the financial protection just evaporates.
That evaporates completely.
Which forces us to ask, why this sudden difference? Because the objective facts of his impending death are exactly the same. He's still dying. She's still technically in the waiting period.
The difference lies entirely in the presence of consent and agency.
Okay, break that down for me.
Well, the entire architectural purpose of the fleeing husband doctrine is to protect a victim from unilateral, coercive financial deprivation.
Right. To stop him from bullying her out of her money.
Exactly. But the very moment she asks for the divorce, she ceases to be a victim being fled from. She becomes a willing, active participant in the severing of the marital tie.
Huh. Put yourself in the shoes of the jurists designing this system. You really have to balance protection with autonomy. If you protect her when she actively chose to leave, you are essentially treating her like an infant, incapable of understanding the consequences of her own actions.
Yes. The law respects her agency enough to say, look, you made a conscious choice to sever this legal tie, fully aware of his terminal condition. And by doing so, you willingly consented to nullifying your own future right to inherit.
It is a really delicate equilibrium. The law acts as a shield for the vulnerable, but it absolutely refuses to coddle those who exercise autonomous legal choices. It holds adults responsible for the secondary effects of their primary decisions.
It really does.
And that balance makes perfect logical sense. But the text then throws us into a scenario that pushes this logic to its absolute breaking point. It introduces a situation involving blatant, obvious collusion.
Oh, this part is fascinating.
This is where the philosophical debate between the great Hanafi jurist, Abu Hanifa, and his two top students, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad, really exposes the core tension at the heart of legal theory.
This specific debate is an absolute masterclass in the friction between strict legal formalism and the judicial suspicion of fraud.
Let me lay out the scenario from the text for you, because honestly, it reads like a modern corporate thriller.
It really does.
So, we have a husband, again on his deathbed. He states to his wife and to the official court witnesses, I actually divorced my wife several months ago, back when I was perfectly healthy. Her legally mandated waiting period has already completely finished.
Okay.
And the wife stands there in front of these witnesses and says, yes, that is exactly what happened. We are completely divorced. The waiting period is over, and I am legally a complete stranger to this man.
Right, so they're establishing a timeline by mutual confession. They are legally locking in the narrative that she is an absolute stranger to him with no remaining marital ties whatsoever.
And the very moment that narrative is legally locked in, the dying man says, oh, by the way, I owe this stranger a massive financial debt.
Or he declares, I am writing this stranger into my will to receive a massive legacy.
Right. A legacy that coincidentally happens to be vastly larger than the fixed percentage she would have received through the standard inheritance as a wife.
It is a stunningly brazen maneuver, because under the rules of this system, a dying person is strictly prohibited from acknowledging a new debt to a legal heir, or leaving a legacy to an heir beyond their fixed statutory share.
The law blocks that specifically to prevent the dying person from playing favorites and cheating the other heirs out of their rightful portions.
Exactly. But the law does not block you from acknowledging a debt to a complete stranger.
Wow. Think about how this perfectly mirrors modern bankruptcy fraud. Imagine you have a CEO who knows his company is going to completely collapse next month. To protect his personal wealth, he quietly transfers all his assets into his spouse's name. Or he sets up a fake vendor company owned by his spouse, creating a massive fake debt.
Right, so when the company actually goes under, the spouse gets paid out first as a creditor.
Exactly, leaving the actual legitimate creditors with absolutely nothing.
The analogy is incredibly precise. The medieval couple in this text is faking the timeline of their divorce, specifically so she can jump the inheritance line.
Unbelievable.
By mutually agreeing to classify her as a stranger creditor, she bypasses the fixed inheritance percentages and takes the lion's share of the estate as a debt repayment.
So as a judge, you are sitting there staring these two people, with near absolute certainty that they are lying through their teeth.
Oh, completely.
But procedurally, they have given you a flawless, mutually corroborated legal confession. So how do the jurists handle this?
This is where the brilliant fracture in legal philosophy occurs. Abu Hanifa, the founder of the school, looks at this scenario, and he is deeply suspicious. He prioritizes the underlying reality over the formal declarations. He knows they are faking the timeline to construct a fraud against the other heirs.
So does he just throw out their confession and declare the debt totally invalid?
No, he does something far more pragmatic and mathematically elegant. Abu Hanifa rules that the court will calculate two completely separate amounts. First, the court calculates exactly what she would have received as a wife through her standard fixed inheritance share. Second, the court looks at the amount she is claiming right now as a debt or a legacy in her new status as a stranger.
Okay, so we have the two numbers on the table.
Abu Hanifa then rules that the court will award her whichever amount is less.
Whichever is less. Oh my goodness, that completely neutralizes the financial incentive to commit the fraud.
It really does. Let's trace the logic there.
Yeah, let's look at it. If the debt was a massive lie designed to get her more money than her standard inheritance, capping it at her original inheritance completely stops the theft from the other heirs. She doesn't get the extra payout.
Precisely. And conversely, if her actual inheritance share would have been larger, but she legally confessed to being a stranger to claim a smaller debt, Abu Hanifa holds her to her own confession.
You admitted you were a stranger, so you are stuck with the lesser debt.
By ruling whichever is less, he traps the colluding couple inside their own scheme. He refuses to allow the objective forms of the law to be used as a vehicle for a subjective lie.
It feels like the absolutely perfect outcome. It achieves moral justice while protecting the innocent heirs from being scammed. But his two top students, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad, they profoundly disagree with this ruling.
They do.
Which is wild to think about because the fraud seems so obvious. Why on earth would they object to such an elegant solution?
Because Abu Yusuf and Muhammad are looking at the long-term structural integrity of the legal system itself. They are acting as strict legal formalists in this scenario. They argue that you simply cannot build a functioning, predictable legal system on the subjective suspicion of a judge.
Even when the suspicion is obviously blatantly correct.
Especially then, because the word obvious is inherently subjective. They point out the objective facts. You have two sane, adult, legally competent individuals. They both stood in a court of law and explicitly confessed that they are divorced and that the waiting period is over. Abu Yusuf and Muhammad argue that a judge is obligated to accept the mutual confession of competent adults regarding their own relationship status. To do otherwise is to completely undermine the very concept of legal testimony.
So they're basically saying that if the judge throws out a valid confession just because he smells a rat, the judge is no longer applying the law. He is just applying his own intuition.
Exactly. And if they are legally recognized as officially strangers, then there is absolutely no technical legal barrier to the man acknowledging a debt to her. The acknowledgement of the debt is procedurally valid. Therefore, according to the students, she gets the massive payout.
I really want to push back on that because it feels like they are protecting the paperwork at the expense of actual justice.
Well, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad would counter that protecting the paperwork is how you protect justice on a macro level.
Oh, I see.
They fear the collapse of legal certainty. If the law empowers judges to routinely pierce the veil of formal contracts and just ignore explicit confessions based on the judge's personal assessment of bad faith, no contract is ever truly secure.
Predictability just vanishes.
Exactly. They are willing to tolerate an occasional isolated instance of fraud in order to maintain the absolute stability and predictability of the legal system as a whole.
It's the eternal tension in jurisprudence, isn't it? It's the difference between a system that prioritizes the integrity of the process, even if the outcome is occasionally unfair, versus a system that prioritizes the fairness of the outcome, even if it requires bending the process.
It is. And the fact that this medieval text preserves both arguments side by side really shows how deeply these jurists grappled with the limits of human law. They understood perfectly well that the law is an imperfect tool trying to regulate a profoundly complex human reality.
That's a great point. Now, before we transition away from the fleeing husband entirely, we really need to clarify a crucial definition in the text. We keep saying terminally sick or deathbed, but the text is very specific about what triggers this highly restricted legal status. It's not just about having a severe biological illness like a terrible fever.
Right. The Arabic term used is marid, which broadly means sick or diseased, but its legal application in this specific context is much more intense and expansive. The fundamental trigger is the imminent, looming probability of death.
The examples the text provides are incredibly vivid, like it equates a terminal illness with situations of extreme, immediate peril. The rules of the fleeing husband, the restrictions on inheritance manipulation, apply if a man is besieged by an enemy army in battle.
Right.
They apply if he steps forward from the ranks to engage in a one-on-one lethal duel. They even apply if he is a prisoner literally being walked toward the executioner's block.
By using these specific examples, the jurists are identifying a distinct psychological state. They recognize that the psychology of a man walking to his execution is functionally identical to the psychology of a man in the final, agonizing stages of a fatal disease.
The panic, the finality.
Yes. In both states, the individual's ties to the material world are rapidly disintegrating. The horizon of their life has shrunk to mere hours or days.
And when that horizon shrinks so drastically, the temptation to manipulate the financial aftermath, to settle old scores, or play favorites with the inheritance reaches its absolute peak.
Which is exactly why the law universally restricts his ability to unilaterally alter the rights of his heirs across all of these scenarios. It is an acknowledgement of how extreme pressure profoundly warps human decision-making.
But the test includes a really fascinating caveat here. What if the pressure passes?
Yes.
Like, what if the man steps up for the lethal duel, fights brilliantly, wins, and walks away completely unharmed, but then, I don't know, 3 months later, he falls off his horse and dies? Does the wife still inherit because he pronounced that divorce right before the duel?
She does not. The legal presumption of a deathbed divorce is inextricably linked to the specific peril that was threatening his life at that exact time. If that specific peril passes, if he survives the battle, escapes the executioner, or miraculously recovers from the disease, the legal presumption completely evaporates.
It's like the legal system hits a reset button.
It does. Once the threat passes, he is retroactively considered to have been a healthy man of sound mind when he pronounced the divorce. The act is no longer viewed through the lens of fleeing.
Okay, so if he dies months later from an entirely unrelated cause,
Then the standard rules of divorce apply, and she does not inherit. The law dynamically adjusts its grip based on the immediate environmental pressures surrounding the individuals.
that dynamic adjustment is actually the perfect bridge to our next major theme. Because we've spent all this time examining how the law aggressively steps in to stop a husband from permanently destroying a marriage in bad faith. But, human emotion swings wildly in both directions.
Oh, absolutely.
What happens when a husband makes a rash, angry decision to end the marriage, but then the anger fades and he realizes he made a terrible mistake? Does this legal system offer a Ctrl-Z for a broken marriage?
It does, but it is heavily regulated. And this brings us to the concept of raja, or revocation. We are shifting our focus from the absolute extreme of permanent dissolution to a legally mandated temporary break.
So, according to this jurisprudence, unless it is a final third divorce, the marriage actually does not end the exact second the word divorce is spoken.
No, it doesn't.
The pronouncement triggers a waiting period known as the Ida. And during this specific window of time, the husband possesses the unilateral legal right to revoke the divorce, to take his wife back, without requiring her consent or a new marriage contract.
The IDA functions as a mandatory buffer zone. The legal architects of this system recognize that human beings are volatile.
We really are.
We are emotional, we are prone to rash judgments, and we often make catastrophic decisions in the heat of a terrible argument. This waiting period is an enforced cooling-off period, designed specifically to prevent a fleeting moment of rage from permanently detonating a family structure.
Here is where it gets really interesting, though. The mechanics of how a husband utilizes this buffer zone reveal a fascinating philosophical divide between the different legal schools. Let's look at the methods of reconciliation. Obviously, the clearest method is verbal. He can simply state, "I take you back," or "I revoke the divorce."
Right. Verbal revocation is universally accepted across all the schools of thought because it is an explicit, unambiguous declaration of intent.
But the Hanafi school, which again, we are heavily focused on in this text, introduces another method entirely. They argue that a man can revoke the divorce through physical action. And we aren't talking about doing the dishes or buying a nice gift.
No.
The text specifies physical intimacy. Touching her with desire, kissing her, or engaging in intercourse automatically and legally revokes the divorce, regardless of whether a single word was actually spoken.
And this is a massive point of divergence in Islamic legal philosophy. Because if we contrast this with the Shafi'i school of thought, the Shafi'i jurists vehemently reject the idea of revocation by action alone.
Let's trace the logic of the Shafi'i objection. Why do they demand words?
Because the Shafi'i methodology is deeply rooted in the formal mechanics of contract law and unambiguous consent. They argue that a divorce decree effectively terminates the active state of the marriage.
It cuts it off.
Right, so to reconcile, you are essentially initiating a restoration of rights. In their view, a physical action like a touch or a kiss is inherently ambiguous.
How so?
Well, did he touch her because he genuinely wanted to restore the marriage? Or was it just a moment of physical weakness? The Shafi'i school demands absolute certainty. You ended the marital bond with explicit words. You must restore it with explicit words.
The Shafi'i view aligns very closely with a modern consent-driven understanding of relationships. It heavily prioritizes clear communication. So how does the Hanafi school defend their position? Why do they allow a single kiss to legally override a formal divorce decree?
To understand the Hanafi position, you really have to understand how they view the underlying architecture of the marriage during this waiting period. In the Hanafi view, a revocable divorce does not immediately destroy the marriage contract. Instead, it places the contract in the state of suspension. It starts a countdown timer.
Okay, so legally, she's technically still his wife while that timer is ticking.
Exactly. And because she is still his wife, the exclusive rights of marriage remain intact, though suspended. The Hanafi jurists argue that physical intimacy is the ultimate exclusive manifestation of a valid marriage.
Right.
A man does not have the right to be physically intimate with a woman unless they are married. Therefore, if he engages in intimacy, he is physically demonstrating that he is exercising his marital rights. He is acting upon the marriage. And by acting upon it, his physical action speaks louder and more definitively than any verbal declaration ever could. He has, through his physical presence, officially canceled the countdown timer.
It's an incredibly pragmatic, action-based philosophy, but, and this is my favorite part of the entire text, the secondary consequences of this philosophy lead to some of the most fascinating psychological engineering I have ever encountered in a legal text.
It really is wild.
Because if a simple touch of desire legally restores the marriage, the physical environment of the home becomes highly, highly charged. The text essentially transforms the law into a highly manipulative marriage counselor.
It leverages human biology and physical proximity to achieve a desired social outcome, which, in this case, is the preservation of the family unit.
Consider this specific detail from the text. A woman who is living in the house during this revocable waiting period is explicitly encouraged by the jurists to adorn herself.
Yes.
She is advised to wear her best clothes, to apply makeup, to wear perfume, and to make herself as physically attractive as possible in the presence of the husband who just divorced her.
Which completely inverts our modern cultural expectations of divorce. Today, the immediate impulse following a separation is to create physical and emotional distance.
Right. If a couple is divorcing today, one of them is sleeping on the couch or they're moving into a hotel, and they are communicating strictly through lawyers. But this medieval text is doing the exact opposite. It's playing matchmaker. It is intentionally constructing an environment of maximum temptation. It's as if the law is whispering to the husband, we know you were angry yesterday, but look at her. She is right there in your house. She looks beautiful. She smells amazing. And you are technically still married. All it takes is one touch, one kiss of desire, and this entire divorce just goes away.
The law is practically begging them to reconcile by exploiting their shared history and physical proximity.
But the brilliance of this system is that it places the burden of restraint entirely on the husband, because this environment of temptation acts as a literal legal tripwire. The text gives the husband incredibly specific, cautious instructions on how to navigate his own home if he is absolutely certain he wants the divorce to become final.
Right, he has to be so careful. The jurists advise that if the husband has definitively decided not to take her back, he must actively guard against his own physical impulses. Before entering any room she might be in, he's instructed to clear his throat loudly or to tap his shoes heavily on the floor.
He has to announce his presence like he's navigating a hostile environment. Why?
To prevent an accidental surprise. Because if he walks into a room quietly and suddenly sees her looking adorned and beautiful, he might experience a sudden, involuntary spark of physical desire. And if that fleeting desire translates into a physical touch, even for a second under Hanafi law, he has just legally triggered the tripwire. He has revoked the divorce.
Even if his long-term rational mind desperately wants the divorce, the law says that his momentary lapse in self-control translated into physical action snaps the marriage back together against his calculated wishes.
The law in this instance heavily weights physical reality over abstract intentions. The jurists understand perfectly well that proximity breeds intimacy. They're sending a very clear message. If you truly desire the dissolution of this marriage, you must demonstrate the discipline to constantly guard yourself against the physical reality of the woman you live with. If you fail to demonstrate that discipline, the law will interpret your lack of restraint as a subconscious desire to remain married. It is a profoundly realistic, almost cynical view of human frailty.
I mean, living in that house with that legal tripwire must be intensely stressful, which makes the ticking clock of the waiting period so absolutely crucial. This forced proximity doesn't last forever.
No, it has a strict limit.
And the text details the microscopic micromanagement of time regarding exactly when this waiting period concludes. When is it officially too late for him to change his mind?
For a menstruating woman, the standard measurement of the Ida is 3 complete menstrual cycles. But, legal systems abhor ambiguity, so the jurists demand absolute, pinpoint precision regarding the exact second that third cycle officially concludes.
The biological precision here is astonishing. The text explains that Islamic law sets a maximum legal duration for a menstrual cycle, which is 10 days. If a woman's bleeding during her third cycle reaches that absolute 10-day maximum, the revocation period ends the exact microsecond the bleeding stops, the circuit breaker trips, and the marriage is over. But the text explores a much more common scenario. What if the bleeding stops before the 10-day maximum, say on day 6 or 7? Does the door close immediately?
No, it does not. The door for reconciliation actually stays open a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
And the legal reasoning here is deeply intertwined with biological probability and ritual purity. If the bleeding ceases before the legal maximum, there remains a biological possibility that it might resume within that 10-day window. It could merely be a temporary pause. Therefore, the law cannot definitively, legally declare that her cycle has concluded.
So how does the law definitively close the door if it can't rely purely on the cessation of bleeding?
It requires a definitive, newly established legal state. The law stretches the reconciliation window to the absolute last possible moment. If she stops bleeding before 10 days, she remains in the waiting period, meaning the husband still retains the right to revoke the divorce until she performs one of 2 actions. She either takes a full ritual bath of purification or a full prayer time completely passes.
I need to pause on that second condition. What does the passage of a prayer time have to do with finalizing a divorce? It seems like 2 completely unrelated areas of law.
It is actually a brilliant example of legal biological synchronization. In this religious framework, a menstruating woman is legally exempt from the obligation of ritual prayer. However, a woman in a state of purity is strictly obligated to pray. So imagine the bleeding stops on day 6. She hasn't taken a bath yet. The time for the afternoon prayer arrives, and the sun begins to set, marking the absolute end of that prayer's specific time window.
And she hasn't prayed.
Right. The law observes this and deduces a legal reality. The law says, if you were still menstruating, you would be exempt from this prayer. But if you are pure, the prayer is a mandatory debt upon you. By allowing an entire prayer time window to pass without acting, the legal obligation of that specific prayer has settled firmly upon your shoulders as a debt.
Wow.
The moment that obligation settles, the law officially, legally recognizes her as pure. And the very microsecond she is legally recognized as pure, the third cycle is definitively over. The waiting period concludes, and the marriage is irrevocably severed.
That is a staggering level of interconnected legal logic. It means a husband could literally run down the hallway right before the sun sets on the afternoon prayer, say, "I take you back," and the marriage is completely saved. But if the sun dips below the horizon, he is too late. It is a literal race against a cosmic clock. Which brings up an incredible edge case debated by the jurists. What happens if it is a photo finish?
The conflict of simultaneous declarations.
Mm.
It is the ultimate stress test for the legal rules they've built.
Picture the scene. The sun is setting, the husband bursts into the room and declares, "I take you back." And at the exact same moment, the wife declares, "My waiting period just ended." Who wins the tiebreaker?
This creates another phenomenal juristic split between Abu Hanifa and his two students, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad. And their differing answers perfectly reveal their underlying priorities. Abu Hanifa rules decisively in favor of the woman.
What is his rationale for prioritizing her declaration over his?
He argues that the termination of the waiting period is inextricably tied to her internal biological cycle. It is a hidden reality that only she can truly know and verify. Therefore, in matters concerning her own biology, her sworn word must be trusted above all external claims. If she simultaneously declares that her period is over, Abu Hanifa legally assumes that her biological reality concluded a fraction of a second before he spoke his words. Her biological reality preempts his legal declaration. She wins.
It's a ruling that profoundly respects female bodily autonomy and testimony in this specific context. But his students, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad, they flip the script entirely. They side with the husband. Why?
Their ruling is not about biology, it is about the preservation of legal contracts. They argue that the husband, by declaring his revocation, is actively attempting to sustain and resurrect an existing legal relationship. The wife, by declaring the end of the period, is attempting to finalize its destruction. In classical Islamic jurisprudence, there is a powerful, overarching legal preference for maintaining existing contracts and relationships whenever possible, rather than dissolving them.
The law leans toward preservation.
Exactly. Given two simultaneous conflicting claims, they give the benefit of the doubt to the action that preserves the marital union. They legally construct a reality where his revocation catches her just in the nick of time, overriding her declaration and saving the marriage.
It is absolutely fascinating to see how deeply these medieval scholars debated the philosophical implications of split-second timing. It really underscores how much weight they placed on this buffer zone, attempting to provide every possible avenue for a marriage to survive.
They engineered the system to absorb as much human error as possible. But they also recognized a grim reality. Some things just cannot be fixed. Sometimes the buffer zone is completely exhausted. Which brings us to the final and undoubtedly the most controversial section of our deep dive.
We've spent all this time examining how hard the law works to keep people together, or at least to give them a chance to cool off. But what happens when that biological timer hits zero? Or worse, what happens when a man bypasses the cooling off period entirely by pronouncing a final third divorce? We've reached the point of no return.
A third divorce is a hard reset of the legal universe for that couple. It's the ultimate boundary line. When a third divorce is pronounced, the couple becomes strictly, absolutely forbidden to each other. They cannot simply reconsider the next day. They cannot apologize and draw up a new marriage contract. The psychological engineering we discussed earlier, the adorned wife, the forced proximity, completely reverses. The law now constructs a massive, seemingly insurmountable architectural wall between them.
It's a three-strike rule with devastating consequences, and the process required for a couple to ever legally reunite after this third strike is incredibly demanding.
The text dictates a severe and rigorous process. If they ever wish to remarry, the woman must genuinely marry a completely different man. Furthermore, they must physically consummate that new marriage. And then, that new husband must either pass away naturally or choose to divorce her of his own free, uncoerced will. Only after she completes an entirely new waiting period from that second marriage is the massive wall dismantled, making her legally lawful to return to her first husband.
The barrier is immense by design, and the text is shockingly explicit about the physical reality required to break that barrier. A mere legal contract with a new man is utterly insufficient. You cannot simply sign a piece of paper, shake hands, instantly tear it up, and go back to your first husband. The legal fiction of a paper marriage accomplishes nothing. The text references a very blunt, famous legal requirement. The new couple must taste the honey of each other.
Tasting the honey is the classical euphemism for actual physical intercourse. The law demands profound physical reality. A paper contract is a legal fiction, and a fiction is not powerful enough to shatter the severe prohibition instituted by the third divorce.
The jurists push this logic to its absolute limits to define exactly what constitutes valid consummation. The edge cases they debate are wild, but they clarify the rules perfectly. For example, the text asserts that if the woman legally marries a pubescent boy and they engage in physical intercourse, that successfully meets the requirement. The barrier is broken. However, if a master has physical intercourse with his slave woman, that does not count to make her lawful for a previous husband. I really want to trace the logic there. The physical act is identical. Why does one count and the other doesn't?
Because the requirement for breaking the barrier is a synthesis of two things: legal form and physical reality. Both must be present. It must be actual physical intercourse, yes, but that intercourse must occur exclusively within the specific legal container of a formal, valid marriage contract.
Ah, and the master-slave dynamic is the wrong container.
Precisely. A master and slave have a relationship governed by property law, not marriage law. Even though the physical act occurs, the legal container is incorrect. The law demands that the woman genuinely enter into a new, valid marital union. The severity of the requirement is intended to be a profound deterrent against men throwing around the word divorce lightly.
The system sets up this massive, difficult barrier, a genuine marriage and physical consummation with a new man, specifically to punish the first couple for treating their union carelessly, and to make it virtually impossible for them to just bounce back and forth on a whim. But if there's one thing we know about human beings, it is that we become incredibly creative when we are desperate. And this brings us to the ultimate climax of this legal text, the Talil loophole and the profound ethics of intent.
This is where the tension between the strict letter of the law and the underlying spirit of the law reaches its absolute breaking point. It is the hardest question the jurists had to answer.
Let's construct this scenario. A husband and wife get into a terrible argument and a third divorce is pronounced. The very next day, the anger fades and they are overcome with immediate, desperate regret. They want to rebuild their family. But they're staring at this massive legal wall. They know she has to marry someone else, consummate it, and get divorced. If they wait for this to happen naturally, it might take years or it might literally never happen. So they decide to engineer the outcome.
They seek a shortcut through the labyrinth.
Exactly. They find a third party, maybe a trusted friend, or maybe they pay a complete stranger. They present a proposition. Look, marry this woman today. Sleep with her tonight to fulfill a physical requirement, and tomorrow morning divorce her. We will compensate you for your trouble. They hire an intermediary, a literal placeholder husband. This manufactured transaction is known as the Talil marriage.
The linguistic root of the word talil means making lawful. It perfectly describes the intent. The entire singular purpose of this new marriage is to function as a temporary legal key to unlock the door back to the first husband. There is zero intent to build a life together, zero intent to form a family, zero intent for a genuine marital future. It is a pure engineered transaction designed to subvert the barrier.
And here is my massive pushback, my absolute core question for this entire medieval legal architecture. Put yourself in the shoes of the jurists evaluating this. You know exactly what this couple is doing, but they checked all the objective physical boxes. They signed a valid contract. There were witnesses. They paid a dowry. They had actual physical intercourse. If you meet all the physical requirements of the law, but your subjective intent from the very beginning was entirely to subvert the spirit of the law, does the system let you get away with it? Does the cheat code work?
The attempt to answer that exact question essentially tore the greatest legal minds of the era apart. This practice was historically highly controversial. The religious texts are clear. The Prophet of Islam explicitly cursed both the man who acts as the placeholder and the man who hires him. It is morally reviled by everyone involved in the debate. But the job of a jurist is not just to determine if something is a sin. Everyone agrees it is a sin. The juristic question is it legally effective? Does this manufactured cursed marriage actually succeed in making her lawful for the first husband?
And the jurists split three completely different ways on this single question. It is a brilliant three-way intersection of legal philosophy. Let's break them down, starting with Abu Hanifa, the ultimate pragmatist who caught the fleeing husband, and the ultimate formalist who caught the colluding couple. What does he say here?
Abu Hanifa delivers a ruling that is strictly formalist. He says the marriage to the placeholder is legally valid.
Wait, even though he knows it's a scam? Even though the religious texts explicitly curse it?
Yes, because Abu Hanifa rigidly separates moral judgment from contract mechanics. He looks at the objective facts of the transaction. Did they meet the foundational requirements of a marriage contract? Yes. Was there an offer, acceptance, and witnesses? Yes. Did they consummate it? Yes. Abu Hanifa's philosophical stance is that a marriage contract, by its very legal nature, is inherently permanent. You cannot legally attach a temporary condition to a marriage contract.
So what happens to their secret agreement that he will divorce her tomorrow?
Abu Hanifa says that if you attempt to attach a corrupt, temporary condition to a permanent contract, the condition is void, but the contract itself remains valid and binding. He ignores their secret intent because intent cannot alter the fundamental nature of the contract they signed. And because it is a valid, consummated marriage in the eyes of the law, it successfully performs the mechanical job of breaking the barrier. It makes her lawful for the first husband again once the placeholder divorces her. Abu Hanifa despises the sin, but he absolutely refuses to invalidate the objective mechanics of contract law just because the participants are acting with bad intent.
It is stunning. He forces the law to remain entirely blind to their secret motives, prioritizing the integrity of the contract over the moral failure of the people. But his student, Abu Yusuf, looks at the exact same scenario and takes the complete opposite approach.
Abu Yusuf looks at the Talil marriage and says, absolutely not. The fraudulent intent poisons the entire well from the very beginning.
How does he justify that legally, given that they signed all the correct paperwork?
Abu Yusuf pierces the veil of the paperwork. He says that because the parties entered into this contract with the explicit, prearranged mutual intent that it would end immediately, it is functionally and practically equivalent to a temporary marriage known as a muta marriage. And in this legal system, temporary marriages are strictly prohibited and entirely void, ab initio void from the start. Abu Yusuf argues that you cannot use a fraudulent temporary intent to successfully construct a valid permanent contract.
The intent destroys the form.
Exactly. And because the marriage to the placeholder is completely void from the start, it legally never happened. And if it never legally happened, it cannot possibly break the barrier. She remains strictly forbidden to the first husband. The loophole is completely, definitively closed.
If we are judging this purely on ethical satisfaction, Abu Yusuf's answer feels the best. The system caught the exploit, you tried to engineer a loophole, and the law simply refused to recognize it. But then we have the third view, the view of the other student, Muhammad. And his approach is, honestly, it is chilling in its brilliance. It is the punitive approach.
Muhammad's ruling raises profound questions about how a legal system should handle deliberate bad faith. He looks at the situation and agrees with Abu Hanifa on the baseline mechanics. He says the marriage to the new man, the placeholder, is technically legally valid because all the objective physical and contractual conditions were met.
Okay, so if the marriage is valid, she can go back to the first husband, like Abu Hanifa said.
No. This is where Muhammad introduces a devastating twist. He says the marriage to the placeholder is valid, which means they aren't committing the crime of fornication. But because the couple actively conspired to subvert the natural intended process of the law, because they tried to manufacture a shortcut through the barrier, the law will punish them by neutralizing the very benefit they sought.
How does he neutralize it?
He rules that the marriage to the placeholder is valid, but it is entirely stripped of its specific legal utility to make her lawful for the first husband. She is permanently, forever barred from returning to her first husband based on this specific placeholder marriage.
That is incredible. He weaponizes the law against them. He gives them the exact opposite of what they wanted. If you look at the underlying logic, it reminds me of the classic legal principle found in many systems where a murderer is legally barred from inheriting from their victim. You tried to rush the inheritance process by killing the person. Congratulations, the law punishes your bad faith by ensuring you get absolutely nothing.
It is the exact same philosophical principle applied to family law. You tried to rush the reconciliation process by hiring a placeholder. Congratulations, you are now legally married to the placeholder, and the door to the man you actually love is permanently bolted shut. Muhammad uses the mechanism of the law not merely to block the fraud, but to actively, aggressively punish the fraudulent intent by trapping the perpetrators inside their own scheme. It is a profound declaration that the legal system will not allow itself to be mocked.
It is phenomenal legal architecture, and it really brings us to a synthesis of everything we have unpacked today.
If we step back and look at the grand arc of this deep dive, from the dying man trying to legally disinherit his wife, to the psychological tripwires of the waiting period, to the desperate, engineered placeholder marriage of the third divorce, This source text reviews a legal system that is utterly obsessed with the friction between the objective, measurable actions we take in the physical world and the subjective, hidden intents lurking in our hearts.
It is a system constantly striving for balance. It tries to build strong, objective guardrails to prevent exploitation, setting fixed mathematical inheritance shares, demanding physical consummation, defining the exact hour a menstrual cycle ends. But simultaneously, it remains acutely aware of human frailty. It leaves just enough room for human psychology, for the sudden spark of physical desire in a hallway, for the desperate yearning for reconciliation, and for the tragic, unintended consequences of acting in bad faith.
The jurists who wrote this text were constantly walking a philosophical tightrope. If a legal system relies purely on objective actions and paperwork, the law inevitably becomes a tool for clever sociopaths to manipulate, like the fleeing husband exploiting a divorce, or a couple utilizing the Talil loophole. But if a legal system relies too heavily on judges trying to probe subjective intent and hidden motives, the law becomes subjective, unpredictable, and chaotic, which was Abu Yusuf and Mohammed's great fear regarding the colluding couple. The intense debates we've explored today are the sound of brilliant minds trying to balance the scales between predictable, orderly rules and messy moral justice.
And that profound tension brings me to a final thought I want to leave with you, the listener. Think about the contracts and legal agreements that govern your life today. Think about the terms of service you blindly accept on your phone, the complex prenuptial agreements, the dense corporate tax structures. Our modern world is deeply obsessed with the absolute letter of the law, with efficiency and predictability. If it's written in the contract, it is binding, regardless of whether it feels fair or whether you even read the fine print. We have largely intentionally stripped the intent of the heart out of our daily legal interactions in favor of cold, hard efficiency.
We vastly prefer the clean, binary, measurable metrics over the murky, subjective waters of human motive.
We do. But as you process the intricate medieval debates we unpacked today, ask yourself, have we lost something vital by stripping that intent out of the equation? What if our modern legal system cared just as much about why you did something as it does about how you procedurally did it? If a modern judge possessed the authority to look directly into your soul, to evaluate your true hidden intentions the way these medieval jurists continuously tried to, how many of your own technically legal actions, your own clever little everyday loopholes, would actually stand up to scrutiny?
It is a question that challenges the very foundation of how we define justice versus mere legality.
It really does. Thank you so much for joining us on this custom-tailored journey into the depths of legal philosophy and human nature. We hope this deep dive gave you some profound new perspectives. Until next time, keep questioning the surface and keep exploring the deep.
Imagine someone hands you a contract,
Okay.
and it's this truly life-altering document, right? It transfers ultimate legal power over your own destiny directly into your hands.
That is a massive deal.
Right. And the offer is yours to accept or reject. But there's no expiration date stamped at the bottom.
Oh, interesting.
There's no 30-day window. Instead, the exact second you stand up from your chair, the contract effectively bursts into flames. The offer just vanishes.
No, literally just from standing up.
Literally from standing up. So today, we're not looking at a legal landscape where an offer expires based on the ticking of a clock.
Right, not a calendar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We are looking at one defined by the microscopic physical geography of your body language. We are looking at a system where the boundaries of a legal transaction are drawn by the precise physical and psychological attention of the human beings involved.
Which is just wild to think about. I mean, it forces a complete recalibration of how we understand human agency, right? And really the lifespan of any agreement. When you strip away those comforting objective measurements like a calendar or a ticking clock, you are left with the incredibly murky subjective reality of human focus.
Which is so hard to measure.
It's nearly impossible. But that is exactly what the classical jurists were attempting to codify here. They were trying to build a mathematical structure out of something as fleeting as human attention.
And that brings us to the mission of today's deep dive. We are venturing into a very specific, highly technical section of a classical text on Islamic jurisprudence.
Yes, specifically dealing with the chapters on marital dissolution.
Right. Now, before we cross the threshold into this material, we need to set a firm baseline for you, the listener. Our goal today is strictly educational, analytical, and, well, observational.
Yes, the context here is absolutely paramount. We are going to impartially report and dissect the legal, linguistic, and structural logic contained within this original historical text.
We're just looking at the mechanics.
Exactly. We are acting as your guides through a centuries-old legal labyrinth, exploring the mechanics of the law and the underlying logic of how these jurists constructed reality.
Using like the strictures of language and physical space.
You got it.
So, to be clear, we are absolutely not here to endorse, debate, or take sides on the religious, cultural, or social viewpoints presented in the material. Think of this as an autopsy of a highly complex legal mechanism.
I like that, opening up the engine block.
Yeah, we are opening up the engine block to see how the gears of this specific jurisprudence turn, and how the ancient jurists attempted to solve universal human problems regarding contracts, intent, and agency.
He's going to get very detailed.
It really is. Okay, let's unpack this. Our focal point is a fascinating legal mechanism called tafwid, which roughly translates to the delegation of divorce.
Right.
We are examining scenarios where a husband legally transfers the power of divorce to his wife. But the catch, and it is a massive mind-bending catch, is that this transfer of immense legal power is governed by incredibly rigid rules.
Rules of time, space, and grammar.
Yeah. And the foundational concept the text introduces for all of this is the Majlis, or the gathering.
Right. So the Majlis is really the bedrock of this entire legal framework. It translates to the sitting, the session, or the gathering.
The physical meeting.
Exactly. Within the parameters of this session, the text outlines the mechanism of al-ikhtiyar, which means the choice.
Okay.
The scenario is presented like this. The husband says to his wife, choose or divorce yourself. At that precise verbal moment, the legal authority to dissolve the marriage is placed directly into her hands.
So she has the power right then.
Right then. But she only retains that authority for the duration of that specific, continuous physical gathering. The Majlis acts as this invisible, highly volatile container of legal validity.
I mean, I was reading through the parameters of this container in the source, and the strictness is almost breathtaking.
It really is.
The text asserts that if she stands up from where she is sitting when the offer is made, or if she begins an entirely different activity, the power instantly expires. The offer is revoked not by a word, but by a physical action. The moment her knees straighten, the legal window slams shut.
Yeah. If we connect this to the bigger picture of classical contract law, particularly within the Hanafi school of jurisprudence, which informs much of this text,
Right.
we see that this delegation is treated exactly like a strict transactional offer. A transfer of ownership, or an offer of a contract, requires an immediate response within the same physical and psychological space.
It can't just hang in the air forever.
No, it can't. The jurists are dealing with a profound epistemological problem here. How do you measure a person's internal psychological state?
Right. You can't read minds.
Exactly. How do we, as legal observers, know if someone is still weighing an offer or if they have completely dismissed it?
It actually reminds me of the underlying logic of a computer interface.
Oh, how so?
Think about a pop-up window on a screen that asks, do you want to leave this page without saving? You have your cursor and you have two buttons, right? Yes or no?
Okay, yeah.
The moment your cursor clicks anywhere else on the background screen, the operating system assumes you have abandoned the prompt. The pop-up vanishes, and the offer to execute that save command is just gone.
That's a great analogy. The physical space is the screen and your attention is the cursor.
Exactly.
Take that interface analogy a step further. The jurists in the 8th and 9th centuries didn't have functional MRIs or cognitive load monitors to see where a person's internal focus was directed.
Right. No brain scans.
So they had to rely exclusively on observable physical proxies to map the internal state of the mind. The text explicitly states that standing up is absolute proof of turning away.
Turning away from the offer.
Yes. The operative Arabic legal concept here is i'ad, which means abandonment, or the deliberate turning of one's attention away from the matter at hand. They codified the physical body as the ultimate indicator of the mind's intent.
I understand the theory, I really do, but I found myself pushing back violently against this while reading.
Why is that?
Well, isn't this entirely too fleeting for something as monumental as the dissolution of a family?
It feels very fast.
Yeah. We are talking about a life-altering transfer of legal power. What if she just needs a second to process the gravity of the words?
Like a shock response.
Exactly. I mean, if someone hands me a massive, heavy decision, my first instinct is often to stand up, pace the room, and think. To me, standing up and pacing is a sign of immense cognitive engagement, not abandonment.
Right, you're working through it.
Yeah. So why does the law interpret a physiological response to stress as a flat-out rejection of the offer.
What's fascinating here is that the jurists were actually deeply aware of that exact behavioral nuance. They weren't blind to human habit.
Oh, really?
You mentioned standing up to pace. Well, the law remains rigid on that standing breaks the session. It is an act of upward and outward mobility. It signals a departure from the rootedness of the conversation.
So pacing is still a no-go.
Still a no-go. However, the text provides a stunningly granular caveat that proves they were observing human psychology very closely. The text asks, what if she is already standing when the husband makes the offer?
Right. I highlighted this exact passage because it felt like a total contradiction at first glance.
It does seem that way.
Because if she is standing when he says choose, and then she sits down, the choice remains valid. The power does not expire.
Exactly.
So changing posture from sitting to standing destroys the offer, but changing posture from standing to sitting preserves it. It just feels asymmetrical.
It only feels asymmetrical until you analyze the psychology of those specific movements. The law is essentially reading the kinesiology of human decision-making.
Okay, unpacking the body language.
Right. Sitting down is universally recognized as an act of gathering oneself. It is a physical manifestation of rooting oneself into the present moment, of preparing to bear the weight of a serious decision.
Oh, like taking a load off to think?
Yes, it shows a deepening of engagement. When you transition from standing to sitting, you are settling into the modules. You are committing your physical mass to the space of the conversation.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Therefore, sitting down reinforces the session, whereas standing up fractures it.
It's as if the law has constructed a highly precise body language dictionary, where vertical movement equals psychological departure and downward movement equals cognitive focus.
And the text goes even deeper into the minutiae of this body language. It notes the legal implications of reclining, for example.
Wait, just leaning back?
Yes, if she is sitting upright and then leans back or reclines, she risks losing the choice.
Seriously, just from leaning back?
Because reclining introduces an element of casualness. It's a potential dismissal of the gravity of the offer. It signals a relaxation of the mind.
Wow.
But conversely, if she is already reclining when the offer is made and she sits upright, she retains the choice.
Because she's paying attention now.
Exactly. Moving to an upright, alert-seated position physically demonstrates that her attention has been captured. The physical posture is literally dictating the legal reality of the contract.
That is just wild. But if the law is that incredibly paranoid about a shift in physical posture within a static room, how on earth does it handle a situation where the environment itself is shifting?
Right.
Because the text doesn't just stop at living rooms and courtyards. It introduces these incredibly specific rules about being in transit when the offer is made.
The transportation rules.
Yeah, drawing a massive, legally binding distinction between riding beasts and sailing on boats.
This is where the jurisprudence moves from mapping human posture to analyzing the philosophy of environmental motion and causality.
Which sounds incredibly complex.
It gets deep. The text states that if the wife is riding an animal, a horse, a camel, a mule, when the husband makes the offer of delegation and the animal continues to move forward, she loses her choice.
Just because the horse takes another step.
Yes, the continuous motion of the beast shatters the majlis.
But if she is on a ship, and the ship is sailing down a river when the offer is made, her choice remains perfectly valid.
Exactly.
The ship can travel for miles, and as long as she doesn't stand up from her spot on the deck or begin a new task, she retains the legal power.
That's right.
So the obvious question jumps out. Why does a moving horse destroy the legal container, but a moving boat protects it?
Well, what's fascinating here is that this raises an important question about the doctrine of attributed action. The legal minds here are drawing a very sharp line regarding who or what is the primary cause of the motion.
Who's driving, basically?
Precisely. When you are mounted on an animal, you are the pilot. You are holding the reins, you are balancing your weight, you are actively directing the beast.
You're doing the work.
Right. Therefore, the continued movement of the animal is legally attributed to your active, continuous, moment-to-moment decision to keep riding.
I see the logic. Because she is actively engaging the horse to keep it moving forward, the law assumes her cognitive load is directed at the act of riding. She is distracted. She is focusing on the physical task of piloting the animal, which is proof of turning her attention away from the legal choice.
Exactly. Her active engagement with the animal proves she has mentally moved on from the offer, but a boat is fundamentally different in the eyes of the law.
Because you don't steer the whole boat yourself.
Right. A ship is categorized legally as a contained environment. It functions as a mobile house. You are a passive recipient of its motion.
Okay, that makes sense.
The movement of the ship through the water is attributed to the wind in the sails, the current of the river, or the labor of the sailors. It is not attributed to the passive passenger sitting on the deck.
It's the exact difference between driving a car on a highway and riding the dining car of a train.
Oh, that is a perfect modern parallel.
Right. If I'm driving my car and someone in the passenger seat offers me a complex business proposition, my primary cognitive responsibility is keeping the vehicle from crashing.
Hopefully, yes.
I'm actively engaged in the generation of movement. My attention is fundamentally split.
And therefore, the offer is void.
But if I'm sitting at a table on a train, the world outside the window is whizzing by at high speed, but my immediate microenvironment, my modules at that table, is static.
Exactly. You are passively being transported by a system outside your control.
Yeah.
The classical jurists didn't have cars or trains, obviously, but they understood the underlying physics of human attention perfectly. They recognized that human attention has a finite bandwidth.
It's a limited resource.
Right. The horse is an active proxy that consumes bandwidth. The ship is a passive proxy that requires none. They were attempting to objectify the invisible nature of subjective focus by using the physics of the outside world as their measuring stick.
It is a brilliant, if utterly unyielding, way to standardize the law.
It is very unyielding.
It is, but you can see the inescapable logic of it.
Yeah.
However, I want to test the limits of this strictness.
Okay, let's do it.
We know that standing up breaks the session because it implies departure. We know that piloting a horse breaks the session because it implies active distraction. What if she stays perfectly still? She's not piloting anything,
Right.
but she realizes she is in over her head.
Like she needs advice.
Yeah. What if she hears this life-altering offer and says, I cannot make this decision in a vacuum? Does asking for help break the gathering?
Well, given how unforgiving the previous rules are, you would naturally assume that initiating any new conversation would destroy the session.
Right, because she's changing the subject.
If she talks about the weather, the offer is unequivocally void. If she picks up a piece of fabric to sew or takes a bite of food, it's void.
Yeah.
But the text explicitly outlines an exception for counsel.
Oh, it does?
Yes. If the husband says choose and she immediately responds, call my father so I can consult him, or she says bring witnesses so I can testify to this, the power of the delegation does not expire.
That's fascinating.
The fragile container of the Majlis remains perfectly intact.
When I read that, it felt like I had stumbled across a legal loophole.
It feels like one, doesn't it?
She is literally initiating a new task. She is commanding someone to fetch a father, to gather witnesses. Why isn't that considered IRAD? Why isn't that considered turning her attention away to a new subject?
Because the jurists are evaluating the purpose and the trajectory of the task.
Okay.
They deduced that asking for consultation or demanding legal documentation via witnesses is an act performed strictly in service of the decision, not in abandonment of it.
Ah, so it's not a distraction from the choice. It's an escalation of her engagement with the choice.
Precisely. To seek advice on a choice provides empirical proof that you are still mentally wrestling with the weight of that choice.
You're doing the homework.
Right. You are still residing firmly within the psychological architecture of the Majlis. Calling for the father is not a pivot away. It is a deepening of the anchor.
That's a great way to put it.
It is an acknowledgement of the gravity of the moment. The law recognizes that a wise decision often requires external input, and it protects the space necessary to gather that input.
As long as it's relevant?
Provided the request is immediately and directly tied to the offer at hand, yes.
That shows a surprising amount of elasticity in a system that otherwise feels incredibly rigid.
It does.
But while the law is generous about her asking for help, it snaps back into an unbelievable level of pedantry when it comes to how she actually executes the choice.
The exact wording.
Yes, the source material details the exact explicit language she must use to finalize the transaction. It states that if she responds to his offer by simply saying, I choose, the entire delegation is void.
Nothing happened then.
Nothing happens. The marriage remains intact. She must explicitly and specifically say, I choose myself.
Right.
I have to be honest, this felt excessively semantic. Isn't I choose incredibly obvious given the context of the conversation?
You would think so.
Right. If a husband says choose and the wife looks at him and says, I choose, What else in the universe could she possibly be referring to?
Well, you are interpreting the exchange through the lens of casual, modern human conversation where context, tone, and shared history do a massive amount of the heavy lifting.
We just assume people know what we mean.
Exactly. We rely on the other person to fill in the blanks of our sentences. But classical jurisprudence harbors a deep institutional hatred for ambiguity.
They hate it.
They cannot stand it. In this legal framework, the word choice is treated as an inherently volatile and ambiguous verb. When she says, I choose, what exactly is the object of her choice?
But the context.
The law does not care about the conversational context. It cares about the grammatical absolute.
Okay, fair enough.
She could be saying, I choose to stay in this marriage. She could be saying, I choose to think about it for a few more minutes. She could even be employing sarcasm, essentially saying, I choose to ignore this ridiculous offer.
I see. In everyday life, we leave half our sentences grammatically incomplete because we trust the listener's assumption. But the law refuses to operate on assumption.
Exactly. The law demands that the phrasing of a contract be hermetically sealed against any future reinterpretation or doubt.
It has to be watertight.
Completely watertight. When a transfer of ultimate legal power occurs, the execution of that power must be absolute, undeniable, and self-contained within the sentence itself.
So adding myself does that.
Yes. By forcing her to add the reflexive pronoun, I choose myself, she is legally and explicitly claiming the right over her own personhood that the husband just offered.
She becomes the object of the sentence.
She is severing the legal tie of the marriage by identifying herself as the sole object of the choice. Without the word myself, the sentence is grammatically and legally incomplete.
It's just floating out there.
It is an orphan verb searching for a target. And in the realm of strict jurisprudence, an orphan verb executes nothing.
The demand for a self-contained, unassailable sentence is fascinating, and it perfectly sets up the next major complication the text introduces.
Which is?
Well, if the law is this paranoid about the explicit meaning of words, how does it handle a situation where the words spoken are clear, but the internal hidden intention behind those words is completely different?
Ah, the hidden intents. Yeah.
The text explores this through a specific phrase of delegation. Your matter is in your hand. In Arabic, amrik biyadik.
Amrik biyadik. This is one of the most heavily debated phrases of delegation in classical Islamic law.
It's a very poetic phrase.
It is a beautiful, almost poetic metaphor, placing a person's affairs literally into their own hands. But the text presents a fascinating, high-stakes conflict that arises when the internal intent of the speaker violently clashes with the external execution by the receiver.
I was staring at this section for a long time, trying to map out the logic of the scenario it presents.
It's tricky.
Here's what the text lays out. The husband says the phrase, your matter is in your hand, but internally, secretly, in his own mind, he intends for this phrase to grant her the power of 3 divorces.
Right, 3.
Now, for the listener's context, in this legal framework, 3 divorces represents the absolute maximum irrevocable dissolution of the marriage. It is the nuclear option.
There's no coming back from 3.
Exactly. So he hands over the power of 3, but he doesn't say the number 3 out loud. The wife hears the offer, and she responds explicitly and legally, saying, I choose myself with 1 divorce.
A perfectly valid, grammatically complete response.
Right. She clearly and explicitly asks for 1. But what is the legal result, according to the text? The source states that the result is that 3 divorces instantly occur.
The asymmetry of that outcome is what makes this specific ruling so complex.
I mean, to a modern observer, it seems deeply contradictory, perhaps even unjust. She explicitly asked for a single divorce. How could she be legally hit with 3?
To understand the mechanics of this, we have to dissect the fundamental nature of how a delegation operates in this jurisprudence.
Okay, walk me through it.
The husband is recognized as the original owner of the right of divorce. When he says your matter is in your hand, he is essentially handing her a container of legal power.
Okay, I am tracking with the container analogy. He's handing over the box.
But he is the one who fills the container before he hands it over. His internal intention, in this specific case, the unvoiced intention of 3 divorces, dictates the volume and the payload of that container. The phrase, your matter is in your hand, is a general carrier phrase.
It's just the vessel.
Exactly. It takes on the shape of his internal intent. The wife's only role in this specific phrasing is to choose whether to open the container or not.
So she doesn't get to look inside the box, evaluate the contents, and say, you know what, there are 3 in here, but I only want to take 1 out.
Exactly. The delegation simply gives her the power to act, to trigger the mechanism. But his original unspoken intent shapes the hidden boundaries and the ultimate payload of that power.
She pulled the trigger, but he loaded the gun.
She activated the mechanism, but his intention dictated what that mechanism deployed. When she says, "I choose myself with one," the law interprets her use of the word one not as a numerical limitation on the divorce itself, but as a single act of choosing.
Wait, really?
Yes, she made one choice to activate the power she was handed, but the power she activated was preloaded with a payload of 3.
It's like she triggered a legal booby trap. You push a button on a control panel thinking you're ordering a single item, but you unknowingly activate the hidden fine print programmed by the other party, and suddenly the entire system overloads.
It highlights a universal, enduring tension in the philosophy of contract law, one that we still struggle with today.
For sure.
What holds more binding legal weight? The hidden, subjective, internal intent of the person creating the offer, or the literal, objective, external understanding of the person receiving it?
That's a huge question.
In this specific classical instance, regarding the phrase amric biatic, the original owner's intent overrides the receiver's attempt to modify it. Her attempt to mathematically limit the payload to 1 is considered void because she doesn't own the payload, she only owns the trigger.
Wow.
Her activation of the choice is valid, therefore the full hidden payload of 3 is delivered.
It is a terrifyingly logical conclusion once you accept the underlying premise of who owns the rights to the container. But if unspoken intent can manipulate the outcome of an offer that drastically, how does the explicit use of language manipulate something as massive as the boundaries of time itself?
Time is a whole other beast in this text.
Right, because the text doesn't stop at physical rooms or hidden intentions. It moves on to demonstrate how adding a single temporal word completely re-architects a flow of time.
The sections on temporal modifiers are where the jurisprudence transitions from psychological observation into almost pure metaphysics. The law demonstrates how manipulating a single conjunction alters the entire geometric shape of the wife's agency.
I want to look at the exact examples provided in the source material because they sound nearly identical to a modern ear, but they yield completely different realities.
Let's hear them.
Scenario A. The husband delegates the power by saying, "Your matter is in your hand today and tomorrow." Scenario B. He says, "Your matter is in your hand today and after tomorrow."
To a layman, or in a casual conversation, these both sound like rough approximations of saying, you have a couple of days to make up your mind.
Yeah, take a few days.
But in this legal framework, they represent entirely different structural realities.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's look at scenario A, today and tomorrow. The text states that this phrasing creates one single continuous block of time.
Right.
It seamlessly bridges the 2 days, including the night in between them. Crucially, because it is one continuous block, if she rejects the offer on day 1, the offer is completely destroyed for day 2 as well. The entire structure collapses.
The magic lies in the conjunction and wa in Arabic, when placed between 2 consecutive temporal units. The law views today and tomorrow as a single legal window that has been linguistically stretched out to cover 48 hours.
One big window.
Because it operates as a single unbroken window, a single act of rejection shatters the entire pane of glass. You cannot break half a window. Once she rejects it on Monday, Tuesday is voided because Tuesday was structurally dependent on Monday.
But then we flip to scenario B. Your matter is in your hand today and after tomorrow. The text explicitly states that the night and the entirety of the middle day tomorrow are legally excluded from the offer.
They are cut out entirely.
Yes. These are treated as 2 completely distinct, isolated legal windows. And here's the truly fascinating part. If she rejects the offer on day 1, she still gets the power back on day 3.
This reveals a profound insight into how the law constructs reality. To human perception, time is just a continuous, unstoppable river flowing in one direction. We experience it as a unified stream.
It just keeps going.
But in the eyes of the law, specific words can carve that river up into discrete, isolated containers.
Let me try to visualize this. Imagine it's Monday. The husband says Monday and Tuesday. That is the equivalent of him handing her a single continuous length of rope.
Okay, rope.
If she takes a pair of scissors and cuts the rope on Monday by saying, "I reject this offer," the whole rope falls to the floor. Tuesday is destroyed because it was physically attached to Monday.
The continuity of the rope is its structural vulnerability.
Exactly. But if he says Monday and Wednesday, jumping over Tuesday entirely, that is not a rope. That is like him handing her 2 separate heavy steel lock boxes.
2 lock boxes.
One box has a digital timer set to unlock on Monday. The other box has a timer set to unlock on Wednesday. If she opens the Monday box, looks at the contract inside, and throws it in an incinerator, meaning she completely rejects the offer, that action has absolutely zero physical or legal effect on the Wednesday box.
It's totally separate.
The Wednesday box is sitting there, completely isolated in time, waiting to unlock 2 days later.
By separating the days linguistically, by leaving a gap of a 24-hour period in between the two designated times, the husband has unintentionally but legally severed the dependency between the two periods.
He accidentally made 2 offers.
He hasn't made one long offer. He has made 2 completely separate offers that just happen to be spoken in the exact same sentence. Therefore, her rejection of the first offer has no legal jurisdiction or contagious effect over the second offer. The words didn't just describe a timeline. They physically built a firewall between Monday and Wednesday.
It is staggering how much architectural weight these jurists place on conjunctions and prepositions,
Every syllable counts.
which naturally leads us to how they handled conditional logic. We've seen how time is strictly bounded. Let's look at what happens when the delegation relies on the words if, whenever, and every time.
Ah, the conditional clauses.
The Arabic term the text uses for this conditional delegation based on her internal will is al-mashiyah.
Right. Conditional grammar introduces a deeply complex layer because it attaches the legal execution of the divorce not just to her spoken voice, but to the existence of her internal desire or wish. And then it attempts to map that wish onto different frequencies of time.
The baseline phrase the text explores is simple. Divorce yourself if you wish, in Arabic, in Shiti. This is the standard conditional trigger.
Very standard.
But the complexity explodes when the husband swaps out the word if for broader temporal conditions.
And the legal consequences of those linguistic swaps are massive. Let's examine the first major variation the text details. What happens if the husband says, divorce yourself whenever you wish?
According to the source, the moment he uses the word whenever, the fragile limitation of the gathering that modules we spend so much time analyzing, where standing up destroys the offer, is completely eradicated.
It's gone.
The power no longer vanishes when she stands up or rides a horse or leaves the room. It becomes a permanent, ongoing legal right that stretches across all times.
The word whenever, mata, in Arabic, acts as a temporal eraser. In Arabic legal linguistics, it implies total, unrestricted temporal generalization.
It just deletes the boundaries.
By utilizing the word whenever, the husband has explicitly granted her the power to bypass the fundamental requirement of an immediate response within the session. He has effectively extended the boundaries of the majlis to encompass her entire lifespan within the marriage.
So the room doesn't matter anymore.
The container is no longer the room. The container is her life.
So whenever is the ultimate legal power-up. It makes the offer immortal. But then we encounter the second variation, which sounds similar but functions entirely differently. What if he says, divorce yourself every time you wish?
This is where the absolute necessity of linguistic precision in jurisprudence becomes undeniable. The phrase every time Kalama introduces the strict legal concept of repetition and chronological sequence.
The text states that with the phrase every time, the wife has the power to execute divorces sequentially.
One after the other.
Right. She can say, I divorced myself once, and then an hour or a week later say it again, and then eventually a third time. But, and this is a massive operational restriction, she cannot execute all 3 divorces at once with a single sweeping statement.
She can't bundle them.
No. She cannot simply say, I divorced myself 3 times. The text says that simultaneous execution will fare.
Let's unpack the structural reason for that failure. The word every time necessitates a recurrence of distinct events. For something to logically happen every time, an event must begin, fully conclude, and then a completely new event must be initiated.
It demands a chronological sequence.
It absolutely forbids simultaneity.
I was trying to map this logic to something modern, and it sounds exactly like the architecture of computer programming.
Oh, really? How do you mean?
Think about how a computer processor executes lines of code. The basic if statement, divorce yourself if you wish, is a simple binary trigger. The processor checks a condition right now. Does the variable wish equal true?
Okay, yes or no?
If yes, execute the command. If no, end the program. The physical majlis is the temporary runtime environment.
I follow the logic.
Then you have the word whenever. That operates like a background daemon in an operating system. It is a process running silently in the background forever.
Always listen.
Right. It is constantly listening, perpetually waiting for the trigger, completely ignoring whether other windows are opened or closed. It never times out.
And how does every time fit into the code?
Every time is a sequential for-hour loop. It gives the computer a very specific instruction. run this block of code, finish the operation entirely, and then loop back to the beginning and wait to run it again.
It has to reset.
A FUR loop must, by the laws of computing, execute step by step, sequentially. It physically cannot execute all 3 iterations of the loop simultaneously in the exact same millisecond.
That is a remarkably precise translation of the 8th century legal logic into modern architecture.
Thanks.
If we connect your FUR loop analogy to the broader jurisprudence, the phrase every time structurally demands that the action of wishing and executing be repeated as distinct, separate events.
You can't just skip to the end.
No. A simultaneous burst of 3 divorces in a single sentence, I divorce myself 3 times, is grammatically and legally incompatible with the operating command of every time. To fulfill the grammar of the husband's offer, she must separate the actions. She must wish, execute, finish. Then she must generate a new wish, execute, finish.
Step 1, step 2, step 3.
Exactly. The grammatical structure literally dictates the pace at which legal reality can unfold.
Which perfectly sets up the most brutal, unforgiving, and counterintuitive aspect of conditional delegation we find in this text, the all-or-nothing rule of numbers.
This specific ruling is where the strictness of the Hanafi school really flexes its absolute devotion to formal logic over casual assumption.
The text presents this highly specific, rigid scenario. The husband says to the wife, divorce yourself 3 times if you wish. So the conditional power is handed over, and it is explicitly attached to the number 3.
Right, the number 3.
The wife receives the offer, she thinks about it, and she responds by saying, I divorced myself once.
And what does the text declare as the legal outcome of that response?
The text rules that nothing happens. The action is completely void. Her divorce of 1 is rejected, and the marriage remains exactly as it was.
This raises a profound question for anyone reading this text today. Why? Why is a lesser amount voided when the maximum amount was offered?
That was exactly my reaction. I pushed back on the text immediately. I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
He gave her the legal authority to execute up to 3 divorces.
He gave her the max?
He gave her the absolute maximum ceiling. Shouldn't 1 be safely covered under the umbrella of 3? If I offer a friend 3 slices of pizza and they say, I'll just take 1, I don't slap the plate out of their hand and scream, all or nothing.
You'd probably just give them 1 slice.
Right. Taking 1 is a partial fulfillment of my broader offer. You are still operating within the limit of the power I granted.
Your pizza analogy is perfectly rational for daily life, but it relies on viewing the number 3 as a collection of individual units, 1 plus 1 plus 1.
Yeah, 3 slices.
But that is fundamentally not how this specific branch of classical jurisprudence views numbers when they are attached to a strict conditional offer. The text clarifies the stance, which is heavily attributed to the foundational jurist Abu Hanifa himself.
Okay, so what was his view?
In this specific legal phrasing, the number 3 is not viewed as a collection of smaller ones. It is viewed as a composite, holistic, singular entity.
A singular entity. So to follow the analogy, he isn't offering 3 individual slices of pizza. He is offering 1 giant, indivisible pie that just happens to be named 3.
Exactly. When the husband says divorce yourself 3 times if you wish, the legal condition attached to her wish is specifically the holistic entity of 3. He did not say, divorce yourself whatever number you want up to 3.
He was very specific.
He named a specific, singular, indivisible condition. Therefore, her wishing for 1 is not considered a partial fulfillment of the condition. In the eyes of the law, it is a complete and total failure to meet the exact programmed parameters of the condition.
Oh, wow. I understand now. It operates exactly like a binary passcode lock.
How so?
He programmed the lock with the specific passcode 3. She walked up to the door and typed the passcode 1. The door doesn't unlock a third of the way just because 1 is a smaller number than 3.
It just errors out.
It simply stays shut because the input did not perfectly match the required condition.
Precisely. To Abu Hanifa and the strict formalists, her response of 1 is not a partial acceptance, it is an invalid counteroffer.
She tried to change the deal.
She attempted to exercise a legal power she was not explicitly given. She was given the power of the entity 3. She tried to conjure and use the power of the entity 1. Because the trigger and the condition do not match perfectly, the mechanism jams, the system rejects the input, and the entire transaction is voided.
It is a masterclass in unapologetic literalism.
It really is.
And this hyperfixation on exact wording, this absolute uncompromising devotion to literalism, leads us to our final and perhaps most granular legal debate in the entire text. We are going to look at a massive jurisprudential battle that was fought over the definition of a single preposition.
The debate over the Arabic preposition min, which translates to from.
But before we dive into the battle over from, the text does a quick, fascinating cleanup on the concept of spatial geography.
Oh, right, the wherever clause.
Yeah, we already learned that the word whenever extends the offer across all of time forever. But what if the husband tries to extend the offer across space? What if he says, divorce yourself wherever you wish?
The text notes that saying wherever is essentially voided as a legal modifier. It carries no weight.
Why is that?
Because the act of divorce is not an act fundamentally tied to physical geography. You can execute a divorce in a house, on top of a mountain, in a bustling market, or alone in a desert. The geographical location has absolute zero bearing on the legal validity of the word spoken.
So the law just ignores that word.
Exactly. Therefore, the word wherever is deemed legally meaningless fluff, and the phrase strips it away, reverting back to a standard if you wish, which, as we know, means the offer remains strictly bound by the invisible walls of the majlis, the specific room they are currently sitting in.
So in this specific legal architecture, time can be manipulated infinitely, but physical space cannot.
Got it. Okay, now for the main event, the debate over the preposition from.
This is a big one.
The scenario presented is this. The husband says to the wife, divorce yourself whatever you wish from three. In Arabic, min thalath ma shiti.
This single phrase caused a major documented philosophical rift between the master Abu Hanifa and his two most famous and influential students, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad al-Shaybani.
Here are the battle lines as the text draws them. Abu Hanifa argues that based strictly on this phrasing, the wife can choose to divorce herself one time, or she can choose 2 times, but she mathematically and logically cannot choose 3 times.
3 is off the table for him. If she chooses 3, the action is invalid. However, his prominent students, Abu Yusuf and Muhammad, look at the exact same sentence and argue the opposite. They state she can choose 3.
So what is the core philosophical disagreement driving this wedge? It entirely hinges on the grammatical definition and the functional mechanics of the preposition from.
Just that one little word.
Yes. Abu Hanifa, sticking to his fiercely strict linguistic literalism, argues that the preposition from inherently and inescapably implies a portion or a fraction of a whole. The specific Arabic grammatical term for this function is tabid, which means to take a part of.
I can see his logic perfectly. If I look at you and say, take some money from my wallet, I'm explicitly, linguistically implying that you should leave some money behind.
Right, you wouldn't say that if you meant take all my money.
Exactly. If you open my wallet and take every single dollar inside it, you haven't taken money from it, you've just taken all of it, you've emptied it.
Abu Hanifa argues exactly that point. He asserts that you physically, mathematically, and logically cannot take the entirety of a thing if you are explicitly instructed to take from it.
Because then the from becomes a lie.
To take the whole is to violate the definition of the preposition. Therefore, if the wife is told to take whatever she wishes from 3, the only mathematically possible answers that leave a required remainder are 1 and 2. Taking 3 consumes the whole, leaves no remainder, and thus violates the structural definition of the word from.
The structural logic is stunningly rigid, but it feels incredibly airtight. How on earth do his students mount an argument against that? It sounds bulletproof if you accept the premise of Tabid.
His students approach the language not just through the lens of strict mathematical literalism, but through the lens of customary usage and the encompassing nature of other words operating within the same sentence.
Oh, they look at the whole sentence.
They don't just look at the word from, they focus heavily on the word what, or whatever, ma in Arabic. They argue that the phrase, whatever you wish, introduces a general encompassment that possesses the grammatical power to override the fractional restriction of the word from.
So they are arguing a hierarchy of words.
Right.
They're saying whatever is a broader, more legally dominant word that swallows the mathematical limitation of from.
Yes, essentially. They argue that in common customary speech, when a person says, take whatever you want from these 3 items, the customary generosity implied by the word whatever means you are fully permitted to take all 3 if your internal desire encompasses them all.
Oh, I see.
They are looking at the overarching intent of the permission rather than the strict mathematical fraction demanded by the preposition. It is a debate between the strict geometry of grammar and the fluid reality of human intent.
Wow. So what does this all mean for us, the modern listener? We have spent an hour looking at how a massive, life-altering legal outcome, the dissolution of a family, The transfer of supreme legal authority hinges entirely on the most microscopic details imaginable.
The tiniest detail.
It hinges on whether someone straightens their knees to stand up or bends them to sit down. It hinges on whether the momentum carrying them forward belongs to a horse's legs or a reverse current.
Yep.
It depends on whether they use the conjunction "and" to build a rope or the word "after" to build lockboxes. And finally, it comes down to a fierce debate over the fractional mathematics of the word "from." It's almost dizzying to realize how fragile the law can be when balanced on the edge of a single syllable.
It is intellectually demanding. And, it asks us to consider the incredible, almost impossible burden this legal system attempts to place on language.
It's a huge burden.
The law demands that human speech be mathematically precise. It treats words like scalpels that must cut through the fabric of reality at exact 90-degree angles. But as we all know from living in the world, daily human communication is inherently messy.
So messy.
We speak in fragments, we use slang, we contradict ourselves, and we rely heavily on the context and assumption of the people listening to us.
Right. We constantly use the wrong words and just expect the people around us to fill in the blanks and know what we meant in our hearts.
But classical jurisprudence refuses to operate on assumption or what you meant in your heart unless it can be proven objectively.
It needs receipts.
Exactly. It forces the chaotic, messy reality of human emotion, stress, and intent through a perfectly rigid, crystalline structure of grammar and physical observation. It is a fascinating, centuries-old attempt to impose perfect, objective order on the inherent chaos of human relationships.
Okay, let's pull back and recap this incredible journey through the source material. We started by exploring the architecture of the Majlis, the gathering.
The room itself.
Right. And how the subtle shifts in physical posture, standing up to abandon, sitting down to deeply engage, dictate the lifespan of a legal offer. We looked at the profound philosophy of environmental transit, how actively piloting a beast consumes your attention and destroys the contract, while passively riding a boat preserves your focus.
Then we looked at the exceptions.
Yes, we saw how the law shows elasticity when a wife asks for a father's counsel, but snaps back to absolute rigidity by demanding she say the exact word "myself" to validate the choice.
We examined the hidden payload of Amrik Biotic, where the husband's secret internal intent can turn a wife's single, simple choice into a devastating triple consequence.
Highlighting the tension between the creator of an offer and the receiver.
Exactly.
We watched language construct the very shape of time, turning the phrase "today and tomorrow" into a continuous, vulnerable rope, and "today and after tomorrow" into indestructible, isolated lockboxes. We mapped ancient conditional grammar to modern computer code, comparing the daemon process of "whenever" to the sequential for loop of "every time."
The programming analogies really worked.
Glad they held up. We saw the brutal mathematical logic of the all-or-nothing rule, where the number 3 operates as an unbreakable binary padlock. And finally, we witnessed legal titans battle over whether the preposition "from" demands a fraction or allows you to take the whole pie.
It is a breathtaking architecture of logic built entirely out of invisible concepts. And I want to leave you, the listener, with a final provocative thought to mull over as you go about your day.
Oh, let's hear it.
We've spent an hour discussing the strict, visible rules of the historical Majlis, but I want you to think about the invisible gatherings that exist in your own daily life right now.
Oh, I really like where this is going.
Think about your relationships, your workplace dynamics, or your high-stakes negotiations. When you are in a deep conversation with a partner, or when you are pitching a vulnerable idea to a boss, when exactly does their unspoken offer of attention expire?
That's a great question.
Are you inadvertently standing up, perhaps by checking your phone, breaking eye contact, or shifting your body away, and utterly destroying a fragile session of connection without even realizing you've done it?
Wow. We do that all the time.
We may not live under the exact strictures of these classical Hanafi laws today, but we are all still deeply bound by the strict, invisible terms and conditions of the words we choose and the physical posture we hold. Our attention is still our most valuable and easily squandered currency.
That is absolutely something that is going to stick with me. The next time I am in a serious conversation, I am going to be hyper-aware of whether I am riding a horse or sitting on a ship. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the delegation of divorce. Keep questioning the invisible structures and unspoken contracts around you, pay close attention to the weight of your words, and we'll see you next time. So, what does a man stepping up to fight a lethal duel have in common with a man lying on his deathbed? I mean, specifically when it comes to the legal mechanics of ending a marriage.
Well, it sounds like the setup to some esoteric historical riddle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But the answer actually reveals the absolute core of how classical legal systems attempt to intercept bad faith.
Right. And we are jumping straight into the deep end today, so welcome to another deep dive.
Glad to be here.
We've got a stack of incredibly detailed source material today. Like, specifically, we're looking at a classical text on the Islamic jurisprudence of divorce and marital dissolution.
It is dense stuff.
It really is. And we're going to be unpacking the underlying logic for you today.
Yeah, our mission here is basically pure legal archaeology.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we set the tone right off the bat. We are looking at these texts impartially, treating them as fascinating historical and legal documents.
Right. We are absolutely not here to debate theology or, endorse any specific viewpoints.
No, not at all. We are simply examining how a centuries-old legal architecture attempts to manage, honestly, the messiest, most volatile parts of human relationships.
Which really requires looking at jurisprudence as, well, a form of behavioral engineering.
Oh, I like that term, behavioral engineering.
Yeah, because the jurists who designed these rules, they were deeply observant of human nature.
They had to be.
Right. They understood that you can write down all the rigid rules you want, but humans will always try to find the loopholes.
Oh, always. We're very good at that.
Exactly. People will act out of spite or indecision or just a desire to abuse power.
Yeah.
So the law, therefore, it can't just be this static list of commands. It has to be a dynamic system capable of anticipating those dark impulses.
Okay, so let's test that theory against the riddle I just posed at the start.
Let's do it.
Because our source material kicks off this specific section with a concept known as the divorce of the sick, or talaq al-marid.
Right.
And the scenario is pretty grim, but it's straightforward. So a man is terminally ill. He knows he does not have much time left.
Right. The clock is ticking.
Exactly. And in this specific state, he decides to irreversibly divorce his wife.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then, shortly after, he succumbs to his illness.
Right.
Now, in a standard legal framework, if a couple is fully divorced, the financial ties, including inheritance, those are completely severed.
That's the baseline assumption, yeah.
But the text mandates this really fascinating exception here.
Which is?
It states that if he dies while she is still in her waiting period, the law steps in and forces her to inherit from his estate anyway.
Okay, wait. To fully grasp the mechanics of this, I think we first need to define that waiting period.
Good point. Let's unpack that.
Because the text refers to it as the Ida.
Right, the Ida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this system, a divorce does not just instantly vaporize a marriage overnight. Like, it's not a light switch.
Right, you don't just sign a paper and suddenly you're strangers.
Exactly. It triggers a mandatory buffer zone.
A buffer zone. I like that way of visualizing it.
Yeah. And for a woman, this period is typically measured by 3 menstrual cycles.
Okay, so it's tied directly to biology.
Exactly. And it serves a dual purpose, first, to establish biological certainty regarding paternity.
Right, ensuring there is no confusion if she happens to be pregnant at the time of the divorce.
Exactly. And second, it creates a psychological and legal window where the reality of the separation sets in before it becomes absolute.
So it's like a cooling off period, legally speaking.
Yeah, a space to process before the door fully closes.
Okay, so let's go back to the scenario. She is in this biological and legal buffer zone, the Ida, when the terminally ill husband passes away.
Right.
And the law says she still gets her cut of the estate.
Even though he officially divorced her.
Exactly. The legal assumption being made here is highly specific. The jurists are essentially acting as psychological profilers here.
Oh, they definitely are.
Because when a terminally ill man suddenly issues an irreversible divorce, the legal system presumes he is acting with malicious financial intent.
Right. They presume his primary goal isn't to end a bad romantic relationship.
No, not at all. They assume his goal is to flee from his financial obligations to her upon his death.
The jurisprudence actively categorizes him as a fleeing party. That's the literal concept.
A fleeing party. That's such a vivid legal term.
It really is. And it acknowledges that, technically, he possesses the legal right to pronounce the divorce.
Right. The words he spoke are legally valid.
Yeah, the divorce itself does actually occur.
But the system intercepts it.
Exactly. The system is designed to nullify the intent behind the action to prevent a fraud.
So it forcibly reattaches her right to inherit back onto his estate.
Right. The logic is basically that you cannot use the mechanics of family law as a weapon to bypass the mechanics of inheritance law.
I'm seeing a direct parallel here to modern secular law.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, specifically concepts like anticipatory breach of contract, or even more accurately, the concept of fraudulent conveyance in estate planning.
Oh, yeah, that makes total sense.
Because in many jurisdictions today, you can't just disinherit a spouse on a whim right before you die.
Especially if it looks shady.
Right, especially if it looks like you are moving assets or changing your marital status specifically to leave them destitute.
The courts will definitely scrutinize that.
Yeah, they will examine that 11th hour maneuver and classify it as an attempt to defraud the spouse of their elective share.
And that's exactly what we're seeing in this classical text. The underlying anxiety of the legal system is identical.
It really is.
The law just despises a bad faith actor using legal technicalities to cause harm.
Nobody likes a loophole abuser.
Exactly. So by forcing the inheritance, the classical jurists are neutralizing the husband's spite.
They're stepping in to protect the vulnerable party.
Yes. They are saying that the rights of the wife, who is about to be widowed and cut out those rights, supersede the dying man's attempt to exercise unilateral control over his wealth.
Okay, but let's test the boundaries of this protection.
Let's do it.
Because what if the dynamic is reversed?
Reversing it how?
Well, let's assume it is a profoundly unhappy marriage.
Okay.
The husband is on his deathbed, but this time, the wife decides she just cannot bear to be tied to him for another moment.
All right.
She actively seeks the divorce.
She initiates it.
Right. Does the legal system still forcefully attach the inheritance to her? Like, assuming she's a victim of his fleeing?
Oh, that's a great question. And the text actually draws a very sharp distinction here.
I would hope so.
Yeah, if the wife is the one who initiates the divorce, she does not inherit.
Really? Okay, so it drops the protection.
Exactly. The source material outlines mechanisms for this. Like, there's this process called cool.
Cool. How does that work?
It's essentially a process where the wife negotiates her way out of the marriage, usually by returning the dower she received.
Oh, okay. So she's buying out her contract in a way.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And if she utilizes this, or if she explicitly requests and consents to the separation while he is ill, that protective inheritance rule completely vanishes.
Wow. So that implies the law is highly context dependent.
Very much so.
It's not just this blanket rule that simply applies whenever a sick person divorces. It pivots entirely on the origin of the action.
Because the entire premise of the divorce of the sick rule is grounded in protecting a victim from unilateral bad faith.
Right. It's about intercepting his bad behavior, not hers.
Exactly. If she asks for the divorce, she is demonstrating agency.
She's making a choice.
She's making a very calculated choice to break the marital bond. And presumably, she is fully aware of the financial consequences that come with severing that tie.
She knows what she's giving up.
Right. The law respects her autonomy in that moment.
That's actually pretty fascinating.
It assumes she weighed the value of her freedom against the value of her potential inheritance, and she chose freedom.
So therefore, the financial tie is severed alongside the marital one.
Exactly. The law won't force money on her if she voluntarily walked away from the source of it.
Okay, I want to push this into an even more complex hypothetical.
Lay it on me.
Let's say the man falls gravely ill. The physicians say it is absolutely terminal.
Okay, so the deathbed context is set.
Right. And out of pure spite, he issues an irreversible divorce to cut his wife out of the estate.
He's fleeing.
He's fleeing. But a month later, an absolute medical miracle occurs.
Oh, wow, okay.
The disease goes into complete remission. He is walking around, fully recovered.
He beat the odds.
He did. And a year goes by, and then he is killed in a completely unrelated accident.
Like what?
Say, a roof collapses on him.
Tragic.
Right. But the point is, the deathbed context is gone.
Yeah.
But the divorce was issued under the shadow of it a year prior. Does the wife still have a claim to the estate based on that initial bad faith action?
She does not.
She doesn't.
No. The elegant logic of the system requires a direct causal link between the state of imminent death and the actual death.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, the text specifies that if he miraculously recovers, the original deathbed context is entirely voided.
Because the threat of him weaponizing his impending death evaporated the exact moment he regained his health.
Exactly the case. When he recovered, he officially ceased to be a fleeing man.
Right, because he's not dying anymore.
Right. Now, the divorce he issued remains valid. They are still legally divorced.
But the emergency inheritance protection expires.
Yes. If he dies much later from a collapsed roof, He dies as a healthy man who previously divorced his wife.
So the link between the malicious intent of the divorce and the finality of his death is completely broken.
Yes. And so the standard rules of a finalized divorce apply. No inheritance.
Which brings us back to the riddle from the very beginning.
Ah, right, the duel.
Yes, the duel. Because the text does not restrict this concept of fleeing to just a medical deathbed.
No, it casts a much wider net.
It broadens the philosophy to encompass this entire taxonomy of doom.
Taxonomy of doom, I love that.
Well, the source material lists these highly specific high-stakes scenarios that the law treats with the exact same weight as a terminal illness.
Right, like a man besieged in a fortress.
Exactly, or a man standing in the front lines of a battlefield.
Or a man who has been brought forward to face execution.
And, of course, a man who has stepped up to fight a lethal duel.
So the jurists are basically building a unified theory of human desperation here.
Yeah, they are analyzing the psychological state of the individual in those specific terrifying environments.
And the common denominator among all those scenarios is the statistical probability of survival.
Right.
The law asks a simple question. In this specific moment, is the overwhelming expectation survival or is it destruction?
Because if a man is just sitting in his living room on a Tuesday and issues a divorce, the baseline expectation is survival.
Right. And the law treats it as a standard dissolution of a contract.
But if he is standing on the front lines of an advancing army,
Or defending a besieged fortress where the walls are currently being breached.
his overwhelming expectation drastically shifts to destruction.
Yeah. His mindset is absolutely no longer operating under normal societal conditions.
And if he uses that terrifying, chaotic moment to turn to his wife and declare an irreversible divorce,
The legal system assumes he's trying to reorganize his estate at the last possible second.
it assumes he isn't having a sudden epiphany about marital incompatibility.
Right. He's not thinking, we've just grown apart.
No, he is looking at an enemy's spear and trying to spite his spouse before it hits it.
Exactly. So the law throws this wide net over all these scenarios. If he issues the divorce and is actually killed in the battle or the duel, she inherits.
It is such a fascinating way of neutralizing a husband's attempt to force an unfair finality.
It really is. We are seeing the law act as a rigid barrier against an ending.
Right.
But the source material immediately transitions to explore the exact opposite problem.
The opposite problem.
Yeah. How does the system operate when it actively wants to prevent an ending?
Oh, I see.
How does it handle the natural human tendency toward regret and hasty decisions?
Ah, okay. This introduces the mechanics of the Raji.
Yes, the revocable divorce.
Let's get into this, because this is wild. According to the text, the first time a man divorces his wife, or even the second time, the marriage does not instantly dissolve into thin air.
Right. It does.
It initiates that IDA, that waiting period we discussed earlier.
That 3-cycle buffer zone.
Yes, and during this specific window of time, the husband retains a truly powerful legal right.
What is it?
He can revoke the divorce and take his wife back.
Okay, so a mulligan.
A legal mulligan. But the most striking detail here is that he can do this whether she consents to the revocation or not.
Wow. Whether she consents or not, that is intense.
It really is.
But if we look at the philosophy underpinning this, it's unmistakable. The system is heavily, heavily biased toward maintaining the family unit.
It wants them to stay together.
Right.
Yeah.
It views the initial pronouncement of divorce not as a guillotine severing the tie, but as a severe structural warning.
A warning shot.
Exactly. By making the first and second divorces revocable, without requiring a whole new marriage contract, a new dower, or even the wife's consent, the law lowers the barrier to reconciliation to the absolute floor.
It functions as a mandatory cooling-off period.
Right.
The jurists clearly understood that human beings possess tempers.
Yes, they do.
People say catastrophic things in the heat of a domestic argument.
All the time.
The law builds in a pause button, giving them a few months to let the anger subside before they permanently dismantle their lives.
And the lives of their children, let's not forget.
Right. But the mechanics of how this pause button is unpressed, that is where the source material reveals a massive philosophical debate.
Oh, there's always a debate.
Always. How exactly does a husband legally hit the undo button?
Let me guess, there's a split opinion.
A massive split. The text outlines a sharp disagreement between the major legal schools of thought, specifically the Hanafi school and the Shafi school. And this disagreement goes far beyond legal pedantry. It actually strikes at the core of what a marriage actually is.
Okay, let's examine the Hanafi position first. How do they say you revoke a divorce?
Well, They argue that revocation can, of course, be verbal. A man can simply state, I take you back, or I retain my wife.
That makes sense. Very straightforward.
But they also argue that the revocation can be entirely physical.
Wait, physical?
Yes. If the husband kisses her, touches her with desire, or if they have intercourse, that physical act instantly and legally revokes the divorce.
Oh, wow.
The marriage is fully reinstated without a single word being spoken.
Okay, but what about the Shafi school?
The Shafi school fiercely rejects this.
I can imagine.
They demand that revocation must be executed through explicit verbal communication.
Right, a spoken contract.
Exactly. A physical touch, in their view, carries absolutely no legal weight to reinstate the marriage without the verbal contract being explicitly renewed.
You know, I find myself struggling to reconcile the Hanafi view with modern concepts of consent and contractual clarity.
Right. It feels very loose.
Doesn't their physical rule create a massive legal trap?
How so? Play devil's advocate here.
Well, let's say the couple is in the waiting period, and the text actually encourages them to continue living in the same house during this time, right?
Yes, presumably to foster reconciliation.
Right. So they're in the same house, they have a late-night conversation, emotions run high, they share a moment of weakness, and they kiss.
Okay.
Under Hanafi law, that single physical act legally binds them back together as husband and wife.
Instantly.
Isn't it deeply problematic to let a momentary lapse of judgment override a formal declaration of divorce?
From a purely textual or contractual mindset, which is essentially the Shafi approach, it absolutely looks like a trap.
It really does.
The Shafi jurists argue that since the divorce was initiated by a spoken word, it can only be undone by a spoken word.
That's very logical.
Right. They view marriage primarily as a legal status that requires a verbal key to lock and unlock. Furthermore, they argue that once the word of divorce is spoken, she is transitioning out of the marriage, making physical intimacy legally inappropriate until the verbal contract is formally reestablished. Okay, so the Shafi view prioritizes the supremacy of the spoken contract. Completely.
But what is the Hanafi counter-argument?
Mm.
Because surely they have a deep justification for giving a kiss the power of a legal contract.
They do. The Hanafi jurists are basically looking past the parchment. They're focusing on the emotional and biological reality of the couple.
Okay.
They view the marital bond not merely as a verbal agreement, but as an inherently physical and intimate connection.
Interesting.
Their underlying logic is that if you voluntarily revive the physical intimacy, you are intrinsically reviving the legal contract that governs it.
Ah, it's the ultimate expression of actions speak louder than words.
Precisely. To the Hanafis, desire and physical touch are the ultimate proofs of reconciliation.
Because words can be cheap, but actions are real.
Exactly. If the overarching goal of the legal system is to keep the family together and the couple naturally gravitates back toward physical intimacy, the law embraces that action.
It removes the friction.
Yes, it removes the friction of requiring formal declarations. Think about it. People are often too proud or too stubborn or too embarrassed to verbally admit they were wrong and just say, I take you back.
Oh yeah, ego ruins a lot of reconciliations.
Exactly. So the Hanafi rule allows the body's natural inclination toward the partner to essentially bypass the ego's refusal to speak.
That is actually a really profound way to structure a law around human fallibility.
It's beautiful in a way.
It is. But from a logistical standpoint, it sounds like an absolute administrative nightmare.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, if a revocation can be a private physical moment or just a casually spoken sentence in a hallway, how do you ever prove it later?
You're hitting on the exact anxiety of a legal system.
Right. What happens if the couple ends up in front of a judge bitterly arguing about whether a revocation actually took place during the waiting period?
Well, the source material is highly pragmatic regarding this exact risk.
Does it require a notary or something?
No, but it states that having witnesses to the revocation is strongly recommended.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
It is considered the best practice specifically to preempt the disputes you're describing.
Because a prudent husband would ensure two witnesses hear him say, I have taken my wife back.
Right. However, and this is key, the text is explicit that witnesses are not strictly mandatory for the revocation to be legally valid.
Wait, they aren't mandatory.
No. The validity originates from the husband's action or word, not from the presence of observers.
Wow. which inevitably sets the stage for a high-stakes, he said, she said conflict.
Oh, absolutely. And the text anticipates this exact scenario.
Of course it does.
It addresses the ultimate clash of timelines. So what happens if the woman declares that her waiting period, her ETA, has officially concluded,
Okay.
but the husband claims he verbally took her back yesterday, just before the clock ran out?
Oh, boy. And there are no witnesses.
No witnesses. Just his word against hers. Who does the legal system believe?
This is tense. Let me guess. It defaults to the husband because he holds the right of revocation.
Actually, no. This ruling is one of the most striking examples of epistemological humility in classical law. Yeah, the text dictates that in this specific dispute, the woman's word is accepted over the man's.
The law defaults to the wife.
It does.
But why? I mean, in a legal architecture that gives the husband the unilateral power to divorce and to revoke without her consent, why does she suddenly hold the trump card here?
Because the law recognizes a domain of knowledge where her authority is absolute.
Which is?
As we established earlier, the waiting period is typically measured by her menstrual cycles.
Right.
The legal system acknowledges a fundamental biological reality. She is the sole, exclusive timekeeper of her own body.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No judge, no jurist, and certainly no husband can know the internal workings of her biology better than she does.
So the law defers to her biological monopoly.
Yes. The jurists recognize that demanding external proof for an internal biological process is just absurd.
It is. You can't put a witness on that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Therefore, the law vests her with the authority of being the ultimate arbiter of her own timeline.
That's fascinating.
If she declares, under oath, that her cycles have completed and the waiting period has expired before he issued his revocation, her statement carries the legal weight. The husband cannot override her biological testimony with a convenient claim of a last-minute revocation.
That is an incredible delegation of legal trust.
It really is. It demonstrates that the system, while heavily structured around the husband's contractual rights, has these hard-coded boundaries where the woman's physical reality dictates the legal outcome.
Let's summarize the architecture we have explored so far, because this is a lot to wrap our heads around.
Go for it.
For the first two divorces, the law is incredibly flexible and accommodating.
Very.
It forces a pause. It allows verbal or physical reconciliation. It practically nudges the couple to repair the breach.
Yep.
But a critical thinker looking at the system would immediately spot a glaring vulnerability.
And what's that?
Does this leniency just go on in perpetuity?
Oh.
I mean, can a husband divorce his wife, wait for the ETA to almost expire, revoke the divorce on the final day, wait a month, divorce her again, and just keep repeating the cycle?
Oh, that sounds awful.
Right. He could effectively keep her trapped in an endless loop of emotional whiplash.
Never fully married, but never free to leave.
Exactly. You've just identified the exact nightmare scenario that necessitated the next phase of this legal framework.
The failsafe.
Yes. The law had to implement a failsafe to prevent the pause button from being weaponized into an instrument of perpetual captivity.
Which brings us to the point where the leniency completely evaporates.
Yes, it does.
The legal system pivots from being highly accommodating to incredibly unyieldingly strict.
We're talking about the concept of the triple divorce.
Right. Let's get into the triple divorce. Because the rule here is stark and uncompromising.
How?
If a man divorces his wife for a third time, and actually, the text notes the math changes to twice if the husband is a slave, which reflects the complex social stratifications of the time. But the standard metric is 3.
Okay, so 3 strikes.
3 strikes, and the door slams completely shut.
Completely.
Completely. She becomes entirely unlawful to him. He cannot simply revoke it during the waiting period.
Not that pause button.
Gone. He cannot draft a new marriage contract. He cannot offer a new dower. The marital bond is legally dead and buried.
I really want to dig into the psychological and social ramifications of this.
It's heavy.
Because if a couple goes through this, say the husband issues the third divorce in a moment of explosive anger, and they wake up the next morning realizing they have made a catastrophic error, what is their immediate recourse?
Initially, there is absolutely no recourse.
None.
None. And the text provides vital historical context for why this barrier is so insurmountable.
What's the context?
Before these specific rules were codified, like in pre-Islamic Arabia, A man possessed the theoretical ability to divorce his wife and take her back an infinite number of times.
So that infinite loop of limbo was a real historical reality.
Yes, and it was utilized as a mechanism of profound psychological and social abuse.
Just holding someone hostage.
Exactly. A man could hold a woman hostage in his household. He would refuse to treat her as a wife, but by constantly resetting the divorce clock, he prevented her from ever becoming free to marry anyone else or move on with her life.
So the three-strike rule was not engineered to punish couples who make genuine mistakes.
No.
It was engineered to disarm an abuser.
Precisely. It strips the weapon of perpetual limbo from the husband's hands.
Wow.
The state grants you 2 warnings. The third time you invoke the word, the state considers you to have intentionally and permanently shattered the vessel, and it removes your ability to put it back together.
It forces the husband to weigh the gravity of his words.
Right. It attaches a catastrophic, irreversible consequence to the third pronouncement to ensure it is never used lightly as a threat or a tool of manipulation.
But let's look at the human collateral damage of that strictness. Because human beings are erratic, they self-sabotage.
All the time.
Let's return to the couple who regrets the third divorce. They have children, they genuinely love each other, and the anger has evaporated.
A tragic situation.
Is there any legal mechanism, no matter how arduous, for them to ever reunite?
There is a remedy, but it is intentionally extreme.
Extreme how?
It is designed to be so socially, emotionally, and legally heavy that it reinforces the severity of the third divorce.
Okay, brace me.
For the woman to ever become lawful to her first husband again, she must legitimately marry a completely different man.
Wow.
That new marriage must be physically consummated.
Wait.
And following that, the second husband must either die naturally or he must choose to divorce her of his own completely free will.
You're kidding.
Only after that entire process is complete and a new waiting period is observed can she even entertain the idea of remarrying her first husband.
I have to push back hard on the ethics of this structure.
I thought you might.
I mean, why is the woman subjected to this massive life-altering hurdle, having to marry and be intimate with a stranger, basically, because of the man's inability to control his temper?
It's a very modern, valid question.
If the goal is to deter the husband from issuing a hasty third divorce, why does she bear the physical and emotional burden of the remedy?
It is a profound question. And to understand the jurist's logic, you have to look at how they viewed collateral consequence as a deterrent.
Okay, explain that.
The burden is indeed placed on the woman's marital status, but the psychological terror is aimed squarely at the first husband.
Ah.
The law is telling the man, if you say this word a third time, you are actively surrendering your wife to the physical and legal intimacy of another man.
That's brutal.
You will have to watch her build a life in someone else's household, and you will have absolutely no power to stop it or bring her back.
Oh, I see.
The emotional agony of that realization is the ultimate deterrent. The hurdle is placed in her path precisely because her crossing it is what inflicts the punishment of regret on him.
It is a brutal calculus.
Very.
But any lawyer looking at this complex requirement immediately spots the hack.
The loophole.
Yes, the loophole. If a couple deeply regrets the triple divorce and they know she must marry someone else before she can return,
Yeah.
the obvious loophole is a proxy marriage.
Absolutely.
They find a trusted friend, pay him a fee, have him marry her for a single afternoon, and then have him immediately issue a divorce.
It checks all the technical boxes.
Right. Marriage, check. Divorce, check. The clock is reset, and the original couple is reunited by the end of the week.
You have just described a highly controversial practice known as talil.
Talil.
Yes, roughly translating to the making lawful loophole.
Okay. And how does the text handle that?
The text has a visceral, almost aggressive reaction to it.
Does the jurisprudence handle the hired husband by just declaring the proxy marriage void?
It goes much further than a standard invalidation. The source material quotes a highly famous religious decree.
Which is?
Cursed is the one who makes lawful, and the one for whom it is made lawful.
Curse.
Yes. The jurists considered a marriage constructed on the explicit prearranged condition of an immediate divorce to be an absolute mockery of the legal system.
The word cursed implies a moral revulsion that you rarely see in dry legal texts.
It really does, because the talil subverts the entire behavioral engineering project we just discussed.
Right, because if the third strike rule relies on the psychological terror of permanently losing the wife to another man,
Yeah.
allowing a temporary hired husband to wipe the slate clean completely completely destroys the deterrent.
It turns a severe social barrier into a minor administrative fee.
But how does a court of law actually enforce this? I mean, you can't put a polygraph on the second husband to prove he secretly intends to divorce her tomorrow.
That's the million-dollar question. How does the law distinguish between a genuine second marriage and a fake proxy marriage?
Exactly.
Well, the law relies on strict, observable, physical boundaries to ensure the transition is real.
Physical boundaries.
This brings us back to the requirement of consummation. The text dictates that it is absolutely not enough to simply sign a marriage contract with the second man and then get a divorce.
Right, because signatures on parchment are way too easy to arrange in bad faith.
Exactly. You could do that in 10 minutes.
So what's the standard?
The text explicitly uses this really evocative phrase, tasting the sweetness.
Tasting the sweetness.
Yes, it legally mandates actual physical intercourse between the woman and the second husband.
Wow.
This creates a profound, unavoidable physical and emotional reality.
It ensures that the transition into the second marriage is deeply personal and not merely a sterile, choreographed legal maneuver.
Exactly. It forces the reality of the situation upon all parties involved.
It makes the abstract concept of a finalized divorce brutally concrete.
Extremely concrete. But the text doesn't just mandate consummation. It gets incredibly specific, almost granular, about what actually constitutes a valid second husband.
Granular how?
There are edge cases detailed here that test the very definition of a marital bond.
Oh, I love edge cases. Give me one.
The precision is astonishing. For instance, the jurists debate the legal status of an adolescent boy.
An adolescent.
Yes. Does an adolescent count as a valid second husband for the purpose of breaking the triple divorce prohibition?
Huh. That's a tricky one.
The text concludes that yes, if he is physically capable of consummation, his participation legally fulfills the requirement.
So the biological reality of the consummation carries the legal weight there.
Right. Which is surprising, considering an adolescent might lack the full legal or financial capacity of an adult in other contexts.
Yeah, but biology is the threshold here.
But then the text draws a massive red line when it comes to social status and the definition of the relationship itself.
Okay, what's the red line?
The text explicitly notes that a master having sexual relations with his enslaved woman does not count as fulfilling the requirement.
Interesting. I need to understand the logic there.
Let's unpack it.
If the core requirement is physical consummation, tasting the sweetness, and that physical act occurs between the master and the enslaved woman, why does the legal status of the participants nullify it?
Because the overarching rule demands that she must marry a second husband.
Emphasizing the word marry.
Yes. The relationship between a master and an enslaved person, while it may involve physical intimacy, is legally categorized as a relationship of property and ownership, not a marital bond.
Ah.
The law insists that the dignity, the rights, and the formal structure of a true marriage contract must be present.
So the woman must be elevated to the legal status of a wife within a new household.
Exactly. Entitled to a dower and marital rights, not relegated to the status of property.
So the system basically refuses to accept a counterfeit marriage.
It completely rejects it.
It refuses to allow a master-slave dynamic to act as a substitute for a husband-wife dynamic, even if the physical requirements are met.
It is fiercely guarding the institution of marriage by demanding that even the remedy for a broken marriage requires a genuine respect for the institution itself.
When you step back and look at the entirety of the framework we've covered today, you really see a massive, intricately balanced arc.
You really do.
We began with the deathbed divorce.
Right.
Where the law forcefully intervened to stop a husband from weaponizing his impending death to commit financial fraud.
Intercepting the fleeing man.
Yes. The system prioritized the financial protection of the vulnerable wife over the malicious intent of the dying man.
And then we moved into the revocable divorce.
Right, the Raji.
Where the law actively attempts to heal fractures. It builds in that cooling off period.
It defers to the woman's biological authority over her own timeline.
Yeah, that was amazing. And depending on the legal school, it even allows a simple physical touch to override the stubbornness of pride and save the family unit.
The Hanafi versus Shafi debate.
Exactly.
And finally, we confronted the triple divorce.
The point of no return.
Right. Where the system's leniency abruptly ends. It prioritizes the long-term stability and safety of the woman over the reckless indecision of the man.
Slamming the door shut.
And requiring a massive life-altering barrier to be crossed before any backtracking can even be considered.
It is a journey from extreme flexibility to extreme rigidity,
with every single rule calibrated to anticipate and manage human behavior.
which leaves me with a final thought for you, the listener, to mull over long after this deep dive is finished.
Lay it on them.
We have just spent a long time exploring how a classical legal system, constructed centuries ago, went to extraordinary lengths to balance two deeply competing forces.
Okay.
On one side, it recognized a person's fundamental right to exit a marriage.
A necessary right.
But on the other side, it possessed a systemic, almost desperate desire to prevent fraud, protect the vulnerable from perpetual limbo, and maintain the structural integrity of the family.
The behavioral engineering we talked about.
Right. The jurists built this incredibly intricate architecture to handle the messy, volatile reality of human regret and hidden intentions.
They really did.
So look at the modern world. Think about the secular family law systems operating today.
That's a great comparison.
Do our current court systems actually do a better job at handling the messiness of a deathbed spite or a sudden change of heart or the cycle of emotional abuse?
It's hard to say.
Do we have a more effective way of reading the hidden intentions behind a failing marriage?
Probably not.
Or have we, in our pursuit of modern, streamlined legal engineering, simply traded one set of incredibly complex, deeply human rules for another?
That's a heavy thought.
Are our modern systems still just trying and perhaps struggling to build a machine that can somehow measure and regulate the human heart?
It makes you wonder.
It is something to deeply consider the next time you think about how society governs our most private relationships.
It really is.
Thank you for joining us on this exploration. Keep questioning the architecture of the rules around you, and we will see you on the next deep dive.
Have you ever, really stopped to think about the sheer power of a single word?
Oh, I mean, that's a huge question.
Right. But I don't mean magical in, a poetic or metaphorical sense, like where a word just makes you feel a certain way.
Yeah, you mean literally.
Exactly. I mean it
Cool.
quite literally, because in very specific contexts, uttering a particular sound doesn't just describe the physical world around you, it instantly alters reality.
Right, yeah. You speak, and a bond is severed.
Yes. You utter a phrase, and the entire legal universe you inhabit just, it shifts on its axis.
Which is what linguists and philosophers actually call a performative utterance.
A performative utterance. Okay.
Yeah, because when you're in these specific contexts, the speech itself doesn't report on an action that happened previously. The speech literally is the action.
Oh, wow. Like when a judge says, I sentence you.
Exactly. Or when someone says, I promise.
Hmm.
The speaking of the words constitutes the actual act.
Right, right. And the reason we're bringing this up to you today, the listener, is because this deep dive we're doing into our source material today is incredibly special.
It really is. It's fascinating stuff.
We are looking at what might be the ultimate historical masterclass in performative utterances. We've got this dense stack of classical Islamic jurisprudence notes sitting right here in front of us.
Specifically, fiqh.
Yes, fiqh. And we aren't doing a broad, sweeping overview of Islamic history today either. We're focusing intensely on a highly specific, densely packed section of text.
Right, we're zooming way in.
We really are. It's roughly the second 11% of a much larger manuscript.
Yeah, a very precise slice.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And this specific slice deals exclusively with the absolute rigid boundaries of legal speech. We are exploring the exact mechanics of marital dissolution.
Which is known in the text as talaq.
Right. But before we truly get into the architecture of this text, we really need to establish some ground rules for our exploration today.
Oh, absolutely. That's crucial. As we unpack these historical legal manuscripts, our goal here isn't to take sides.
Definitely not.
We aren't here to endorse these viewpoints, and we aren't here to critique them from a modern 21st century perspective either.
Yeah, that's not the mission. Our mission is just to impartially and objectively unpack the fascinating intellectual machinery that was built by these classical scholars.
Exactly. We're looking at the mechanics of a highly complex theoretical system. We just want to observe how they constructed a legal reality.
Right, this isn't a space for modern social commentary. I think the best way to frame this specific section of the text is to think of it as theoretical physics for lawyers.
Oh, I love that. That is exactly how it reads.
Because we're going to see these medieval scholars stress test language, anatomy, mathematics, and even geography, all to figure out exactly how human intention binds or breaks a legal contract.
It really is an incredibly intricate web of logic. They're operating in a space where they felt completely compelled to account for every conceivable variable.
No matter how improbable it seemed.
Right. No matter how bizarre the scenario might seem, they had to ensure the legal framework was entirely watertight.
Because if the system could handle the most extreme, weird edge case hypotheticals, it could easily handle the mundane reality of everyday disputes.
Exactly. So where should we start?
Well, let's establish the baseline here. Because before the text even looks at what is being said to break this bond, it sets up incredibly strict boundaries on who holds the power to speak those world-altering words.
Right. Who can actually enact this performative utterance?
Yeah. The text establishes right out of the gate that a valid legal dissolution requires the person speaking to be a sane adult husband.
Sane and an adult. Okay.
Yeah. It explicitly voids the speech of a child, an insane person, and someone who is asleep.
Asleep.
Yeah. If you fall into those categories, your words have zero legal weight.
Right. Well, to understand the logic there, we have to look at the underlying principle the scholars are operating on.
Okay, lay it on me.
So the foundational concept in the text is alia, which translates roughly to legal capacity.
Alia, legal capacity.
Exactly. But alia is not just a blanket term. It's rooted in something very specific called aquil mumeis.
Aquil mumeis. What does that mean exactly?
It basically means the distinguishing intellect. The core philosophy here is that you cannot be bound by a choice if you completely lack the biological or mental capacity to actually execute the cognitive process of choosing.
Oh, okay. Which makes perfect sense on a surface level. You know, like if I'm talking to my sleep, I'm obviously not making a conscious decision.
Precisely. And the text notes that the sleeping person is entirely devoid of kitiar.
He's a tear.
Yeah, which means choice or volition. When you're asleep, you might speak. You might even articulate the exact, explicit words required to end the contract.
Right, people sleep talk all the time.
Yeah, but your distinguishing intellect, your aquil mumeis, is completely offline.
It's just shut down.
Exactly. And because there is no cognitive agency, there is no legal act. The words are just empty sounds vibrating in the air.
Okay, I follow the logic there. Sleep equals no distinguishing intellect, which equals no choice, which equals a void contract. But I actually have to push back on the text here.
Oh, okay, where's the friction?
Well, because just a few paragraphs later, it presents a scenario that seems to completely contradict that entire formula.
Ah, I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Right. The text states that a coerced person's divorce is valid.
Yes, it does.
I mean, if someone is holding a weapon to you, threatening your life, and literally forcing you to say the words, how on earth is that valid?
A massive paradox, isn't it?
It really is. If you are being forced, you have no choice. How is a coerced person fundamentally different from a sleeping person?
Well, you've hit on the exact paradox that makes this specific era of jurisprudence so incredibly rich to study. And what's interesting is that you actually aren't the first person to make that exact argument.
Oh, really? Good to know. I'm in good company.
You really are. The text actually addresses the listener's likely confusion here by bringing in the viewpoint of another absolute titan of Islamic scholarship, Al-Shafi'i.
Okay, what did Shafi say about it?
Well, Shafi'i looked at coercion and agreed entirely with your premise. He argued that coercion completely negates choice, just like being asleep.
Right, because it does.
So he concluded that a coerced utterance should be entirely void.
So Shafi is arguing the intuitive position there, but the authors of our main text, the Hanafi perspective, they disagree with him.
They absolutely disagree.
So how do they justify validating an action taken at sword point?
They counter Shafi'i with a profound, almost uncomfortable philosophical point about the sheer nature of human agency.
Okay, I'm bracing myself. What's the point?
They argue that the coerced person actually did make a choice.
What? How is it a choice if the alternative is literally death?
Right, so this is where we have to separate emotional desire from cognitive function. The text argues that the coerced person was presented with two evils.
Okay, two evils.
Yeah. Extreme physical harm or death on one hand, and uttering the words of divorce on the other. Now, look at their distinguishing intellect. Their aquil mumeis.
Was it online?
Exactly. Was it online? Yes, it was. They looked at those two horrific options, they calculated the outcomes of both, and they actively, consciously chose the lesser of the two evils.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so they are saying that the presence of extreme duress doesn't eliminate the actual cognitive mechanism of choosing. It just forces you into a really, really terrible set of options.
Exactly. The active choice was made to preserve their own life or their safety. even though the consequence of the words is entirely disliked.
Right, because nobody wants that outcome.
Yeah, it's forced upon them by external circumstances.
Mm.
But the internal cognitive engine of choosing was running perfectly.
It was processing the data.
Right. And because that engine was running, the legal act is validated. They knew what the words meant, and they deployed them as a tool to achieve a specific outcome.
Which was survival.
Your
Yeah.
survival.
That is an intensely cold, purely mechanical view of human agency. I mean, it strips away all the context of desire and looks only at the raw machinery of the brain.
It really does. It is the ultimate separation of intent to act from desire for the outcome.
If the gears are turning, you are legally responsible for the output.
Exactly. The law, at least in this specific interpretation, only cares if your intellect was functioning. It doesn't care who or what was pressuring that intellect.
Okay, that brings us perfectly to the next hypothetical the text throws at us, which deals with someone who purposely breaks their own cognitive engine.
Ah, yes. The drunkard.
Right, the drunkard. The text brings up the scenario of an intoxicated person uttering the words of dissolution. Now, if we follow the logic of the sleeping person, you would naturally assume a blackout drunk person has no distinguishing intellect.
Right. They're not making calculated choices.
Exactly, so their words shouldn't count.
Yeah.
But the text rules that the speech of an intoxicated person actually is legally valid.
Which introduces another really vital layer to their legal theory, causality of incapacity.
Causality, so how it happened.
Right. Why is the drunkard's speech valid when the sleeping person's is not? Because, the scholars argue, the loss of intellect was caused by an intentional, sinful act.
The willful consumption of the intoxicant.
Yes. Because they willingly chose to disable their own intellect, the law creates a sort of legal fiction.
A legal fiction.
Yeah, it treats their intellect as if it is still completely present and functioning.
Oh, I see. The text uses a very specific Arabic phrase to justify this, doesn't it?
It does. The phrase is zajran lo.
Zajran lo.
Yeah, it translates to acting as a deterrent or a punishment.
Okay, so it's punitive.
Completely punitive.
Yeah.
The underlying logic is that you cannot use your own intentional misconduct as a shield against legal liability.
That makes total sense. If you willingly break the seal on your own sanity, the legal system is going to hold you entirely responsible for everything that escapes while you are in that state.
Exactly. You broke it, you bought it.
But, and I think this is fascinating, the text is careful to draw a boundary here. It immediately presents a counter-hypothetical.
Right, the medicine scenario.
Yes. What if someone drinks a medicine, a totally permissible, necessary medicine, and they have a severe, unforeseen adverse reaction that causes them to lose their mind and utter the exact same words?
It's a great distinction.
Right, because in that specific case, the text says the words do not count. They are completely void.
And if we look at the overarching philosophy of agency we've been tracking, this makes perfect sense.
Because they didn't do it on purpose.
Exactly. In the case of the medicine, the intent behind the loss of reason was pure. The person was attempting to hear themselves, not abandon their intellect.
Right.
Therefore, the resulting loss of reason is treated exactly like an illness or like sleep. It is an involuntary suspension of the aql mumayyiz.
And so it genuinely voids their legal capacity?
Exactly. The intent behind how you lost your mind entirely dictates the legal reality of the words spoken during that loss.
You know, I'm picturing this like an algorithmic flowchart of liability.
Oh, totally. Walk me through it.
Okay, so you asked the first question. Did the speaker have their intellect? If yes, the act is valid.
Right.
If no, you move to the second question. Did they lose their intellect on purpose through a forbidden act?
Yes.
If yes, the act is valid as a punishment. If no, like with sleep or medicine, the act is void.
It is entirely algorithmic. They are literally building a logic gate for the law.
It's brilliant. So that covers the state of the mind. But what about the physical ability to actually articulate the performative utterance?
Right, the physical mechanics.
Yeah. The text specifically addresses the scenario of a mute person. It states that a mute person's dissolution is entirely valid if it is communicated via established sign language.
Which is a really fascinating inclusion.
Yeah.
Because it demonstrates that this highly rigid legal system isn't blindly obsessed with just the physical sonic vibration of vocal cords.
It's not just about sound waves.
Exactly. It is obsessed with the undeniable communication of intent.
Right.
If a specific set of physical gestures is the established, universally understood substitute for verbal speech for that particular individual, The law recognizes those gestures as legally binding utterances.
So the medium changes, but the performative nature of the communication remains entirely intact.
You nailed it.
There's also this detail about social status in this section, which serves as a pretty stark reminder to you, the listener, of the historical context in which this manuscript was actually written.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that.
Right. It notes that the numerical limit of legal dissolutions a man can pronounce is directly tied to the woman's social status. It's limited to 2 for a slave woman and 3 for a free woman.
To grasp why this is in the text, we really have to understand how classical jurisprudence viewed the dichotomy of freedom and bondage.
Okay, how do they frame it?
Well, the text explains its reasoning. The capacity for ownership and personal freedom is viewed within this specific legal framework as a state of completeness.
Completeness.
Yeah. Higher legal limits, greater societal allowances, and concurrently greater legal responsibilities are all tied to this higher complete social status.
I see.
Conversely, the state of bondage is viewed mathematically as a half state.
Half state.
Yeah, and therefore it halves the legal allowances and limits. It's a very strict mathematical approach to social hierarchy applied directly to family law.
Wow. Okay. Well, we spent a lot of time establishing this baseline. We know exactly who has the power to speak these world-altering words and under what cognitive conditions their minds are considered legally active.
The who and the why.
Exactly. But if the law is this rigid about who is speaking, the mechanics of how they speak, like the actual words they use, must be under an even tighter microscope.
Oh, absolutely. This is where we truly see the linguistic stress testing you mentioned in the intro.
Let's get into it.
The jurist transition here from analyzing the speaker to dissecting the speech itself.
Right. The text divides all phrases of dissolution into 2 incredibly strict, uncompromising categories.
Sarah and Kinaya.
Yes. The first category is explicit, or Sarah in Arabic, and the second is implicit, or Kinaya. Let's tackle explicit speech first.
Okay, let's go.
The text gives the example of the most direct phrase possible. You are divorced. Antitelic.
Antitelic, yeah.
And right after introducing this, the text drops a massive system-altering rule. It explicitly states that using a serif phrase absolutely does not require intention.
None at all, which represents a fundamental shift in the framework we've been building.
It completely flips the script.
It really does. Because up until this exact point in the manuscript, we have been talking endlessly about content, distinguishing intellect, and cognitive agency.
Right, the aql mumayyiz.
Exactly. But the moment an explicit Seri word enters the atmosphere, the word itself overrules the internal hidden state of the speaker.
That is wild. I was actually trying to figure out how to explain this to you, the listener, and the best analogy I could come up with is a self-executing line of computer code.
Oh, I like where this is going.
Okay, imagine you have a command prompt open on your computer screen. If you type the exact specific command designed to delete your hard drive and you hit enter, the program just runs.
It deletes everything.
It deletes everything. The computer doesn't pause and prompt you asking, hey, did you truly mean to hit enter? Were you just typing that out to see how the syntax looked?
Right, the machine doesn't care about your feelings.
It doesn't care. The words of the Qaid are exclusively designed for one single purpose in that operating system, so their usage implies intent by default. Once you hit enter, the process executes.
That analogy maps perfectly onto how these jurists view Sera language. Perfectly.
Oh, good.
Because these specific, explicit words have absolutely no other common everyday usage in this societal context other than the dissolution of the marriage contract.
Right. You don't just use them casually.
Exactly. Because the entirety of society has universally agreed on their single destructive function, using them as like pulling the pin on a grenade.
Oh, that's a great visual.
You cannot pull the pin, drop the grenade, and then argue in court that you didn't internally intend for it to explode.
Right.
The action itself carries the inherent intent. The explicit word is the pulled pin.
But the text refuses to let things be simple.
Of course it does.
It immediately introduces a wild hypothetical that complicates this automated code.
Let's hear it.
Imagine a man says the explicit words to his wife. He says, "You are divorced." But then he immediately goes before a judge and claims, wait, I didn't mean legally divorced.
Okay, what did he mean?
He says his wife was physically tied up with a rope.
A rope. Okay.
Yeah. And he claims he used the word to mean divorced from the physical bond of the rope. Like he simply meant she is untied.
Oh, the rope excuse.
Yeah.
This scenario is brilliant because it forces the text to address the absolute ultimate limit of legal jurisdiction.
How so?
Well, the text introduces a foundational split in Islamic legal reality to solve this exact problem.
Okay, what's the split?
It's the legal truth versus the divine truth. In Arabic, this is qada versus dayana.
Kata versus Diana. This concept completely blew my mind when I read it. Walk us through how a judge actually handles the rope excuse.
Okay, so imagine you are the judge in this medieval court. You represent qada.
The civic law.
Exactly. The civic law, the external realm. The judge looks at the man and says, you use the explicit Sari word.
You pulled the pin on the grenade.
Right. And we have already established that explicit words require absolutely no proof of hidden intent, so you are legally divorced.
Bam, just like that.
Just like that. The judge completely dismisses the story about the rope, because the rope story contradicts the obvious, dominant, universally understood nature of the word.
Makes sense.
The civic law must govern the external, verifiable realm, and it must operate on standard probabilities, not hidden, internal, highly convenient exceptions.
Which makes total sense from a societal perspective, because if a judge accepted the rope excuse, the entire legal system would just collapse.
It would be chaos.
Total chaos. Anyone could get out of any verbal contract by claiming they secretly meant something else in their head.
Right, the law would descend into total subjectivity.
Exactly, so the judge must maintain civic order.
But, and this is the crucial pivot here,
Okay, here we go.
the text says that between this man and God, which is the realm of Diana, an entirely different reality exists.
An entirely different reality.
Yes, if the man is genuinely, truly telling the truth in his heart of hearts about the rope, he is believed by the divine.
Wait, really?
Really, in the spiritual, metaphysical realm, the divorce did not happen. His marriage is still completely valid in the eyes of God.
That dual reality is so wild to comprehend. I mean, you can be legally, officially divorced in the eyes of the state, like your civic paperwork is stamped and finalized.
Yep.
But you are perfectly wholly married in the eyes of the divine, based purely on a hidden internal intent that the physical court rightfully refuses to acknowledge.
It is a deeply, deeply sophisticated way of maintaining civic order without the human court claiming divine omniscience.
Wow, that's beautifully put.
The human judge essentially says, I am completely blind to your soul. I must rule based on the explicit code you inputted into the social sphere.
The command prompt.
Right. If there is a glitch between the truth in your heart and the words that left your mouth, you must take that up with the ultimate judge in the next life.
The law acknowledges its own necessary boundaries.
Exactly.
Well, once the text establishes this macro-level division of reality, it starts getting incredibly granular with grammatical micro-nuances.
Now the grammar gets intense.
It really does. It points out the massive legal difference between two slightly different vocalizations of the exact same root word.
Let's break it down.
Okay, so the text contrasts saying Mutaliqa with a specific vowel sound versus saying Tylik.
Right.
And it rules that one operates explicitly and automatically, while the other falls into the implicit category and requires the judge to interrogate the speaker's intent.
Yes, it shifts from Sarah to Kanaya.
Right. But why does a simple vowel sound change the entire legal reality?
It comes down to the friction between common, everyday usage and technical dictionary grammar.
Okay, unpack that for me.
So one vocalization, let's say the first one, Mutaliqa, is the common street-level way the society actually speaks when ending a marriage.
It's the standard slang.
Basically, yeah.
Huh.
Because it is universally common, it is Sarah, it's explicit. It runs the code automatically.
Okay, got it. What about the other one?
The other vocalization, Talik, while it is technically related to the root word in a dictionary, it simply isn't how normal people talk.
It's too formal, maybe?
Or just unusual. Because it is linguistically unusual, it completely falls out of the explicit category. The judge hears it and says, that's an odd way to phrase things. What was your actual intent here?
So the judge has to pause the code and ask for confirmation.
Exactly. The text proves that the law is deeply tethered to the living, breathing language of the culture, not just a static dictionary.
That is so fascinating. Speaking of language, the text points out an extreme rhetorical scenario that I found super interesting.
Which one?
What if a man says to his wife, "You are the divorce"?
Yeah.
He doesn't use an adjective like "you are divorced." He uses the noun form. He makes her the literal embodiment of the concept.
He doesn't say she possesses the state. He says she is the state.
Yes. And the text validates this as a binding, explicit utterance. It treats it as an ultimate, exaggerated, almost hyper-real form of the act.
It really is.
The scholars explain that it's like looking at someone you admire, and instead of saying you are just, you say you are justice.
Right. You aren't just describing a trait anymore.
Exactly. You are elevating them to the pure, unadulterated essence of the thing.
Yeah.
By saying you are the divorce, the jurists rule that you aren't just enacting a standard separation, you are invoking its absolute, undeniable form.
This specific detail really shows how deeply these jurists understood rhetoric and literature.
They weren't just number crunchers.
Not at all. They aren't just lawyers. They are linguists, philosophers, and literary critics all rolled into one.
They recognize that shifting from an adjective to a noun isn't a grammatical mistake. It's a deliberate rhetorical escalation.
And the law must respond to that escalation with equal severity.
Absolutely. So we now know that the explicit word itself acts like an automated scalpel. If it's the right word, it cuts the bond automatically, regardless of what you claim you were thinking.
Right. The word does the work.
But what exactly is the scalpel cutting?
That's the next big question.
Yeah, how does a metaphysical legal concept map onto a physical human being? This takes us from linguistics into a kind of legal anatomy.
Which is where the text demands we understand how the abstract legal bond actually interacts with the physical reality of flesh and bone.
Right. Because the text explores a series of hypotheticals where a husband doesn't just broadly say, you are divorced. Instead, he attaches the performative utterance to specific, isolated body parts of his wife.
It gets very specific.
It really does, and it proceeds to create a strict list of valid body parts and invalid body parts.
Well, let's examine the valid ones first so we can understand the pattern.
Okay. The text dictates that if a man says, your neck is divorced, or your head is divorced, or your spirit, your blood, your face.
Right.
If he targets any of these specific things, it results in a valid, complete, total dissolution of the entire marriage contract.
Which sounds bizarre to modern ears.
Totally bizarre. Why those parts?
If we look closely at this list, the scholars are utilizing the linguistic concept of synecdoche.
Synaptically, that's when a part represents the whole. Right?
Exactly. But it's not arbitrary. They are deeply analyzing how classical Arabic culture historically uses language to represent human identity.
Okay, give me an example.
Take the neck, for example. In Arabic culture and extensively throughout Islamic law regarding slavery and emancipation, the neck represents the state of bondage or freedom.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you rarely see the literal phrase free as slaves in these texts. The text almost always says you free a neck.
Free a neck. Wow.
The neck is viewed conceptually as the locus of the yoke, the collar of servitude or contractual obligation.
So if you apply the word divorce to the neck, you are conceptually removing the yoke of the marriage contract from the person.
Precisely. The same logic applies to targeting the blood or the spirit.
Because they represent the essence of life.
Right. These elements represent the vital, indivisible essence of the living being. If the vital essence is legally divorced, the whole person is divorced.
You can't separate the spirit from the physical body.
Exactly. You cannot separate the spirit from the legal status of the physical body it inhabits. And the face represents the sum total of human identity and presence.
By targeting these specific comprehensive parts, the language successfully targets the whole individual.
That's the exact mechanism at play.
Okay, so the neck, the blood, the face, these all work, but then the text lists the invalid body parts.
This is where the debate heats up.
Saying your hand is divorced or your foot is divorced, the text definitively states this does not cause a legal dissolution. Nothing happens.
Nothing at all.
And I struggled with this at first, to be honest. Why the neck but not the hand? My hand is just as much a physical part of me as my neck. I need both.
Well, this exact question sparks one of the most intense and fascinating debates in the entire manuscript.
Really?
So yeah, it's primarily between the heavyweights of the Hanafi school, Abu Hanifa himself, and scholars like Zufar and al-Shafi'i. It is an absolute masterclass in legal logic.
Okay, I need to know, what is the argument for the hand actually working? Why did some scholars disagree with our main text?
So Zufar argues that the hand should work, and his logic is very, very sound.
What's his reasoning?
It's based on the legal permissions granted by the marriage contract itself. The contract makes it lawful for the husband to touch, hold, and interact with his wife's hand.
Right.
The hand is a direct physical subject of the legal permissions created by the marriage.
Okay, I follow that.
Therefore, Zufar argues, if you apply the dissolution word to a physical part of the body that is explicitly governed by the marriage contract, the dissolution should take root there and immediately spread to the whole person.
Wow. That actually sounds incredibly logical. The hand is part of the marriage's jurisdiction, so divorcing the hand divorces the marriage.
It's a very strong argument.
So why does our main text, which represents Abu Hanifa's position, reject that seemingly solid logic?
Abu Hanifa counters this by drawing a conceptual boundary. He argues that while the hand is indeed a permitted area of interaction under the marriage, the actual legal fetter—
The tie that binds them.
Exactly. The conceptual tie that legally binds the two people together is not located in the hand or the foot. The tie is located in the whole person, which, as we established, is represented by the neck or the spirit.
Okay, let me see if I can formulate an analogy for this, because I want to make sure I really get it.
Go for it.
Think of a door with a lock and a hinge.
A lock and a hinge. Okay.
The state of being married is the state of the door being securely locked.
Right.
Zufar is essentially arguing if I apply the key to the hinge, the door should open, because the hinge is undeniably a physical part of the door.
Yes, that's Zufar's stance exactly.
But Abu Hanifa is looking at him and saying, you cannot unlock a door by turning the hinge. You have to put the key into the actual lock.
That is brilliant.
In this legal anatomy, the neck is the lock, the spirit is the lock, the hand is just a hinge.
Exactly. You can turn the word divorce on the hand all day long, but the legal mechanism won't click open because you are targeting the wrong mechanism.
You have to hit the specific anatomical concept that holds the actual legal weight of the contract.
That is a perfect visualization of the debate.
Awesome. And the jurists, they don't just stop at whole body parts, they push the anatomy even further into fractions of the physical body.
Oh, the fractions. Yes.
The text asks, what if a husband divorces a shared fraction of her body? For instance, he says half of you is divorced, or a third of you is divorced.
The ruling here is deeply revealing about how they view the contract.
Right. Because the text states that since the legal state of marriage is a metaphysical reality, it is entirely indivisible.
You cannot divide a metaphysical state.
Exactly. You cannot be 50% divorced and 50% married. It's binary.
Right.
Therefore, the moment you apply the concept of dissolution to even a fraction of the body, it automatically instantaneously expands to encompass the whole body.
It defaults to the maximum.
Yeah, it's like dropping a single drop of dark dye into a glass of water. It doesn't just stay in one corner, it immediately permeates and colors the entire glass.
Because the legal state abhors a vacuum.
Right.
If even a fraction of the individual is released from the contract, the integrity of the whole contract shatters entirely. It defaults to the maximum state of dissolution.
Well, we just saw how dividing the human body into fractions causes the legal system to kind of glitch and default to the whole.
Well, it forces an override.
And that strict indivisibility naturally forced these jurists into a corner. They had to become mathematicians.
They really did.
Because if a legal state cannot be divided physically, what happens when human beings try to divide it mathematically?
This is where the text requires us to really stretch our conceptual muscles, because we are moving into the philosophy of pre-modern algebra applied to human relationships.
It's so wild. The text dives into what seem to modernize like completely absurd mathematical hypotheticals.
Very absurd.
I want you, the listener, to imagine you are the judge and a man walks into your court and says, I told my wife, you are divorced half a divorce.
Half a divorce.
Yeah. What is the legal outcome of that exact sentence?
The result, according to the text, is one full, complete divorce.
Because, again, you cannot divide the legal act. You cannot issue 0.5 of a performative utterance.
Right. The very attempt to articulate a fraction simply triggers the whole integer.
A divorce is a discrete atomic unit of legal reality. It exists in its totality, or it doesn't exist at all.
Exactly. It's binary.
Okay, let's step it up to a scenario that actually made me get out a pen and paper while I was reading the source material.
Oh, I know which one you're going to say.
The text presents this exact phrase. A man says, you are divorced 3/2 of 2 divorces.
3/2 of 2 divorces.
I had to walk you this slowly. Let's do the math out loud for everyone.
Let's do it.
No, 3/2 of 2. Half of 2 is 1.
Right.
3 of those halves, so 3 times 1 equals 3.
Yep.
Does the text agree with my math?
It does. The text rules that the result is 3 divorces.
Oh, man.
They are treating the spoken words as a literal algebraic equation. The language is the formula, and the judge must solve for X to determine the legal reality.
That is just incredible. Okay, here's another one. You are divorced from 1 to 2.
Like specifying a numerical range.
Yes, exactly. And the text shows the scholars fiercely debating how to interpret a boundary like that.
It's a great debate.
Abu Hanifa looks at from 1 to 2, and says it means the higher number, 2 divorces.
Right.
But Zufar looks at the exact same phrase and argues it means nothing, 0.
0.
Why would Zufar say 0?
So Zufar is arguing a phenomenally strict interpretation of linguistic boundaries.
Yeah.
He argues that if you say from 1 to 2, you are excluding the boundaries themselves.
Oh, like exclusive rather than inclusive.
Exactly. If I tell you to pick a number between 1 and 2, you can't pick 1, and you can't pick 2. You have to pick a fraction.
Ah. And we already know how fractions work.
Right. But we have already established in the system that fractions of a divorce default to the whole integer. So Zufar argues the phrasing creates a logical paradox that collapses in on itself, resulting in 0.
That is such a math nerd argument. I love it.
It really is. But Abu Hanifa takes a more pragmatic, cultural approach. He argues that in common parlance, establishing a range implies the inclusion of the maximum boundary.
So he just rounds up to 2.
Basically, yeah.
But the real brain breaker for me, the one that required me to completely rewire how I think about math, is the multiplication debate.
Or the multiplication. This is a tough one.
The text presents the phrase, you are divorced 1 and 2.
Right. Which represents a profound debate about the nature of multiplication when it is applied to metaphysical concepts rather than physical objects.
Okay, so Zufar looks at 1 and 2 and says it means 1 multiplied by 2.
Which equals 2.
Right, which equals 2 divorces.
Right.
And he bases this on standard mathematical custom. If a merchant says 1 and 2 in an accounting ledger in the marketplace, it's a multiplier.
Standard business math.
Exactly. But the main text, our primary author, argues it equals 1. Just 1 divorce.
Just 1?
I stared at this for 20 minutes. How does 1 multiplied by 2 equal 1?
Okay, to understand this, we really have to understand the underlying philosophy of multiplication the text is utilizing here.
Please explain it to me.
The expert text argues that in this specific linguistic context, multiplication mathematically increases the parts of a thing, not the number of independent things.
Okay, you have to break that down for me. If I multiply an apple by 2, I have 2 apples.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Because an apple is a physical object.
Right.
But a divorce is a conceptual state. If you multiply a single, discrete conceptual entity, like a single divorce, you aren't spontaneously spawning a second independent divorce out of thin air. You are taking that single entity and fracturing it internally. You are multiplying its internal parts.
Internal parts. Wow.
Multiplying the parts of a single divorce doesn't give you 2 divorces. It just makes the first divorce highly fractured, highly emphasized, but still fundamentally a single unified state.
Okay, I think I need an analogy for this one too.
Okay, imagine you have a pane of glass.
Yeah.
And that glass represents the divorce.
Got it.
If you hit it with a hammer, you multiply the shards.
Yeah.
You might have 100 pieces.
Right.
But you don't have 100 windows. You still only have 1 broken window.
That is... Wow.
Right.
It's like linguistic quantum physics. The multiplication happens internally, not externally.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know, I have to pause here and push back on behalf of everyone listening.
Sure enough. Push back.
If you're listening to this and wondering why on earth someone would say 3 halves of 2 divorces, you're definitely not alone. Nobody talks like this.
It's really don't.
Nobody comes home from a long day at the medieval market and says, darling, you are divorced 3 halves of 2 divorces.
No, of course not.
So why are these brilliant, highly educated scholars spending pages and pages calculating these bizarre fractal algebraic equations?
Well, it is the most common critique of this kind of literature.
Yeah.
But you really have to remember what this text is actually designed to do.
Which is?
This isn't a script for practical daily life. This isn't what they expect to hear in the living room.
Right.
This is theoretical jurisprudence. By pushing the language to its absolute, absurd, logical breaking point, they're stress testing the system.
Like a structural engineer.
Exactly like an engineer. They are ensuring the legal framework is completely watertight for any possible scenario, no matter how bizarre or complex.
Ah, see.
If the system's underlying logic can handle resolving 3 halves of 2 divorces, it can effortlessly handle the messy, ambiguous, emotionally charged realities of an actual courtroom dispute.
They are building a suspension bridge, and they are driving a 100-ton theoretical truck over it just to make absolutely sure the cables hold.
That is the perfect way to describe it.
I love that. They are stressing the edge cases to the point of absurdity so that the center of the law holds firm.
Precisely.
So the scholars prove that the concept of divorce defies physical division and it defies external multiplication. Next, they take the stress test even further.
Well, they don't stop there.
No, they don't. They prove it defies physical geography and chronological time.
We move from the realm of math to the literal dimensions of space-time. Can a legal contract be localized?
Right. The text looks at what happens if a husband tries to attach a performative utterance to spatial dimensions. Imagine a man says, "You are divorced from here to Syria,"
From here to Syria. We actually see Zufar appear again in the text here.
with his literal interpretation.
Like this trademark literal interpretation, exactly. Zufar thought this meant a physically long divorce.
A long divorce? What does that even mean?
Well, because it's so incredibly long, stretching all the way from their current location to the borders of Syria, he ruled that it renders the legal state severe or irrevocable.
So he literally tied physical distance to legal severity.
He did.
But the main text counters Zufar completely. It says, no, it doesn't mean it's severe. It just means one normal standard divorce.
Right. And why is that?
Because once the legal metaphysical state of divorce occurs, it exists in all places simultaneously. It isn't a physical cable you can stretch across a map to measure.
Precisely. It's a state of being, not an object.
Yeah.
And the text provides another spatial example to really hammer this home.
Let's hear it.
What if a man says, "You were divorced in Mecca"? Assuming, of course, they are currently sitting in Cairo or Baghdad.
Right. And the result the text gives is that she is divorced immediately, everywhere.
Everywhere, yes.
You cannot create a geographical trapdoor. You cannot say, we are legally married here in Cairo, but if you ever step foot in Mecca, we are instantly divorced.
The legal status cannot be confined to a GPS coordinate. It is a universal state of being, not a location.
If we connect this to the bigger picture of how they viewed the law, it tells us that Islamic jurisprudence views the marriage contract as a universal reality.
It absolutely does.
It overrides local geography. It is a blanket that covers the entire earth.
Beautifully said.
And what about the fourth dimension? Time.
Time.
The text explores the temporal boundaries of speech. What if a man says, you are divorced tomorrow?
The text rules that she is legally divorced at the exact, precise moment dawn breaks.
Dawn breaks, okay.
Yeah. The legal power of the spoken word hangs in the air, completely dormant, and triggers the millisecond the new day officially begins.
It's like a time bomb.
Exactly like a time bomb.
Okay, what if he contradicts his own timeline in the same breath? What if he says, you are divorced today, tomorrow?
Today, tomorrow. The text applies a strict, unforgiving rule of chronological precedence here.
Which means?
The first temporal word spoken takes absolute precedence over anything that follows.
Ah, so today wins.
Right. The immediate word today instantly executes the legal reality, which completely cancels out the delayed word tomorrow.
Because once the bond is broken today, there is quite literally nothing left for the word tomorrow to break.
Exactly. You can't break what's already broken.
But the final chronological detail is honestly my absolute favorite piece of logic in the entire manuscript.
It's a great one.
What if a man says, you are divorced yesterday? Assuming they just got married today.
He is attempting legal time travel.
Exactly. He is trying to retroactively alter the past.
And the text says the utterance is entirely void. It doesn't count.
Why?
Because you cannot project a current legal power into a past era where you didn't hold that power.
Right. Yesterday you weren't married.
Exactly. You had zero legal power to enact a dissolution yesterday. You cannot fire a legal bullet backwards through time to hit a target that wasn't even there yet.
Wow. That raises a really profound point about the limits of human authority in this framework.
It does. The jurists are drawing a hard metaphysical line in the sand.
Humans can dictate the future with their conditional words, and they can instantly alter the present.
But the past is sealed.
It's sealed. Even performative utterances, even the magical, reality-altering power of explicit legal speech cannot rewrite history.
It's a really humbling realization within this incredibly powerful system.
So if we pull back and synthesize everything we've looked at in this dense second 11.11% of the manuscript, we see that these medieval scholars have defined marriage and divorce as a pure metaphysical state.
A pure state.
It
Oh,
isn't a physical object. It cannot be cut in half physically. It cannot be locked in a specific city geographically.
right?
It cannot be multiplied like coins in a purse mathematically. And it absolutely cannot be sent backward in time chronologically.
It is a binary, universal state of reality that is triggered solely by the intersection of human cognitive intent and explicit formalized language.
It is a staggering intellectual achievement when you view it as a complete system.
It truly is. They took the messy, infinitely complex, highly emotional reality of human relationships and built a rigid, logical, almost architectural framework to contain and govern it.
And that brings us to why this deeply historical text actually matters to you, the listener, today.
Because it's not just ancient history.
No, it's not, because you don't have to be a medieval jurist or a scholar of classical antiquity to appreciate the human struggle happening in these pages.
We do the same thing today.
We do. When we, in the modern world, sign complex contracts, when massive tech companies write 50-page, watertight terms of service agreements.
When politicians spend months debating a single comma in a new law.
Exactly. We are participating in this exact same unbroken human tradition. We are still desperately trying to trap messy, infinite, unpredictable human intent into rigid, finite, predictable words.
We are still trying to figure out how to make a word alter reality safely and fairly.
The tools have changed, but we are still trying to map the exact same muddy waters of human agency and language.
We really are.
Exactly. And I want to leave you with a final provocative thought, something we didn't directly cover in the text today, but something that naturally builds on everything we've discussed over the last hour.
I'm intrigued. What is it?
Well, we've spent all this time looking at how these brilliant scholars prove that words have this immediate, irrevocable, almost terrifying power to destroy a bond in the eyes of the law.
The explicit scalpel cuts deeply.
The scalpel cuts. A single explicit phrase, sometimes uttered without even intended malice, can legally sever a life built together.
It's scary power.
But if words have that much documented structural power to destroy, what does that say about the words we use every single day to build bonds?
Oh, wow.
If a legal spell can be cast, irrevocably altering your reality, perhaps we should be infinitely more careful, infinitely more intentional with the casual, everyday language we use with the people we love and the promises we make.
That is a beautiful thought.
If a specific word has the power to break a universe, a specific word surely has the power to build one.
A powerful and really necessary thought to end on.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the source material. We hope exploring this intellectual architecture broke your brain in the best possible way and gave you a new appreciation for the words you use. Keep questioning, keep exploring, and we will see you next time. Imagine a legal system where simply pointing three fingers or comparing an action to a mountain, or even whether you're sitting on a moving horse versus a moving ship, where all of that could instantly and irrevocably change your marital status.
Right, your entire legal standing just, boom, changed by a hand gesture.
Exactly. Welcome to this deep dive, everyone. We have a really highly focused mission for you today.
We really do.
We're taking a granular and frankly fascinating look at a very specific slice of classic Islamic jurisprudence.
And, our source text today is the jurisprudence of divorce and marital dissolution.
Right, but we are completely bypassing the broad overviews. We're zooming in on something incredibly specific for you today.
Yeah, we're exploring the almost terrifying weight of language.
Terrifying is the right word. We're looking at vivid metaphors, physical context, and the actual mathematical syntax of how human beings speak.
It's a framework that forces you to completely rethink what a legal contract actually is,
Oh, 100%.
Because when you and I think about binding agreements today,
Oh.
we inherently picture something tangible.
Yeah, like signing a piece of paper.
Right. The ink dries, or maybe you click agree on a digital terms of service document, and that file just lives on a server somewhere.
Safe and sound in the cloud.
Exactly. It's a system built on permanence, where the written word sits quietly in a filing cabinet waiting to be referenced.
But the world we're stepping into today, it's entirely bound to the ephemeral nature of the spoken word.
It's a system built on thin air.
Literally. The vibrating sound waves leaving your throat carry the exact same permanent legal weight as a notarized, sealed document.
Which is just wild to think about.
That is the perfect way to frame this for anyone listening. We are talking about a world where the spoken word is as scrutinized as wet ink on paper. Okay, let's unpack this, starting with how this law interprets physical gestures and vivid metaphors.
Because in this legal framework, Words aren't just sounds meant to convey a general feeling, right?
Right. And hand signals aren't just a conversational flair you use when you talk with your hands.
They're legally binding actions, and they actually have specific numerical values attached to them.
Which brings us to this incredibly vivid scenario the text lays out to demonstrate this. So if a husband says to his wife, "You are divorced like this," and he points with his fingers.
The physical gesture itself provides the absolute numerical value of the divorce.
Let's slow down and define that for a second, because this requires a bit of foundational context for you to fully appreciate what's happening.
Yeah, in classical Islamic family law, the specific number of divorces pronounced has massive life-altering implications.
It's not just a tally mark.
No, not at all. One or two pronunciations generally establish what is called a revocable or Raji divorce.
Meaning the legal door remains unlocked.
Exactly. There's a built-in waiting period. During that time, the couple can reconcile and resume the marriage without needing a new contract.
It's basically a system designed to allow for human error, right? Like a chance to cool off.
Exactly. It allows for reconciliation. However, 3 pronunciations hit the absolute legal ceiling.
The door slams shut.
It triggers an irrevocable or Bain divorce. It is a final severing of the bond.
So the exact number isn't just a minor detail. It is the entire pivot point of the legal reality.
And the text gets incredibly specific about how that number is visually communicated in that scenario you mentioned.
Right, so back to the pointing. If the husband says, "You are divorced like this," and he points with his thumb, his index, and his middle fingers.
It legally counts as 3 divorces.
Instantly.
The marriage is irrevocably over, just from the 3 fingers.
But if he points with 1 or 2 fingers, it registers as 1 or 2 divorces, leaving that door for reconciliation completely open.
But the nuance that elevates this from just basic counting to complex jurisprudence is the physical state of the fingers themselves.
The geometry of the hand.
Yes, the text specifies that if he points with his fingers open and extended outward, those extended fingers are the ones that carry the legal weight, because the visual evidence is the only evidence the court can process.
And this becomes a fascinating study in outward semiotics versus inward intention.
It really does. Because the immediate follow-up question the jurists had to answer was, what happens when a human being regrets their action?
And tries to exploit the ambiguity of their own hand, which happens in every legal system, right? People try to backtrack.
Oh, constantly.
So the scenario the text anticipates is the husband going to a judge later and saying, Your Honor, when I held up my hand, I wasn't referring to the 3 fingers pointing up.
I was actually referring to the 2 fingers that were folded down into my palm.
Exactly. My internal intention was 2 divorces, not 3. I just used a weird gesture.
The text is very, very clear on how the judge handles this excuse.
It says that this hidden internal intention might be something between the man and God in the spiritual realm.
But the human judge will not accept it.
Not at all. The court relies entirely on the obvious outward physical gesture. The extended fingers dictate the law.
What's fascinating here is the absolute strictness of outward semiotics.
Yeah, they don't play around.
In a society where oral declarations form the absolute bedrock of the social structure, the law simply cannot afford to indulge in hidden, subjective intentions.
Especially when the outward physical action is unambiguous.
Exactly. The extended fingers are public. They've entered the shared reality of the community.
While the folded fingers and the internal thoughts attached to them are strictly private.
And the court governs the public square. It's a profound acknowledgement of the limits of human jurisprudence.
The law essentially recognizes that a human judge cannot, pierce the veil of the soul to verify hidden intent.
Right. By anchoring the ruling to the undeniable physical geometry of the hand, the law maintains stability.
Otherwise, every single verbal contract could be undone by someone claiming they had their fingers crossed behind their back.
Literally.
It's essentially the court saying, we can't read your mind, but we can count your fingers, and we govern based on what everyone in the room can see.
But the jurisprudence doesn't stop at literal hand geometry. It ventures deeply into the poetry and metaphor of how human beings speak when they're highly emotional.
Oh man, the metaphors. The text explores what happens if a husband uses intense, vivid adjectives instead of numbers.
Phrases like, "You are divorced with the worst divorce."
Or the foulest divorce, or the devil's divorce.
We also see the innovated divorce.
Which refers to a divorce that breaks from the preferred orthodox sequence, right?
Right. And those phrases are just completely drenched in severity.
They really are. They aren't just statements of fact.
No, they're loaded with malice and a desire to maximize the linguistic impact of the statement.
See, if you hear someone say that today, you just assume they're being dramatic.
Yeah, it's a heated moment. People use hyperbole.
But the law here doesn't treat it as theatrical drama. The text outlines that using these severe descriptors generally triggers an immediate bane or irrevocable divorce.
It escalates the legal severity entirely based on the adjectives used.
So the husband can't casually take it back later by saying, hey, I was just adding some colorful vocabulary to a standard revocable divorce.
No, the adjectives themselves upgrade the legal classification because the language implies a desire for the total destruction of the marital bond.
And this goes back to the core difference between a written culture and a deeply oral one.
Exactly. In a text-based modern society, the contract is a physical piece of paper.
And your verbal outbursts are just like noise happening around the paper.
But in this historical context, your verbal outburst is the paper.
Wow, yeah. Language isn't just a vessel for conveying meaning, it is the actual physical architecture of their legal reality.
Every adjective, every modifier, every single metaphor is processed as a deliberate legal adjustment by the speaker.
Poetry has tangible power.
It really does.
Because if I'm looking at this through the lens of modern contract law and I tell a business partner, I am breaching this contract like a massive mountain,
A modern judge is going to completely ignore the poetry.
they'd think I was crazy. They are just going to look at the material breach. They don't care if I breached it like a mountain or like a molehill.
The metaphor is just color commentary to them.
But here, the metaphor is the executable code itself. Which brings us to a brilliant legal debate in the text regarding metaphors of size and number.
Right. What if a man yells, "You were divorced like a mountain"?
Or like 1,000. Or a divorce that fills the entire house.
This sparks a monumental debate between two absolute titans of early Islamic jurisprudence.
Abu Hanifa, the founder of the Hanafi school of thought, and his premier student, Abu Yusuf.
They both look at the exact same poetic phrases, but apply completely different mechanisms of linguistic analysis to determine the legal outcome.
Let's look at Abu Hanifa's approach first, because it leans heavily into the emotional weight of the metaphor.
He argues that any time a divorce is compared to something massive like a mountain or something that fills an entire house, it implies an inherent crushing severity.
It implies a weight that obliterates the marriage completely.
Therefore, he rules that the sheer size of the metaphor forces it into the category of an irrevocable bane divorce.
The immensity of the metaphor dictates the legal category.
Abu Hanifa is interpreting the metaphor through the lens of impact. A mountain is immovable. It is heavy.
So if you invoke a mountain to describe your action, you're legally binding yourself to the properties of immovability and weight.
Exactly. But his student, Abu Yusuf, pushes back with a masterclass in structural linguistic analysis.
I love his argument here.
He looks at the metaphor and strips away the emotional intimidation of the mountain.
Right, he focuses instead on its physical and grammatical properties. His counter-argument is incredibly sharp.
He points out that yes, a mountain is massive, but structurally, a mountain is also singular.
It is one unbroken entity.
Therefore, comparing a divorce to a single mountain might simply be a linguistic method of emphasizing its singular nature.
It's a massive event, certainly, but numerically, it is just one divorce.
And a single divorce falls under the revocable category.
He is analyzing the structural anatomy of the metaphor rather than just its emotional vibe.
It is a brilliant pivot from qualitative analysis to quantitative analysis.
And Abu Yusuf applies that exact same logic to the phrase, like 1,000, right?
Yeah, so if a man says, "You are divorced like 1,000, Abu Hanifa might argue this implies the sheer, overwhelming force of 1,000 men.
Which again implies severity and irrevocability.
But Abu Yusuf looks at the math. Like 1,000 could quite literally mean the numerical value of 1,000 divorces.
And since the legal limit is 3, hitting the system with 1,000 instantly maxes out the limit.
Rendering it irrevocably finished. The entire legal system is trying to parse the exact physics and mathematics of a poetic metaphor.
Here's where it gets really interesting.
All the syntax.
Yes, if metaphors and adjectives can change the type of divorce from revocable to irrevocable, we have to look at what happens when the law strips away the poetry entirely.
And focuses purely on the raw chronological math of a sentence.
We are moving from the realm of poetry into the strict sequential syntax of how human sentences are constructed.
And to illustrate this, the text explores a highly specific, Very delicate scenario.
A divorce pronounced before marriage is consummated.
This specific scenario is vital because it changes the underlying durability of the contract.
How so?
Well, in Islamic law, an unconsummated marriage is viewed as legally and socially fragile.
The contract has been signed, the agreement is in place.
But it hasn't been cemented by the physical intimacy that solidifies the bond in the eyes of the community and the law.
Because of this, the legal ties binding the couple are incredibly thin. They are brittle.
Brittle is the perfect word.
And because of that extreme fragility, we get what I like to call the tiebreaker rule.
Let's hear.
The text states that if a man says to his unconsummated wife, "You were divorced 3 times," speaking it as one single, uninterrupted phrase, all 3 divorces take effect simultaneously.
The fragile marriage is shattered irrevocably.
Right. The numerical value of 3 is firmly attached to the single, instantaneous action of the sentence.
The entire payload is delivered at once.
But if he alters the syntax even slightly, if he separates the words and says, "You are divorced, divorced, divorced,"
The outcome completely flips.
completely. In this scenario, only the first utterance counts as a valid divorce. The second and third words are legally void.
According to the text, the first "you are divorced" leaves his lips. It strikes that brittle, unconsummated marriage and breaks it instantly.
By the time he takes a microscopic breath to articulate the second divorced and the third divorced, she is already a legal stranger to him.
You cannot divorce a woman you are no longer married to.
So the subsequent words simply fall on empty air. They have no legal target left to hit,
This is essentially algorithmic processing.
like computer code.
Exactly like a computer parsing a script of code. We often think of historical law as being somewhat loose or based on general principles, but this is hyper-technical.
Line 1 of the code executes, "You are divorced."
The status of the marriage is updated to terminated.
Line 2 tries to execute, "Divorced."
The system runs a check, sees no active marriage, and returns an error. Target not found. The command fails. It is a brilliant logical loop.
It really is algorithmic. And if you are listening to this and used to modern divorce proceedings that involve months of paperwork, mediations, and waiting periods,
The idea of a marriage ending in the literal millisecond between 2 spoken words is hard to wrap your head around.
it's dizzying. And the text gets so incredibly granular with this timeline that it starts tracking the exact prepositions used to determine the legal execution order.
The prepositional logic is intense.
Let's trace the logic on some of these prepositional phrases. The text says, if the husband says you are divorced 1 before 1.
Let's slow down and really dissect the physics of that sentence, 1 before 1. What is the law doing with the concept of time here?
Well, the chronological rule dictates that the word before manipulates the timeline of execution.
Now, the before 1 is happening right now, in the present moment.
Exactly. It executes immediately, breaking that fragile, unconsummated marriage.
So by the time the second one is supposed to materialize in the timeline, the marriage is already gone.
Therefore, only one divorce actually registers. The syntax forces the first action to the absolute front of the chronological queue.
Leaving nothing for the second action to attach to. It is a self-defeating sentence structure.
The preposition sets up a sequence that outpaces the durability of the contract it is acting upon.
But if the speaker changes a single word and uses the preposition after, the math changes completely.
If he says you are divorced 1 after 1, both of them count. It equals 2 divorces.
Why does the word after change the outcome so drastically?
Because the syntax implies a completely different timeline.
Right, if I say 1 after 1, the phrase inherently acknowledges that one action is happening right now in the present.
But it explicitly relies on the fact that another action already happened previously.
So logically, they stack together in the present moment.
The one happening now plus the one that the sentence claims already happened. 1 + 1 = 2.
They hit the target simultaneously because the grammar demands it. The word after retroactively establishes a prior event in the timeline while simultaneously executing a current event.
It is literally a linguistic folding of time.
And the jurists are taking this grammar incredibly seriously. They're not zooming out and looking at the broad context of the situation here.
Right, like a modern judge might look at a man who says, you are divorced 1 before 1, and say, well, the guy clearly wanted multiple divorces, he's just bad at grammar, so let's just give him the maximum penalty.
But this system refuses to do that. The law respects the mechanical meaning of the words over the general, sloppy intent of the speaker.
And the text gives one more prepositional example to hammer this home.
The word with.
Yes, if he uses the word with, as in you are divorced one with one, it also counts as two divorces.
Because the word with dictates simultaneous, parallel execution.
They travel through the air side by side and hit the target at the exact same millisecond.
So they both register on the legal system before the brittle marriage has a chance to break.
It is syntax as destiny. The exact grammatical sequence determines a human being's legal status, their financial rights, and their future.
Which is an incredibly elegant system, provided that human beings always speak like perfectly programmed computers.
Which we don't. Human beings are incredibly messy.
We really are.
We don't always use explicit syntax or perfect grammar. When we argue, we speak in implications, we rely on context.
And honestly, we rely heavily on passive aggression.
Oh, all the time. We rarely say exactly what we mean.
So how does a hyperliteral legal system, one that parses prepositions down to the millisecond, handle the vague, implicit language of human messiness?
Right, how does a judge read the room when the words themselves are ambiguous?
This is the necessary evolution of the jurisprudence. We have to transition from the mathematical rigidity of syntax into the murky, highly volatile psychological waters of human intent.
Because the scholars who built this framework, they weren't just, cloistered academics entirely disconnected from reality.
No, they recognize that people fight, couples yell at each other, they hurl insults that have double meanings.
They needed a system that could handle the ambiguity of human conflict without accidentally destroying families over a poorly chosen phrase.
So the text categorizes these ambiguous phrases as the kinayat.
Which translates to the implicit expressions.
These are phrases that do not explicitly contain the Arabic root word for divorce.
On paper, they might just sound like normal instructions or observations, but in the right context, they can trigger the absolute legal dissolution of the marriage.
Because they lack explicit clarity, they require an entirely different judicial approach. The law essentially demands that the judge become an emotional forensic investigator.
I love that term, emotional forensic investigator.
The judge cannot simply look at the words. They must look at the psychological environment in which the words were spoken.
The text lists a few specific implicit phrases that, by their very nature, automatically cause a revocable divorce, regardless of the environment.
These are phrases like, count your waiting period.
Or, clear your womb.
And, you are one. Notice the common thread in those specific phrases.
They are commands directly related to the legal consequences of a divorce.
Exactly. He isn't explicitly saying, I divorce you, but he is instructing her to initiate the legal and biological protocols that only apply to a divorced woman.
Which, that logical leap makes perfect sense. The law says if you command the consequences, you are implicitly commanding the cause.
But then the text opens up a much wider, much more complicated category of implicit phrases.
These are phrases that can cause an irrevocable bane divorce, but only if the husband truly intended it.
And these are the phrases that sound exactly like what you might hear in a modern heated domestic argument.
Yeah, the text gives examples like, you are free.
Pack your things.
Join your family.
Or simply get out.
There's also a deeply poetic one. Your rope is on your shoulders.
Ah, your rope is on your shoulders. It is a beautiful, classic Arabian metaphor that perfectly illustrates the intersection of culture and law.
Let's break that one down.
It refers to taking the halter rope off a camel and throwing it back over the animal's shoulders.
Meaning the camel is no longer tied to the peg at the camp.
Exactly. It can wander wherever it wants, free into the desert. It is a metaphor for total release and severed responsibility.
It's a gorgeous image, but legally, it's an absolute nightmare to adjudicate.
Oh, without a doubt.
Because if a husband yells, get out, or your rope is on your shoulders, during a tense moment, how does a judge know what he meant?
Did he mean get out of the house because I need some space to cool down? Or did he mean get out of this marriage forever?
Right. To solve this, the jurisprudence introduces a brilliant psychological framework.
The text divides human arguments and interactions into three distinct emotional contexts or states and assigns different evidentiary weights to each one.
This is where the law balances rigid literalism with profound empathy for human nature. Let's walk through these three states.
Okay, state number one is the state of normalcy or the state of calm.
Imagine a couple is just going about their daily lives. No fighting, no tension. Everything is perfectly normal.
He looks at her and says, get out.
Later, if there is a dispute and she claims he divorced her, but he says, "No, Your Honor, I just wanted her to leave the kitchen so I could mop the floor."
The court will absolutely believe him.
In a state of calm, an implicit vague word requires proven explicit intent to be legally recognized as a divorce.
The underlying legal philosophy here is that the default state of a marriage is permanence.
A contract exists until it is explicitly broken.
Without a hostile emotional temperature to suggest otherwise, the law will always favor the most mundane, practical interpretation of a vague phrase to protect the existing contract.
That brings us to state number 2, the discussion of divorce.
This is a very specific context.
This is when the couple is sitting down, perhaps with family members, actively and calmly discussing the possibility of ending the marriage. It's a negotiation.
If, during this specific conversation, he uses one of those vague phrases and says, "You are free," or "Join your family,"
The context of the room completely overrides his internal intention.
even if he later goes to the judge and swears on his life. I didn't mean it legally, I was just making a philosophical observation.
The judge will rule it a binding divorce. The environment acts as the ultimate translator for the ambiguity.
The context locks in the meaning of the vague words.
In that scenario, the room itself is already charged with the legal topic of dissolution.
If you introduce a vague phrase into a room that is already primed for divorce, the phrase immediately absorbs that meaning.
You cannot claim innocence when you are actively participating in the negotiation of an exit.
But state number 3 is where it gets incredibly messy.
And where the law shows its deepest understanding of psychology. State number 3 is the state of anger.
A heated screaming match. Red-faced, vein-popping anger.
The text explicitly acknowledges that in a state of blinding anger, people hurl insults, they reject each other, and they say things purely to inflict emotional pain.
Not necessarily to permanently alter their legal standing.
Anger is a temporary madness. It overrides rational legal intent.
So how does the framework untangle the desire to insult from the desire to divorce?
It does it by acting as a shock absorber.
The text dictates that in an angry state, specific vague words like "get out," "leave," or "pack your things" are legally interpreted as insults or immediate physical rejections born of rage.
So if the dispute goes to court and he claims, "I was just furious, I just wanted her out of my sight, I didn't mean divorce,"
The court actually accepts his claim.
the marriage is saved by the legal recognition of his temporary volatility.
The law prevents a decades-long marriage from dissolving just because someone lost their temper over a burnt dinner or a financial stressor.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, this is a remarkable system of balancing competing human realities.
It protects the sanctity of the contract from accidental emotional destruction.
But I have to imagine there are limits to this shock absorber. You can't just use anger as a blanket excuse for any legally binding phrase you yell.
You absolutely account, and the text draws a fascinating line here.
The anger defense only works for phrases that can logically double as insults or physical rejections.
But if during that screaming match, he uses implicit words that only make logical sense in the context of a divorce,
Like yelling, "Count your waiting period,"
then the anger defense evaporates, and it counts as a binding divorce.
because that phrase lacks any utility as a standard insult.
Exactly. You don't tell someone to count their legal waiting period just to hurt their feelings.
That phrase has way too much specific bureaucratic gravity to be dismissed as a random angry outburst.
It pierces right through the defense of temporary madness.
It forces the judge to be a linguist, assessing the phrase, a mathematician counting the instances, and a psychologist evaluating the emotional temperature of the living room.
And as we navigate into the final and perhaps most mind-bending section of this text, we see that the judge also has to be a physicist.
Yes, a physicist. Up until now, we spent all our time looking at how the husband's words are parsed.
Because historically and structurally in this system, he holds the unilateral power to initiate the divorce.
But what happens when the husband takes that immense unilateral legal detonator and hands it over to the wife?
This introduces an entirely new dimension to the jurisprudence, the dimension of physical space, momentum, and body language.
This brings us to the concept of tafwid, which translates to delegation.
It is a profound legal maneuver where the husband transfers his exclusive legal agency over to the wife, empowering her to make the final decision regarding the dissolution of the contract.
The text explores the spatial and physical rules governing this transfer, specifically focusing on the concept of the majlis.
Which translates to the shing, or the session.
The scenario goes like this. A husband can delegate his power by saying something explicitly empowering to his wife, such as choose, meaning choose to stay married to me or choose to divorce yourself.
Or he might say, your matter is in your hands.
By uttering those specific phrases, he is opening a window of transferred agency. She is suddenly holding the legal power.
And this is a massive caveat that anchors the entire concept, that she does not hold this power in perpetuity.
She holds this incredible legal authority only for the duration of that specific physical sitting, that specific majlis.
The very moment that physical meeting ends, the window slams shut, the power evaporates from her hands, and it automatically returns to the husband.
This raises an important question about how historical law defines the boundaries of an event.
Because in a modern context, if a company gives you a temporary security token or a timed login link, the boundary is chronological.
You have 15 minutes before the link expires. It is ruled by a clock.
So how does this system define the end of the majlis?
It has absolutely nothing to do with the clock. It is entirely based on physical momentum and bodily posture.
The text gets incredibly granular about human movement here.
If he says choose, and she is sitting there holding this immense power, and then she stands up, just physically stands up from her chair,
She immediately, instantly forfeits the right.
standing up is legally and objectively interpreted as physical evidence of declining the offer. The meeting is broken by her vertical movement.
Standing up is the universal human signal for, I am moving on from this current state of affairs.
It is the physical manifestation of ending a conversation.
Exactly. The same rule applies if she walks away or if she starts a completely different task.
If she is handed the power and then turns around to start sewing a garment or begins eating a meal, that physical pivot away from the conversation breaks the majlis.
She diverted her physical attention, therefore she diverted her legal agency.
But the scholars didn't just look at obvious movements like walking away. They had to adjudicate the micro movements of a person who is sitting still and thinking.
What if she doesn't stand up? What if she just changes her posture while remaining seated?
I can imagine the scholarly debates over postural micro movements were intense.
You are essentially trying to map the internal state of a person's mind onto the tiny adjustments of their spine.
And the logic they use is stunning. The text says, if she is sitting upright when given the choice and she leans back on a cushion,
Her right to choose is completely preserved.
why? Because leaning back implies she is settling in to deeply contemplate this massive life decision.
Leaning back shows a deepening engagement with the heavy thought process, not an abandonment of it.
It is the universal posture of deep thought. You lean back to carry the weight of the decision.
Yes, and conversely, if she was already leaning back when he made the offer and she suddenly sits up straight, her power is also preserved.
Sitting up straight suddenly shows active, sudden engagement with the offer that was just placed in front of her.
Both movements, leaning back and sitting up, are read as physical indicators of active mental processing.
But here's where the scholars genuinely debate. What if she is sitting, and then she lies down completely flat on her back?
That is a brilliant edge case, because lying down completely blurs the line between intense contemplation and total disengagement.
Is she overwhelmed by the gravity of the choice, or is she going to sleep to ignore it?
That is exactly the debate. Some jurists argue that lying down completely is an undeniable sign of disengagement.
It mimics sleep, it mimics a departure from active social interaction, and therefore it breaks the majlis and she loses the right.
But other scholars push back, arguing that lying down might be a sign of profound, paralyzing contemplation.
Or it might be a physical manifestation of shock at suddenly being handed the power to end her own marriage.
Because of that ambiguity, they argue her right should be preserved. They are legally parsing the intent behind a horizontal shift in body weight.
This forces us to redefine the concept of presence.
In modern Western jurisprudence, presence is often reduced to mere mental capacity. Are you of sound mind? Do you understand the contract you are signing?
But in this classical framework, presence isn't just a mental state. It is deeply physical, geographic, and bodily.
The law requires a continuous state of physical, muscular engagement to wield delegated legal power.
Your body must remain committed to the exact physical space where the power was granted.
And the spatial rules get even more complex when we introduce travel dynamics.
Because what happens if the majlis doesn't take place in a static living room? What if the delegation of power happens while the couple is actively moving?
The text contrasts two highly specific scenarios: the moving horse versus the moving ship.
The legal physics of the commute. This is where the law has to account for kinetic energy.
Exactly. So picture this scenario. She is riding an animal, a horse or a camel.
The husband rides up next to her and says, "Your matter is in your hands. Choose." She now holds the detonator.
If she pulls back on the reins and physically stops the animal from moving, she keeps the rights.
Her action arrested their forward momentum, preserving the space.
But if she kicks the animal or verbally urges it to continue moving forward, she loses the power instantly. The Majlis is broken.
Is it broken simply because she is moving through space?
No, and that is the crucial distinction. It is broken because she is the one initiating the movement.
Urging the animal forward is an active physical pivot away from the conversation.
It requires her deliberate agency to move the horse, and the law dictates that by applying her agency to the horse, she has effectively withdrawn her agency from the legal offer.
She diverted her active energy away from the contract and poured it into the vehicle. She drove herself out of the legal moment.
Precisely. But contrast that with the second scenario. What if she is sitting on the deck of a boat, a ship moving rapidly down a river?
The husband is on the boat with her. He looks at her and says, "Choose."
The ship is moving, the scenery is flying by, they're traveling through space. Does the Majlis break?
The text says no. She fully retains the right to choose, even though she is in constant motion.
Because the law is looking at the source of the momentum, not the momentum itself.
Yes. The ship is moving under its own power. It is being propelled by the labor of the crew, the current of the river, or the wind in the sails.
It requires absolutely zero physical input from her.
Because of that, the ship is legally treated exactly like a static living room.
Her personal physical agency hasn't done anything to reject the offer or divert attention. She is a stationary entity residing within a moving environment.
So what does this all mean? It means this legal system fundamentally ties human agency directly to physical momentum.
You are legally bound to the specific space, the specific physical orientation, and the specific application of energy present at the exact moment the power was granted to you.
It is an absolutely stunning framework of human behavior.
We have journeyed from the strict mathematical precision of counting extended versus folded fingers to parsing the algorithmic millisecond timeline of prepositions like before and after.
We've watched judges act as emotional forensic psychologists, reading the exact temperature of an angry room to determine the legal weight of a vague insult like leave.
And finally, we've seen how the law calculates the literal physics of body language and momentum, carefully distinguishing between the active, kinetic agency of riding a horse and the passive environmental inertia of a moving ship.
It is a complete 360-degree view of what it means to communicate as a human being. And looking at all of this, the weight of metaphors, the exactness of posture, the parsing of anger, leaves you with something really profound to ponder.
It really does.
You, listening to this deep dive right now, think about our modern digital age. Think about how we communicate today.
We send text messages, we fire off rapid emails, we leave scattered voice notes.
And we do all of this while we are walking down the busy street, while we are driving our cars, or while we are sitting on the couch multitasking and watching television.
Our words are completely, entirely divorced from our physical context.
Our communications float in a digital cloud, completely detached from the physical reality of our bodies. So imagine, just for a second, if our modern legal and social systems bound our language to our physical posture, our geographic location, and our immediate emotional context the exact same way this classic jurisprudence did.
How differently would you speak?
Would you be vastly more careful about what you texted if the law cared exactly where you were standing and exactly how you were sitting when you pressed send?
Would the weight of your own words feel heavier if you knew that simply standing up from a chair or leaning forward could permanently alter your legal destiny?
Thank you for taking this deep dive into the sources with us today. Until next time, keep examining the words you use and the physical space you occupy when you use them. I want you to imagine, just for a second, that you're having literally the worst argument of your life.
Oh, we've all been there.
Right. You are completely furious. It's, 2 in the morning, and you just fire off this deeply angry, emotionally charged text message to your partner.
The classic late night mistake.
Exactly. But now imagine that the exact moment you hit send, a judge doesn't just, look at the text. They actually run every single noun, verb, and even the fractions in that message through a rigid mathematical formula.
Wait, fractions?
Yeah, fractions. The judge runs all of it through this formula to determine, down to the exact decimal point, if your relationship is legally over.
I mean, that sounds like some sort of dystopian sci-fi concept, honestly.
It really does.
Because we are so used to the idea that breakups are just supposed to be chaotic. Like, We almost accept that the end of a relationship is the absolute peak of human messiness.
Yeah, it's all unsaid context and hyperbole and...
And things we just don't literally mean in the heat of the moment.
But what if a legal system just flat out refused to accept that chaos?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What if a legal framework looked at the absolute messiest of human experiences and essentially said, no, we are going to shove this under a microscope and apply airtight mathematical logic to it.
And that is exactly our mission today.
It is. We are doing a deep dive into an incredibly dense, highly technical classical text. It's simply known as the jurisprudence of divorce and marital dissolution.
And look, we are dealing with a text that is just staggering in its scope. I mean, this isn't just a brief pamphlet of rules.
Not even close.
It is a sprawling legal encyclopedia. It attempts to systematize literally every conceivable human interaction related to the end of a marriage.
Yeah, it covers everything.
Yeah.
The extreme minutia of child custody, the exact granular calculations of postmarital financial support, housing, inheritance.
It's just massive.
Which is exactly why we have to establish some strict boundaries for you today.
We really do.
To actually understand the genius and, frankly, the sheer intensity of the logic in this text, we're instituting what we're calling the 11.11% rule.
The 11.11% rule. I love it.
Yeah, we're hyper-focusing. So we are isolating our analysis entirely to an audio review of roughly the first 11% of the source material.
And it's a completely necessary constraint.
Ah,
Because if you don't understand the foundational mechanics established in those opening chapters,
those are core rules.
right, specifically how this ancient law measures human intent, then nothing else in the subsequent thousands of pages will make any sense at all.
So we are zooming in on 3 core pillars today: the timing of the act, the state of mind of the person speaking, and the genuinely bizarre linguistic rules of how a breakup is executed.
Because the jurists who wrote this, they were trying to solve an almost impossible question.
How do you mathematically objectively prove that someone actually means it when they say it's over? And the very first tool they use to measure that intent, it absolutely blew my mind. Because they don't start with lawyers.
No, they don't.
And they don't start with signed contracts. They start with human biology.
Specifically, they root the entire legal process in female biology and the natural rhythms of the menstrual cycle.
Okay, so let's unpack this. The text categorizes the act of divorce into different types. It essentially ranks them by how legally and morally sound they are.
Right, there's a hierarchy.
Yeah, so there is asan, which translates to the best or most excellent way. Then there's hasan, which is the good or like approved way. And then there's bida, which is the innovative or, I guess more accurately in this context, the forbidden or sinful way.
So the way the text defines the best way that asan divorce is incredibly specific.
How specific are we talking?
Very. It mandates a single pronouncement of divorce made by the husband during a period of the woman's purity.
Okay, and in this legal framework, purity just means she is not actively menstruating, right?
Correct. But there is a second, really crucial condition here. It must be a period of purity in which absolutely no sexual intercourse has occurred between the couple.
Wow. Okay, so he waits until she is not menstruating. He ensures they haven't been intimate during that specific cycle. He says the words exactly once, and then what?
Then he does absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all.
He just waits. He lets the mandatory waiting period, which is known as the Ida, run its course completely.
Okay.
He doesn't repeat the phrase. He doesn't escalate the situation. He just steps back and lets time pass.
Okay, so contrast that with the forbidden way, right? The bidah divorce. The text describes this as doing it all at once.
Like losing his temper.
Exactly, like a man losing his temper and just shouting, "I divorce you" 3 times in a row. Or divorcing the wife while she is actively menstruating.
Right.
Now, what I found so fascinating here is the text notes that if a man does this forbidden version, the divorce actually still legally counts.
Yes, the contract is severed.
Right. But he's branded a sinner, so he has broken the moral law to achieve a legal end.
And this separation of moral sin and legal validity, it's actually a huge theme in classical jurisprudence.
It really is.
But we need to look closer at why divorcing during menstruation is considered a sin in the first place.
Yeah, because it's not just some arbitrary religious ritual about physical cleanliness, is it?
Not at all. The jurists are basically using female biology as a mandatory naturally occurring cooling off period.
It reminds me so much of the mandatory waiting periods you see today for, like, buying a firearm,
Oh, that's a great
or
comparison.
even the cooling off period after signing a massive mortgage. The law steps in and says, hey, you are making a huge decision, so we are forcing you to wait 72 hours just to ensure you aren't acting purely on emotion.
Exactly. But here, the waiting period is strictly tied to human biological rhythms.
Which is wild.
It is. And it serves two distinct purposes. First, preventing legal harm to the woman, and second, creating a psychological test for the man.
Okay, let's look at the harm to the woman first. Because the mandatory waiting period after a divorce that, we just mentioned, is literally legally measured in menstrual cycles.
Right. Usually it spans 3 complete cycles.
And the primary purpose of that is just to ensure she isn't pregnant before she is legally cleared to remarry, correct?
Precisely. It establishes paternity and it protects lineage. But here's the mechanical catch with all of this.
Okay.
If a man pronounces divorce during his wife's menstrual period, that current active cycle does not legally count toward her 3-cycle waiting period.
Wait, really? The clock doesn't start?
The clock doesn't start until the next one.
Ah, I see. Okay, so if he divorces her while she's menstruating, he is essentially trapping her in legal limbo for an extra month.
He is artificially extending her waiting period, yes.
Wow.
He's forcing her to remain tied to him, completely unable to move on with her life or seek a new marriage for longer than the law strictly requires.
And the jurists recognize that as a direct, quantifiable harm to her.
Exactly. It's an injustice. And that injustice is what makes the timing totally forbidden.
That makes a lot of sense from, like, a purely contractual fairness standpoint. You can't penalize the other party with extra waiting time just because you lost your temper on the wrong Tuesday.
Right.
But you mentioned a second layer to this, a psychological test for the man.
I did.
And this is where the text really started sounding less like a dusty legal manual and more like a deeply clinical psychology textbook.
Because the text operates on a very specific premise about human nature. It assumes that human desire naturally fluctuates. It ebbs and flows.
Right, we aren't static.
Exactly. After a woman finishes her period, there is historically and biologically considered to be a renewal of desire between the couple. It is seen as a peak window for intimacy.
Okay.
Furthermore, the text states that if a couple actually has intercourse during that window, that specific immediate physical desire is temporarily sated. It drops.
So the law is mapping out a literal chart of human libido.
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
Well, think about it. If a guy gets furious and demands a divorce right after they've been intimate, the law looks at that timeline and essentially doubts him.
It says your biological drive is at a low point right now.
Right. You are physically satiated, you might just be annoyed in the moment, and because your libido isn't actively pushing you toward your wife, you are being reckless with the relationship.
We don't trust this decision.
Exactly.
You are making a life-altering decision during a temporary emotional and biological lull. The law views that intent as completely clouded.
But look at the inverse scenario. Look at the asan, the best way we talked about earlier.
Right, where a man waits.
He waits until his wife is in a period of purity, but he specifically restrains himself and does not have intercourse with her.
Meaning his natural biological desire for her should, theoretically at least, be building.
It should be at its absolute peak.
Exactly. And if he still chooses to look at her, at the exact moment the text assumes she is most desirable to him, and deliberately says, I want a divorce,
Then the law actually believes him.
it acts as a definitive, observable test. It proves that his intent to dissolve the marriage is based on a genuine, irreconcilable necessity.
Not just a mood swing.
Right. It implies a fundamental incompatibility, a deep-seated issue that cannot be smoothed over by a passing mood or biological satiety.
Because he's acting against his own immediate physical drive, he proves his intellectual and emotional resolve.
That's the logic.
I'm honestly just blown away by how empathetic that is, albeit in a very clinical, mathematical way.
It's very structural.
It acknowledges that human beings are, to some extent, just slaves to their hormones and their fleeting moods. So it builds this legal firewall to protect us from our own temporary feelings.
It demands that you prove your intent against the strongest biological currents before it validates the destruction of the family unit.
It's an ancient attempt to measure true intent by using the body as a physical yardstick.
But anytime you build a system relying on biology, you run into a massive problem.
Because biology is inherently messy. I mean, not every woman falls into a neat, predictable 28-day cycle. Some cycles are irregular, some women don't have them at all.
Exactly.
So if the entire mechanism of measuring a man's intent and a woman's waiting period hinges on this biological clock, what happens when the clock is broken or just doesn't exist?
Well, the jurists were acutely aware of that vulnerability in their system.
They had to be.
The reliance on biology forced them to meticulously outline edge cases where the standard biological clock simply doesn't apply.
They couldn't just throw their hands up and say, well, I guess the law doesn't work here.
No, they had to translate the mechanism.
Okay, so let's talk about those translations. Because the text specifically addresses women who do not menstruate, and it highlights two primary reasons.
Right.
Either because they are of a very young age or because they have reached menopause.
And in these cases, since you obviously can't use the biological cycle as a timer for the waiting period or as a gauge for the purity requirement,
The law has to pivot.
it translates the biological rule into a strict calendar rule.
A literal calendar.
Yes.
Yeah.
The text decrees that if there is no biological cycle to measure the intervals, one calendar month literally replaces one menstrual cycle.
So the mathematical structure of the waiting period, those 3 cycles, is perfectly maintained as 3 calendar months.
It's a clean swap.
It's like swapping out a broken speedometer on a car dashboard for a GPS tracker.
Oh, that's exactly it.
Right. The vehicle still needs to measure speed, so it just uses a different available metric, solar or lunar time instead of biological time.
Very logical.
It is logical,
Hmm.
but the edge case that really stopped me in my tracks, the one that completely flips the script on everything we just talked about, is the explicit exception they make for pregnant women.
Ah, yes. It's a brilliant pivot in their logic.
It really is, because at first glance, the rule for pregnant women seems to violently contradict everything we just established about the absolute necessity of the purity without intercourse rule.
It does seem like a contradiction at first.
Let me lay out what the text says, and you tell me how they justify this. Because the text explicitly states that a man is allowed to divorce his pregnant wife immediately after having intercourse with her.
Yes, he is.
He can completely bypass the rigorous test we just spent 10 minutes talking about. He doesn't have to wait for a period of purity without intimacy.
No waiting required.
He can be intimate and then immediately dissolve the marriage, and it is perfectly valid and not considered a sin. Why?
That's a great question.
If we just establish that intercourse drops desire and drop desire clouds intent, why is it suddenly acceptable to divorce right after intimacy just because she happens to be pregnant?
To understand this, we really have to look through the window of ancient evolutionary psychology.
Okay, I'm listening.
The jurists asked themselves a really fundamental question. Why does desire drop after intimacy?
Right.
They reasoned that a massive underlying component of a man's desire for his wife is tethered to the biological drive to conceive offspring, or perhaps the anticipation and anxiety surrounding conception.
The primal drive to reproduce.
Yes. But when a woman is pregnant, that specific equation is fundamentally altered.
How so?
The text argues that a man's desire for his pregnant wife cannot be tied to the immediate biological drive to conceive a child, because that goal has already been achieved.
Oh, wow. Because she is already pregnant.
Exactly. Therefore, they theorize, whatever desire he feels for her during this time is of an entirely different nature.
So it's considered a constant.
Yes, pregnancy is viewed legally as a continuous time of desire.
Because the pregnancy overrides the normal fluctuating menstrual cycle?
Right, so the jurists conclude that a man's baseline desire isn't going to artificially plummet just because they had intercourse.
The reproductive anxiety is gone, so the desire is stable.
Exactly. The normal spikes and dips just don't apply.
That is fascinating.
Because his baseline intent is considered stable, if a man chooses to end the marriage while his wife is pregnant, his intent is considered deliberate, sober, and legally sound.
Completely, regardless of when they last had intimacy.
The pregnancy itself serves as the proof of his clear state of mind.
Think about the level of deep analytical thought happening here. I mean, these jurists are practically acting as legal scientists.
They really are.
They have a core hypothesis. Divorce should only happen under conditions of clear, unclouded necessity. And they are relentlessly stress testing that hypothesis.
Against menopause, against irregular cycles, against pregnancy.
They are trying to isolate the single variable of free will from the incredibly loud noise of human biology.
It is an admirable attempt to objectify the subjective.
Cause
But measuring intent through biology is really only one half of the equation, because biology is observable.
Right, you can track days on a calendar, a pregnancy becomes visibly apparent.
But you can't see into someone's mind.
Exactly. What happens when the intent is clouded not by bodily rhythms, but by the state of the mind speaking the words? Biology is a physical reality, but words require intellect.
And that is exactly where the law shifts from being deeply empathetic to incredibly ruthless.
Ruthless is the perfect word for it.
Because the mind is a black box, the jurists had to establish rigid, almost draconian boundaries for whose words actually possess legal power to alter reality.
So the text outlines exactly who has the power to initiate this legal dissolution. The baseline is pretty straightforward. It must be a sane adult husband.
Aqil and Bali, in the original Arabic, sane and adult.
Those are the twin pillars of legal agency. So if a child says, "I divorce you," the words are void.
They just evaporate into the air.
If a man who has lost his mind to severe mental illness says it, it is void. If a sleeping person is talking in their sleep and shouts the words of divorce, it means absolutely nothing.
Which I think any modern legal system would entirely agree with.
Absolutely. You cannot be held to a contract, especially when breaking a family apart, if you do not possess the basic mental capacity to understand what you are doing.
You need intellect and choice.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And then I turn the page.
Yes.
And we get to the case of the mukra, the coerced man.
This is a tough one.
I have to admit, I genuinely struggled with this. Reading this part of the source material actually made me physically recoil.
It is undeniably the most jarring and uncomfortable concept for a modern reader to encounter in this entire section of the text.
The text states, without any ambiguity, that a divorce pronounced under severe threat or coercion actually does legally count.
Yes, it does.
Let's put this in a real-world scenario for you listening. Imagine a man is walking down the street and someone pulls him into an alley, holds a literal knife to his throat, and says, "Pronounce divorce upon your wife right now, or I will kill you."
A horrifying situation.
The man, absolutely terrified for his life, says the words. According to the text we are studying, the moment those words leave his mouth, his marriage is legally permanently dissolved.
It is a brutal, unyielding ruling. And I think it's crucial to point out that the text itself acknowledges how controversial this was.
Okay, so it wasn't just accepted by everyone.
No, this wasn't a universally accepted monolithic idea. The author highlights a massive jurisprudential debate, specifically noting the dissenting view of El-Shafi.
Another foundational legal scholar.
Right.
And what did El-Shafi say about this?
El-Shafi argued the exact opposite. He argued that words spoken under coercion are entirely void because coercion fundamentally destroys free will.
Which is the modern logic.
Yes, you cannot truly choose if you are forced by the threat of violence.
Which is exactly what my brain was screaming while I read this. I mean, if someone forces me to sign a car loan at gunpoint today, a judge takes one look at that and throws the contract in the trash.
It's called duress.
Exactly. The law protects you from actions taken when your agency is stolen.
Hmm.
So how on earth does the primary view in this text justify validating a coerced divorce?
It requires a major shift in perspective.
I need you to explain the logic here, because he had a knife to his throat seems like the literal definition of having no choice.
I completely understand the visceral reaction. But to understand their logic, you really have to disconnect from emotional empathy and look at it as pure, cold mathematics.
Okay.
The jurists defending this ruling argue that the coerced man actually did exercise agency. He did make a choice.
I'm sorry, no. How? How is choosing between your life and your marriage a choice?
Because, they argue, his intellect was actually fully engaged. In fact, it was in overdrive.
Okay.
The man's mind rapidly evaluated two distinct, horrific options, two evils. Evil number one, the knife, the immediate threat to his life or bodily autonomy.
Right.
Evil number two, the immense emotional and structural pain of divorcing his wife.
Right.
His brain weighed those two options, and he actively, deliberately chose the lesser evil.
To save his own life?
He chose to save his own life by sacrificing his marital contract.
Wait, step back for a second. They are arguing that because his brain successfully identified the less terrible option, the presence of that calculation constitutes free will.
Yes. Because he made a choice to speak the words as an escape route from violence, his intent to pronounce the divorce in that exact moment was real. He intended to say it to save himself.
So the text draws a razor-sharp line between the reason for the choice and the mechanism of the choice.
That's a great way to phrase it. You didn't want the outcome, but you did choose to execute the action to avoid a worse outcome.
That prioritizes the literal mechanical presence of a choice over the emotional reality of the situation.
It absolutely does.
It's like saying, well, you chose to hand your wallet to the mugger instead of getting stabbed, so technically it was a valid transaction of property.
That is exactly the philosophical baseline. Ancient law often prioritized objective, observable actions over subjective internal emotional states
Why, though? Why be so rigid?
because they were terrified of subjectivity.
Really?
Think about it. If the legal system starts voiding legally binding actions just because someone claims, I didn't really want to do it in my heart, the jurists feared the entire structure of contracts and liability would just collapse.
Ah, I see. Anyone who regrets a decision could suddenly claim they felt pressured.
Or that they were emotionally coerced. By drawing an absolute hard line, if you are sane, awake, and you say the explicit words, it counts, regardless of the pressure. They prioritize the stability and predictability of the legal code.
Over individual fairness in extreme edge cases.
Precisely.
It's the law is blind scenario. It sacrifices the individual to maintain the integrity of the whole system.
And if the coerced man feels like a tough pill to swallow, the text immediately hits us with another extreme state of mind.
Right, the saccharine, the drunkard.
The intersection of severe intoxication and legal liability.
This is where the law shifts its focus from agency to absolute consequence, right?
It is a major shift.
Because the text states that a divorce pronounced while a man is completely blackout drunk also legally counts.
What the?
Now, my immediate thought was to refer back to the rule about the sleeping man or the madman. We just established that if you lack intellect, your words are void. And a guy who is so drunk he doesn't know what day it is clearly lacks intellect. So why doesn't he get the same protection as the madman? Why does his divorce count?
This is a brilliant shift in legal theory. We are moving from the logic of agency to the logic of punitive deterrence.
Okay, unpack that.
The jurists readily acknowledge that the blackout drunk man has lost his intellect. He is essentially temporarily insane. However, they stop and ask a crucial preliminary question.
Which is?
How did he lose it?
Oh. He chose to drink. He lifted the glass himself.
Exactly. In this legal and moral framework, consuming intoxicants is both a sin and a crime.
Right.
Because the man actively chose to commit that crime willingly, the law outright refuses to grant him the protective umbrella of insanity.
It holds him 100% liable for his drunken actions as a strict punitive measure.
Yes.
It's saying you don't get to use the condition you illegally caused as an excuse to avoid the consequences of it.
Precisely. If you voluntarily shut off your brain, you own every single disaster your body causes while the brain is offline.
It is the exact ancient equivalent of modern DUI laws.
It really is.
You can't crash your car into a storefront and then stand before a judge and say, Your Honor, I am innocent. I was far too drunk to comprehend I was driving.
The court would laugh at you.
They would say the crime wasn't just the crash. The crime was choosing to drink before the crash. You own it.
And the text is applying that exact same chain of liability to a marital contract.
You chose to drink, you rambled about divorce, you own the broken marriage.
Yes. And to prove that this is entirely about punitive logic and not just a blanket rule against intoxication, the text adds a really fascinating caveat.
I remember this part.
It states that if a man lost his mind due to consuming a necessary medicine that had an intoxicating effect,
Right.
or if he became delirious from a severe, naturally occurring fever, and he pronounced his divorce while delirious.
It is completely void.
Exactly.
Because the loss of intellect in the fever scenario wasn't born from an act of disobedience. He didn't actively choose to get 104-degree fever.
Right. If the loss of reason is an act of God, a medical emergency, or a pure accident, the law protects you. You are treated exactly like the sleeper or the madman.
But if the loss of reason is a direct result of your own willful forbidden action, the law strips you of your shields.
It forces you to live with the devastating consequences of your rambling tongue.
It's a masterful tightrope walk between protecting the vulnerable and punishing the reckless. They are balancing the necessity of a sound mind with the absolute necessity of moral accountability.
It's a very fine line.
So far, we've seen how a person's physical state, their biology, and their mental state, sane, coerced, or drunk, dictate their legal power. But state of mind and biology are really only two ways to categorize a human being. This text also categorizes people by their literal socioeconomic place in society.
This brings us to a deeply historical aspect of the text, examining the legal distinction between free individuals and enslaved individual.
And how that status mathematically impacts marital rights.
Yes.
The core information here is that the text introduces a strict numerical cap on how many times a divorce can occur before the marriage is permanently dissolved.
And cannot be remade without extreme intervening circumstances.
Right, and that numerical cap actually changes based on your social status.
Specifically, the text dictates that a slave woman can only be divorced a maximum of 2 times.
Okay.
A free woman, on the other hand, has a maximum allowance of 3 divorces.
Now, obviously, for a modern listener, any legal text dealing casually with the institution of slavery is profoundly difficult and uncomfortable to process.
It is.
But our goal here is to decode the internal logic of this system. How did these jurists intellectually justify this numerical difference? Why does a free woman get 3 strikes and a slave woman only get 2? What is the underlying legal theory?
It all comes down to a philosophical and legal concept known as nema,
Nema.
which translates to blessings or bounties. In this jurisprudential framework, the legal capacity to enter into a marriage, to own property, to exercise civil rights, to testify in court, these are all viewed as divine legal blessings.
Got it.
And freedom is considered the ultimate, complete, baseline state of blessing.
Okay, so a free person operates at 100% capacity in the eyes of the law.
Right. Slavery, conversely, as a legal and social state, is considered to effectively have one's blessings and legal capacities.
They are literally applying fractional math to human rights. They're quantifying human value into decimals.
They are. Because an enslaved person's legal capacity is considered half that of a free person across various aspects of the law, the rights and capacities associated specifically with marriage are also halved.
But wait, if the free limit is 3 and you have it, that's 1.5.
Right.
Why does the text say a slave woman gets 2 divorces instead of 1.5?
Because, as the text explicitly notes, a divorce is a single, indivisible legal act.
Okay.
You cannot conceptually or legally execute half a divorce. You're either married or you aren't.
That makes sense.
So, since the math of 1.5 is obviously impossible to execute in reality, the jurists round up. The number 2 is used as the closest functional whole number reduction from 3.
It is incredibly jarring to hear it laid out like that, yet it is entirely internally consistent with their worldview.
It is.
They quantified social status into fractions, realized the fractions didn't work in reality, and just applied mathematical rounding rules to human relationships.
That's exactly what they did.
But here's the part that really fascinated me, and it's a debate the jurists were having right there in the text. Should this numerical limit be based on the husband's status or the wife's?
This was a major point of contention among different schools of thought.
Because, I mean, think about the permutations. If a free man marries an enslaved woman, does he get 3 divorces because he is free, or 2 because she is enslaved?
Conversely, if an enslaved man marries a free woman, does he get 2 divorces because he is enslaved, or 3 because she is free?
And the text we are reviewing takes a very firm stance on this. It sides entirely with the wife's status.
Yes. The number of allowable divorces is dictated by the woman's social standing, completely regardless of the husband's.
Which is a remarkably specific legal choice.
The reasoning provided is that the solution, or the blessing of the marital pie, the actual physical and legal permissibility that the marriage creates, is primarily realized in the woman.
Okay.
She is the one whose legal status regarding permissible relationships is being altered by the contract.
Got it.
Therefore, the capacity for that tie to be repeatedly broken and remade is tied strictly to her legal volume, so to speak.
I kept visualizing it like containers of water while I was reading.
Oh, so?
It's like they viewed the free woman as a larger container for legal rights, holding 3 units of capacity. The enslaved woman is viewed as a smaller container, only holding 2 units.
I see.
The husband's status, whether he is a king or a pauper, doesn't change the physical size of the container he's pouring water into. The wife's status defines the absolute volume of the marriage.
That is a very apt analogy. It highlights how deeply these scholars were trying to systematize every single human interaction.
They loathed ambiguity.
They really did. They
Yeah.
wanted a definitive mathematical rule for every possible permutation of human status.
Well, speaking of permutations and literal fractions, the text's obsession with quantifying the marriage bond reaches its absolute peak, and I mean a mind-bending, almost surreal peak, when we move from the status of the people to the specific language and anatomy used to break a marriage.
This is where we get to the linguistic mechanics of a breakup.
Right. This is where jurisprudence essentially turns into a masterclass on linguistics, semantics, and the philosophy of language.
It really does.
Let's set the baseline. The text starts simply. If a man uses explicit, unambiguous words like "you are divorced," the law requires no deep investigation into his hidden intent.
The words are clear. The action is binding. Boom. Done. The system registers the command.
Exactly. But things get incredibly weird when a husband tries to get creative, specifically when he attributes the divorce not to the whole woman, but to specific parts of her physical body.
Because the jurists had to account for the reality of human speech.
Right.
People use idiomatic expressions, they use regional slang, and frankly, people just say strange, disjointed things in the heat of a screaming argument.
Exactly. So the text gives us illustrative content to test these scenarios. It says, if a man yells at his wife, your neck is divorced, or your face is divorced, or your soul is divorced, the law steps in and says, the entire marriage is dissolved.
The statement legally counts.
But if the husband yells, your hand is divorced, or your foot is divorced, the phrase is legally void. Nothing happens. They are still 100% married.
What is happening here is an incredibly sophisticated application of linguistic theory. They are dissecting the concept of synecdoche and metonymy.
Okay, pretend I didn't take advanced English lit. What exactly are we talking about here?
Synecdoche is a figure of speech where a part of something is made to represent the whole.
Give me an example.
For example, if I say, I just got some new wheels,
Yeah.
I bought an entire car, not just 4 loose tires.
Right.
The jurists are asking a profound philosophical question here. Which human body parts linguistically and conceptually represent the whole human being, and which parts are just peripheral parts?
And their answer is deeply tied to the idea that the marital bond is indivisible. It attaches to the core essence of the person.
Exactly. In their cultural, anatomical, and linguistic framework, the neck, the face, the head, the soul, the blood, these are vital elements.
They represent the entirety of a person's life and identity.
You cannot separate a person from their neck and still have a living person. Therefore, if you direct a legally binding phrase at the neck, you are, by definition, directing it at the entire indivisible person.
You are addressing the whole bond by addressing the vital core.
Yes. But a hand or a foot, those are just extremities.
Right.
A person can tragically lose a hand and still be the exact same person with the same identity and soul. The bond of marriage isn't anchored to a foot.
So the law views the statement, your hand is divorced, as a logical processing error.
It's exactly like trying to apply a massive software update to a plastic phone case.
Yes.
Yeah.
It just doesn't compute. It's targeting the wrong layer of reality.
I love that metaphor.
Well, think about it. It's like targeting the main operating system of a computer versus just unplugging an external mouse.
That's perfect.
If you delete the OS, the soul, the neck, the face, the entire computer is wiped, the system is down, the marriage is over. But if you type a command into the computer that says, I am uninstalling your external mouse, the mouse stops working, but the computer itself is perfectly fine. The marriage continues.
It is a remarkable level of semantic precision. They aren't just looking at the dictionary definition of what was said. They are actively analyzing the philosophical relationship between the noun the husband used and the overarching legal concept of personhood.
They are essentially saying, we will grant your angry metaphor actual world-altering legal power, but only if your metaphor is anatomically and philosophically sound.
If your metaphor is weak, your divorce is void.
It's the ultimate grammar police, but with life-ruining stakes.
And this intense obsession with indivisibility, the rigid idea that you cannot divorce a piece of a person or fractionally break a bond, leads us directly into the final and perhaps most complex area of our review of this 11.11% of the text.
If the physical body cannot be successfully divided in a divorce, what happens when a husband tries to divide the concept of divorce itself using complex math?
This is where the text descends into outright mathematical absurdity.
It really does.
This is where the jurists really start flexing their intellectual muscles. They move far beyond real-world, likely scenarios and start dealing with purely theoretical, abstract math problems.
The text tackles bizarre word problems. For example, what if a man says half of you is divorced? Or what if he says, you are divorced, half a divorce?
And the legal answer is perfectly consistent with what we just established about the anatomy rules. Divorce is a binary, indivisible state.
A woman cannot be half divorced.
A divorce cannot be a half event. Therefore, the law dictates that it must round up. Any spoken fraction of a divorce instantly equals one whole divorce.
So if you say half a divorce, the legal system registers one full divorce.
Exactly.
Okay, I track with that. It's a binary system rounding up to one. It makes logical sense. But then the text provides hypotheticals that look like they belong on a high school calculus exam.
They really do.
I'm going to read this directly from my notes because I had to read it 3 times to actually believe it was in a legal manual.
Let's hear it.
The text poses this scenario. What if a man says to his wife, "You are divorced 3/2 of 2 divorces"?
I guarantee anyone listening to this is currently staring into space trying to do the math in their head.
I know I did. 3/2 of 2 divorces. Okay, let's break it down on air.
We'll just do it.
We start with 2 divorces. What is a half of 2 divorces?
A half of 2 is 1.
1. And the husband specified 3/2. So we multiply 3 times 1, the legal answer provided in the text. That phrase equals exactly 3 divorces.
The absolute legal maximum.
Yeah. The marriage is completely irrevocably over.
It's basic arithmetic applied to legal dissolution. 1.5 times 2 equals 3.
Here's another one that caused a massive debate. What if a man says, "You are divorced from 1 to 3"? Does that mean 1? Does it mean 3? Does it mean the numbers between 1 and 3?
Abu Hanifa, one of the primary foundational jurists cited in the text, rules that this phrase equals exactly 2 divorces.
2. Why 2?
Because the endpoints, the numbers 1 and 3, are just the boundaries, and the integer between those boundaries is 2.
Though it should be noted, the text points out that other jurists vehemently argued it means 3. They argued that in common, conversational language, saying from 1 to 3 naturally includes the final number.
It's literally an argument over inclusive versus exclusive linguistic boundaries. It's syntax.
But here's my ultimate question for you. Why? Why would these brilliant, serious legal scholars spend their precious time and parchment writing out these absurd riddles?
Because it's not about real life.
Right. No angry husband in the history of the world has ever looked at his wife during a screaming match over burnt dinner and yelled, "I divorce you 3/2 of 2 divorces."
It doesn't happen. It's complete nonsense.
Then why include it?
The jurists knew that perfectly well. What's fascinating here is that this section isn't actually about what people say in real life. It is entirely about stress testing the legal code.
Stress testing, like software engineering.
Exactly. Go back to your operating system metaphor. Think of these jurists as the ancient equivalent of back-end software developers.
Okay.
They are building a linguistic programming language. The code they are writing is the law of divorce. To ensure your code is robust, to ensure it won't crash when it encounters an unexpected variable, they have to run extreme edge cases through it.
They have to input the most ridiculous, convoluted, mathematically impossible strings of words imaginable to see if the system breaks.
They are actively looking for bugs in the legal matrix.
Yes. If the legal framework cannot provide a definitive, logical, mathematically sound answer to 3/2 of 2 divorces, then the framework itself is flawed.
It means there is a hole in their logic.
Every possible string of words, no matter how absurd or divorced from reality, must compute to a definitive legal output. 0, 1, 2, or 3.
By solving the extreme abstract hypotheticals, they guarantee that the system can handle any normal, messy, real-world scenario with absolute unshakable ease.
That is profound. They are building a system so philosophically perfect that it can process literal mathematical nonsense and still spit out a definitive ruling of justice.
It is an architecture of pure logic.
Which is exactly why we spent this time reviewing just this opening 11.11% of the text. The foundation is built on this relentless pursuit of objective certainty.
And it has been an incredible journey. We started by looking at how human biology, the physical reality of the menstrual cycle, was utilized as a mandatory waiting period.
A biological clock to test the genuine nature of a husband's intent against his own libido.
We saw how that biological rule had to adapt to edge cases, substituting calendar months for those who don't menstruate, and recognizing the profound psychological shift of pregnancy as a continuous state of desire where intent is considered clear.
We waded into the really dark, uncomfortable waters of agency and coercion. We explored the chilling, hyper-rational logic that choosing the lesser of 2 evils at knife point still mathematically constitutes free will.
We saw how voluntary intoxication strips a person of legal protection, turning a blackout mistake into a permanently binding contract as a form of punitive deterrence.
We looked at how the ancient world quantified human value, reducing the marital rights of enslaved individuals to literal fractions of those held by the free, applying rounding rules to human rights.
And finally, we explored the incredible linguistic and mathematical lengths the jurists went to, parsing the anatomy of synecdoche, deciding that a neck represents an entire operating system, but a hand does not.
All to stress test their legal programming language against the absurdity of fractional word problems.
What we are really looking at isn't just a list of old, dusty rules. We are looking at a monument to human rationality.
We are looking at an ancient, heroic, and sometimes deeply brutal attempt to impose perfect, rational order on the inherently irrational human experience of falling out of love.
They absolutely refused to let human relationships exist in a state of subjective chaos. They demanded that even a messy breakup must follow the rigid laws of mathematics, biology, and grammar.
They wanted a clean, objective X-ray for a broken heart. And that leaves me with a final, provocative thought for you to mull over as you go about the rest of your day.
I'm ready.
Today, in our modern world, we rely heavily on signatures, on dotted lines, and teams of lawyers, and months of mediation to dissolve our contracts. We feel very safe and insulated in our modern bureaucracy.
We assume our stray words don't matter until we sign the paper.
Right, but we also live in an age where we communicate more casually, more constantly, more textually than any humans in the history of the world.
That's true.
If modern law suddenly decided to adopt this ancient approach, if an algorithm applied this level of intense semantic, mathematical, and psychological granularity to our daily digital communications, our hyper-casual texts, our hasty emails, our angry voice notes left in traffic, how many of our offhand remarks would legally alter the course of our lives without us even realizing it?
It definitely makes you think twice before you fire off that next angry message.
How many times have you typed something in frustration that, under this rigid mathematical system, would have permanently changed your reality the second you hit send?
A terrifying thought.
It really is. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the architecture of ancient logic. We will see you next time.